In today's video, I have compiled every single Fortnite concept I have made over the past year and a half and put it into one big video. So yeah, if you guys enjoy this video, consider leaving a like and subscribing and using code WATSOG in the Fortnite item shop. And yeah, let's get straight into the video. Alright, so I just made this little slideshow to kind of like compact everything down to like one place, and yeah, let's just get started. So first we have the overview of the entire Festival Pass. This would be Season 7, since we already know what Season 5 and 6 is. I'm not going to say who it is in this video, in case you didn't see the roadmap, but we already know who they are, so we don't know after that. So this is why it's Season 7. So yeah, we just have an overall look at the entire Festival Pass here. So obviously the purchase bonus is the Kendrick Lamar skin, obviously, with the Lego style, because every skin is a Lego style now. And for 1,000 Festival points, you will earn the Fuel the Culture loading screen for free. And if you have the premium track, you'll earn the Morale mic. I think that's a pretty good first reward, in my opinion. Here's just a better look at the loading screen, nothing too complicated. For 2,000 Festival points, you'll earn 2 jam tracks. You'll get the Choral Chorus jam track for free, which is a certified classic, and then you'll get Happy by Pharrell Williams if you own the premium track, which, you know, it's a pretty iconic song, especially from like the modern era, you know? For 3,000 Festival points, you'll get the End of the Rainbow Aura for free, and you'll unlock the Funky Festival loading screen in the premium track. And here's just a better look at the loading screen. For 4,000 Festival points, you'll earn the Bass Drop Emo for free, which would be another way to show off your basses. And if you have the premium track, you'll unlock the Godzilla Jam track, which is by Eminem and Juice WRLD. And this would have an insane vocal part, because it's like, at the end, the vocals are just insane. It would probably be one of the most fun vocal parts in the game if it was ever added. For 5,000 Festival points, you'll earn the Grave Rave emoticon for free, and if you have the premium track, you'll earn the Syrup Sandwiches Aura, which is a reference to one of the first lines in Humble by Kendrick Lamar, considering this is a Kendrick Lamar themed Festival Pass, you know? For 6,000 Festival points, you'll earn the I'm a Cat jam track, another jam track that's decently iconic. I wouldn't say it's like too iconic, but this one was also leaked to already be coming out, but it got removed from the files for whatever reason, so I don't know what's going on with this one. And you'll also get the I Write Sins Not Tragedies jam track by Panic at the Disco if you own the premium track, which is, it's a pretty popular song. I'd say it's one of their most popular songs. For 7,000 Festival points, you'll earn the Souls Aura for free, which is pretty cool. It's kind of got this dark, eerie kind of vibe. And then you'll earn the West Coast United emoticon for the premium track, which is a reference to like the end of the recent pop-out concert that Kendrick Lamar did. For 8,000 Festival points, you'll get the Meet Me in the 6 jam track, which is pretty fitting, you know, with all like the jam tracks we have. They're all like related to a different character. Another free Epic Games track, and then you'll unlock the Money Trees back bling if you own the premium track, which would be the normal Kendrick Lamar skins back bling. We'll get to the other stuff for the Kendrick Lamar set later. For 9,000 Festival points, you'll unlock the Ghoul Groove and Spray, which it's kind of similar to the spray you got in the Festival Season 3 Battle Pass. I mean, it's a good formula for a spray, so why not repeat it twice, you know? And then you'll get Alright by Kendrick Lamar as a jam track if you own the premium track. Every Festival Pass has at least one song from the leading artist, and you know, I thought this one would be a fitting song. For 10,000 Festival points, you get the Little Whip or jam track, which another like food-based character, mascot character for Fortnite with their own song. Another free jam track, so you know, it's pretty neat. And then if you own the premium track, you'll unlock the Humbled Keytar, which is reference to like the Damn album cover, you know, like the bricks as like the whole like outer area of the keytar, and then like the sharps and the flat keys on the keytar being red to reference like the red text. And you know, I think it's pretty cool. And obviously the name Humble is reference to Humble, you know? Finally, for 11,000 Festival points, you'll unlock the Ghoul Groover bass for free, or if you have the premium style, or if you have the premium track, you'll unlock the Mr. Morale edit style, which would be a crown and different color pants. Or if you want to go all the way out, you can have this really cool, like, empowered edit style, with a reference to Pimp a Butterfly on, like, the shirt. So I think that's pretty cool. Similar to this current festival season, if you get to 20,000 Festival points, you'll unlock the pink Ghoul Groover style for the Ghoul Groover base. And now we get into the item shop stuff. So here we have the pop-out bundle, 2,800 V-Bucks, and yeah, you can see everything you'll get in this bundle right here. So first, we have the West Coast Kendrick outfit for 1,500 V-Bucks. Obviously comes the Lego style, and it also comes with the back bling Cartoons and Cereal, which is a reference to one of Kendrick's most popular unreleased songs, so I think that's a pretty neat reference. Then we have the Not Like Us emote, which would be 500 V-Bucks, and if you want to know what this emote would look like, basically just go to the Not Like Us music video and go to like the beginning where like the song like actually starts. It's gonna be that. Then you also have the Good Kid Mad City Van Glider for 800 V-Bucks. Cool reference, and you know, I just wanted to add something else because we haven't had like anything other than like an emote, like these festival icon like item shop bundles, so thought this would be neat. Then we have the item shop instruments. We have the Heartbeat drums for 800 V-Bucks, obviously a reference to the Heart series, and then the Butterfly bass, which would also be 800 V-Bucks and resembles a butterfly, obviously, and is obviously symbolic of To Pimp a Butterfly. Then we have all the jam tracks that would launch with this festival season. We have Mad City by Kendrick Lamar, The Heart Part 5 by Kendrick Lamar, shocker I know, We Cry Together by Kendrick Lamar, United in Grief, Kendrick Lamar, Money Trees, Kendrick Lamar, DNA by Kendrick Lamar, Alright by Kendrick Lamar, which is in the Festival Pass, as you saw earlier, Euphoria by Kendrick Lamar, which is in the item shop bundle, and then Family Ties by Baby Keem and Kendrick Lamar. I know it's like kinda not his song, kinda is, but it's one of his biggest songs. Like that, it's not really his, so I thought it was fitting to introduce here. So just like my Kendrick video, I of course made a slideshow to kind of showcase everything in this concept. So yeah, let's get straight into the concept. So first we have an overall look at the Festival Pass. You can see everything that you're gonna get here, but we're gonna get more in depth with everything. This is just like an overall look at the whole thing. So for the purchase bonus, you will get the Tyler the Creator outfit, obviously, because this is a Festival Pass themed around him. So obviously he's gonna be a bonus skin. Bonus purchase reward, you know what I'm saying. For 1000 festival points, you'll get the See You Again loading screen. If you have the free track, which everyone has the free track because it's free, and then if you own the premium track, you'll get the Cherry Bomb drums, which are kind of wacky, kind of wild drums. You know, got a unique color scheme going on there, you know what I'm saying. And then here's a better look at that loading screen, which it looks pretty nice in my opinion. For 2000 festival points, you get the Hungry for the Chase jam track, which is the jam track for the Piper Pace skin, I believe it's called, from Chapter 4, Season 4. So yeah, that's definitely nice to see. And then for the premium track, you'll get Mask Off by Future, which I believe is his biggest, like, solo, like, song, like, out there. Obviously, he's, like, other big ones with, like, Drake and stuff, but this is, like, his biggest, like, only him song, you know? For 3000 festival points, you'll get the April Showers Aura for free. And if you own the premium track, you'll get the Renegade Rave loading screen. And here's just a better look at that loading screen. And I honestly really like this one. I think it's really cool. For 4000 festival points, you'll get the Fill Out emote for free. Another drum emote. Obviously, I'm going to want that one. And then, if you own the premium track, you'll get the Heartless Jam track by The Weeknd. I know The Weeknd had, like, a whole festival pass named around him, but, like, I like The Weeknd, and not adding this song was a missed opportunity, in my opinion. Just saying. For 5000 festival points, you'll get the Renegade and Emoticon, which is an emoticon that looks very similar to another reward we'll get to later on in this pass. And then if you own the premium track, you'll earn the Blooming Aura, which I think looks pretty neat. For 6000 festival points, you'll unlock the Battle Breakers jam track for free, which of course is for like the Battle Breakers skins, which was another game made by Epic that was discontinued. Now the skins are kind of like sold whenever they feel like it. It's kind of weird, but, you know, the song goes pretty crazy, so it would be fun to play. And then if you're on the premium track, you'll unlock Mr. Blue Sky by Jeff Lynne. Overall, nice song, you know? Classic song too, if you don't know the song. It's a song that plays in the beginning of Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. You know, the one that Groot dances to. If you don't know this song somehow. For 7000 festival points, you'll unlock the Soda Stream Aura for free, which looks pretty unique, you know, it's pretty cool. Like a soda like spewing out the top of like the player's head. So, you know, it's pretty interesting. And then if you own the premium track, you'll unlock the Cherry Bomb emoticon. Pretty neat reference to one of Tyler the Creator's albums. Not his best, but you know, it's a pretty nice reference. For 8000 festival points, you'll unlock the Drop-In Jam track for free, which is obviously another Epic Games jam track, but they actually got Trippie Redd to make this one for them, and it was kind of weird because it was for a Toon skin, so I don't know what they were doing there. Just didn't fit the vibe at all, but you know, whatever. Easy jam track they can make, just saying. And then if you want the premium track, you can get the Flower Boy back bling, which is obviously a reference to Tyler the Creator's Flower Boy album, you know, with like the bees like flying around the flower and everything, you know, looks pretty cool. For 9000 festival points, you get the Renegade Riffin Spray for free, which is pretty similar to the free spray from the Season 3 Festival Pass. I mean, obviously it's like the molten Renegade Raider skin, so you know what I'm getting at here. And then if you own the premium track, you'll get the See You Again jam track by Tyler the Creator and Caliuchis. Gotta have one song by the like headliner, and I thought this one was a pretty good fit. For 10,000 festival points, you'll get UFOs and Aliens as a jam track for free by Epic Games and Easy Life. This is an underrated jam track in my opinion. Another collab jam track, but I don't imagine it would be too hard to make, you know. And it's pretty nice. It kind of gives me a bunch of nostalgia from like that season, Chapter 2, Season 7. So, you know, solid pick for a jam track in my opinion. And then if you're on the premium track, you look at the Flower Board Keytar. You know, keyboard, board, kind of sounds like boy, like flower boy, you know what I'm getting at with this, another flower boy themed cosmetic. And then at the end of the festival pass, you'll get the Renegade Riffer guitar for free. Pretty neat looking guitar in my opinion. And then you'll unlock the flower boy style for Tyler the Creator, which I think looks pretty neat. I also would imagine it to be like the Galaxy skin, where it's like, how the Galaxy texture, like kind of like, you know what I'm talking about. I'd also kind of like think it would be cool if like the time of day and like the actual like image on the shirt was changed depending on the time of day it is in game. So like the image is showing sunset right there, but like if it's night it would show night, and if it was day it would show day, you know what I'm saying? And then if you unlock 20,000 festival points as a bonus, you'll get the Skeletor Renegade Riffer for free, which is a reference to the like Halloween skeleton Renegade Raider skin. Pretty obvious with the color scheme there. Alright, now we are getting to the item shop. We have the Igor bundle for 2,800 V-Bucks. You get everything you see here. And yeah, let's just get straight into it. So first we have the Igor outfit, which is 1,500 V-Bucks and comes with a Earthquake edit style as well as the Lego style, because every skin has one of those nowadays. And the Goblin back bling, which I think actually turned out pretty cool. It's a reference to, I believe it was his first album, so I think it looks pretty cool. For the emote, we have the Earthquake emote, which would be pretty chill emote. Pretty good song for the emote, Earthquake, obviously. If you just watch that music video, I think you get a pretty good idea of what this emote's going to be. And then for the rap, we have the okay rap, which is a reference to one of the, like, probably the most iconic line from See You Again, where he just goes like okay, like over and over again, and I would imagine like it would be reactive, like at the beginning it wouldn't have anything, but as you continue like shooting your weapon, like more okays would pop up on your rap. That's how I kind of imagine this working. And then we have the instruments, which would be the new Magic Wand microphone, which I actually think looks pretty neat. And then Igor's guitar, which is simple, but it was clean, gets the job done, And then closing out this video, we have all the jam tracks. We have Tyler the Creator and Playboi Carti's Earthquake, which would be in the Igor item shop bundle. We have Yonkers by Tyler the Creator, Igor's theme by Tyler the Creator, New Magic Wand by Tyler the Creator, What's Your Name by Tyler the Creator, IFHY by Tyler the Creator, See You Again by Tyler the Creator and Caliuchis, which is in the festival pass as you saw earlier, Juggernaut by Tyler the Creator, and finally Potato Salad by Tyler the Creator and ASAP Rocky. So as usual, we have a slideshow to just kind of go over everything that I've made for this concept, and yeah, let's just get straight into it. So as you can see here, this is an overview of the entire festival pass for this season, and yeah, just an overall look, and yeah, let's get into the details. So for your purchase bonus, obviously it's going to be the Juice WRLD outfit, because every festival pass has been that for a while now. For 1,000 festival points, you'll get the Lucid Dreaming loading screen, obviously a reference to the Lucid Dreams song. It's like his biggest song, you probably heard about it. And if you have the premium track, you'll unlock the Wishing Well bass, which is another reference to another one of his biggest songs, which is kind of like the whole theme of the pass. It's not the whole theme of everything, we'll get to that later, but this Wishing Well, Legends Never Die kind of aesthetic is kind of like what I was going for this pass. Here's just a better look at the loading screen, and I think it actually turned out pretty well. For 2,000 festival points, you'll get the Boss Battle Jam track, which is an Epic Games track, but it was actually made by a music producer who made like a concept called Name Music, so that's why he's credited here. And then if you own the premium track, you'll earn the Dream On Jam track by Aerosmith, which you probably will recognize it from like that one Kratos meme that was popular a while ago where he like falls off the cliff. It's older than that, but that's where most people recognize it from nowadays. For 3,000 festival points, you'll unlock the Color Blast Aura, which I actually think is pretty neat, pretty like extravagant, over the top, kind of interesting. It doesn't really look as good on the pink background, but you kind of get the idea. And then if you're on the premium track, you'll get the Life of the Party loading screen, which is another neat loading screen. And here's just a better look at the loading screen. For 4,000 festival points, you'll earn the Breakdown emote for free, another drum emote. And if you have the premium track, you'll unlock the September Jam track by Earth, Wind, and Fire. Classic song, can't really get much better than that, For 5,000 festival points, you'll unlock the Golden Record emoticon for free. And then if you have the premium track, you'll unlock the Pulse Aura, which, it's kind of got an interesting aesthetic, It's pretty interesting. For 6,000 festival points, you'll unlock the Orbital Overload Jam track by Epic Games. This is like the music pack for that one like space emote from Chapter 2 Season 3. It was pretty popular when it first came out, so you probably recognize it. And then if you're on the premium track, you'll earn the Get Lucky Jam track by Daft Punk and Pharrell Williams. Pretty classic song. I believe it's like both of theirs, like one of their biggest songs each. So yeah, that's definitely pretty cool. And also, I've had like a Pharrell Williams song in like every single one of these festival concepts. So maybe I'll make a Pharrell Williams festival pass next. Who knows? For 7,000 festival points, you'll get the Kevolution Energy Aura, which pretty neat. It's kind of hard to see on the pink background. I'm now just realizing, but purple aura. Kevin, you know? And if you own the premium track, you'll get the 999 emoticon, obviously the Juice WRLD reference, because that was like his whole number, you know? If you have 8,000 festival points, you'll unlock the Breakthrough Jam track for free, which is that one FNCS music pack that like is with like the blue and gold and orange FNCS skins. It comes out like every once in a while. It's actually in the shop as I'm like making this video. Then if you own the premium track, you'll unlock the Wishing Well back bling, obviously a reference to Wishing Well, you know? Don't need to get more into that. If you have 9,000 festival points, you'll unlock the Aerial Act Spray, which just kind of combines all the instruments I've made so far for this series, as well as one of the emoticons. Yeah, interesting spray, nothing too crazy. And then if you have the premium track, you'll unlock the Wishing Well Jam track. Obviously, the whole theme is like kind of based around like the Legends Never Die album. And this is like the most popular song off that album, I believe. So, you know, obviously you gotta go with this one. If you own 10,000 festival points, you'll get the Subterfuge Jam track by Epic Games, obviously. Pretty good jam track. It's a remix version of the One Spy one from the Chapter 2 Season 2 Battle Pass. I don't believe it's been seen in the shop for a while, but, you know, it's a pretty cool jam track. You know? And then if you own the premium track, you'll unlock the Death Race microphone. You know, inspired by the Death Race for Love album cover. You know, got like the fiery heart on like the top of the mic stand. You know, purple, kind of blackish, dark aesthetic, you know? Pretty neat. And then finally, for 11,000 festival points, you'll earn the Aerial Assault drums for free. Pretty neat. And then if you have the premium track, you'll get the Legends Never Die edit style for Juice WRLD. So I think it turned out pretty nice. Now we get into the item shop stuff. This is the Death Race for Love bundle, 2,800 V-Bucks, and you get everything you see here. And yeah, let's get more into it. So first, we have the Death Race Juice outfit, which would be 1,500 V-Bucks, based on the Death Race for Love album cover, as you can see right there. And then it also comes with the 999 backbook, which has two different edit styles. One's more like, kind of goes more with the Festival Pass version, and then one goes kind of more with the item shop version. So yeah. It's pretty neat. Then we have the Bandit emote for 500 V-Bucks. This would obviously be an emote that would have the song Bandit playing. It's kind of based on like the whole music video where there was like a lot of like quad. I don't really know what those called. They're quads or something. They're kind of like what the quad crashers are in Fortnite, you know? And then you have the Death Race wrap for 500 V-Bucks, and this looks pretty neat. I feel like this would be a really cool wrap to use. I'd imagine it'd be animated, obviously. Like the car would like move and like the firing trail would be like waving in the background, you know? It would be cool. And then finally, we have the Juice WRLD instruments. There would be the Good Riddance guitar for 800 V-Bucks, obviously inspired by that Goodbye and Good Riddance album cover, you know? Kind of got like that bright, like, it's kind of bright aesthetic, you know? Got like the text on the bottom that's reminiscent of the text from the actual album cover. And then you have the For Love keytar, which another instrument based on Death Race for Love. You had to have one in like the Death Race for Love bundle, you know? And I think this looks better than the Festival Pass Death Race instrument. And it's mainly just because like the keytars just look better than the microphones, in my opinion. But you know, what can you do? Now finally we have the jam tracks. First we have Bandit by Juice WRLD and NBA Youngboy. Pretty good song in my opinion. Then we have All Girls Are the Same by Juice WRLD. Then we have Conversations by Juice WRLD, Lean With Me by Juice WRLD, Wasted by Juice WRLD and Lil Uzi Vert, Robbery by Juice WRLD, which would be in the item shop bundle, Wishing Well by Juice WRLD, which would be in the Festival Pass, as you saw earlier, Smile by Juice WRLD in The Weekend, another song that I really like, and then Flaws and Sins by Juice WRLD. So we obviously are starting off the slideshow because that's how we always do the concepts around here, and yeah. So here is an overlook of the entire event pass, I guess you could say. You know, it looks pretty cool, you know, got some pretty neat themed rewards, and yeah. As a purchase bonus, you'll get the Doodle Bob outfit with the Lego style, because every skin has a Lego style nowadays. It's just like par for the course, I guess you could say. For 1,000 jellyfish, which is the level up currency, I guess you could call it, you get the Goofy Goober spray for free. If you own the premium track, you get the jellyfish emoticon, which I think looks pretty nice. For 2,000 jellyfish, you get the Mr. Krabs' first dollar back bling for free with 2 different edit styles, and then you also get the SpongeBob banner if you have the premium track, of course. 3,000 jellyfish, you'll just get 2 level up tokens, you know, nothing too crazy. For 4,000 jellyfish, you get the SpongeBob SquarePants loading screen for free, and the Around Town emote if you own the premium track. Here's just a better look at that loading screen. 5,000 jellyfish, got some more level up tokens, nothing too crazy. For 6,000 jellyfish, you'll get the Jellyfish Jammers drums for free, which I think actually look pretty neat. They're pretty unique too. And if you own the premium track, you'll unlock the Secret Formula back bling, which is pretty neat. 7,000 jellyfish, more level up tokens, nothing too crazy. For 8,000 jellyfish, you'll get the Lost Episode emote for free, which is a reference to that one episode where Patch, he's like trying to find the lost episode, and it's just like a walk cycle, which I think is pretty funny. And then you get the Gary back bling if you're on the premium track. You obviously had to do this if you're doing like a SpongeBob themed like event, you know. For 9,000 jellyfish, you'll get the Meow emoticon for free. obviously, reference to Gary. And then if you own the premium track, you'll get the jellyfishing net pickaxe, which, you know, pretty neat. 10,000 jellyfish, just some more level up tokens. And then for 11,000 jellyfish, you'll get the spatula pickaxe for free. And if you own the premium track, you'll get the SpongeBob outfit with the Lego style, of course. Now you have some challenge rewards. First, you have the Battle Royale challenges, which include the Squid's Trophy back bling, the Doodle Bob loading screen, and the Jellyfish Fields wrap, which I think these are all pretty neat rewards. It's just a better look at the loading screen. For Rocket Racing, there are some challenges too. We have the Bubble Buddy Trail, the Spongy Octane Decal, and the Millionth Dollar Boost, which they're pretty decent Rocket Racing rewards in my opinion. And finally, we have Festival challenges, which give you the Shell Strummer guitar, the Sandy Tech microphone, and the Bass Clarinet bass. I actually think these are like really cool. I think they all turned out very nice. Alright, now you're getting into the item shop stuff. First, you have the Squidward bundle, which comes with everything you see here. First, we always have the Squidward outfit, you know, pretty iconic character. You had to do it. This would be 1,500 V-Bucks. The whole bundle is 2,000 V-Bucks. The outfit is 1,500 V-Bucks, and the back bling Bold and Brash comes with Squidward, so it's 1,500 V-Bucks, of course. Then you also have the Clarinet pickaxe, which would be 800, and the Clarinet pickaxe would actually also come with a built-in emote known as Hidden Talent, which would involve you playing the clarinet, as you can see by like the emote right there. Next, we have the Sandy bundle, which comes with everything you see here, 1,800 V-Bucks. You have the Sandy outfit with the Lego style, which I actually think looks pretty nice. The Wormy back bling, which is a reference to that one episode where like Bikini Bottom is like completely destroyed because the butterfly is just like flying around and they're all scared of it. It's pretty funny. And that's up 1,500 V-Bucks for the outfit, of course, in the back bling. And then the Go Home emo, which is a reference to like the one episode where Sandy wants to go back to Texas and she like sings a song about it. And this emo would be 500 V-Bucks. Next, we have the Patrick bundle, which would be 2,200 V-Bucks, and you get everything you see here. First, you have the Patrick outfit. You got two different edit styles there. The normal Patrick and obviously like the Rip Patrick version, as well as the Lego style. And then we have the Rocky back bling, which is a reference to like the one Snail Race episode. Next, we have two wraps. You have the Starfish wrap, which is obviously more fitting for Patrick, and then you have the Sandy interior wrap, which is kind of to go with like the interior of his house. It's all like just sand. Then we have the emotes. The built-in emote is My Name Isn't Rick, which is a reference to like that one like Fry Cook Games episode where like at the end like Patrick and SpongeBob are like fighting and they're like buff wrestlers or something. You get the reference. And then the normal emote is the lid emote, which would be 300 V-Bucks. Skin would be 1,500. I don't know if I mentioned that, with the back bling. And then the wraps would each be 300 on their own. Pretty cool item shop stuff. We also have a SpongeBob Jam bundle, which will come with 3 instruments and 3 jam tracks, as you can see. First, for the instruments, we have the Sandy Shredder guitar, the Sandy Set drums, and the Sandy Strings bass, which all look pretty neat in my opinion. And then finally, we have the SpongeBob Jam tracks, which would be Ripped Pants, Gary Come Home, and Goofy Goober Rock, because, you know, obviously these had to be the jam tracks, you know? As we usually do it, we have a slideshow just to kind of go over everything, and yeah, let's get straight into it. So here you have an overall look at the entire festival pass. Got a lot of cool stuff in this one, if I do say so myself. For the purchase bonus, you will get the Pharrell Williams outfit. Obviously, that's what the pass is themed around. You always got the Lego style there too, and I think it actually looks pretty neat. For 1,000 festival points, you get a Cloud Away loading screen and the 4-count mic if you own the premium track. Pretty cool rewards. I would imagine like the 4-count mic would be animated in game and like it would like have like a pulsing animation like at the very beginning, like when it's like counting off the song, you know? Here's just a better look at the loading screen. For 2,000 festival points, you'll unlock the Saxy Groove jam track for free. And if you own the premium track, you'll unlock the Life is a Highway jam track by Rascal Flatts. Classic song, and with Disney owning a part of Epic, you know, it's not impossible to get songs made for Disney movies, you know? Things to be cool. For 3,000 festival points, you'll get the Blues Aura for free and the Vaporwave loading screen. Here's just a better look at that loading screen. For 4,000 festival points, you get the Keyboard emote for free, which is pretty unique, and the Bye 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 jam track by NSYNC, which recently just like had like a resurgence of popularity to the new Deadpool movie, which pretty cool. 5,000 festival points, you'll unlock the Shark Jam emoticon for free, and if you own the premium track, you'll unlock the Lava Flow aura, which definitely like pops. It pops out, you know, even on like this yellow background when it's like warm color. You know what I'm saying? For 6,000 festival points, you'll unlock the Key Change jam track for free, and if you own the premium track, you'll unlock the Gangsta's Paradise jam track, which classic song, obviously, you know. For 7,000 festival points, you'll unlock the Iron Shavings aura for free, which is definitely unique, and you'll get the Happy emoticon if you own the premium track. For 8,000 festival points, you'll unlock the Not Without a Fight jam track for free, obviously. And then if you own the premium track, you'll get the Just a Cloud Away back bling, which is pretty unique, pretty interesting, in my opinion. For 9,000 festival points, you'll unlock the Shark Bite spray for free. Got a little teaser at the final free reward right there. And if you're on the premium track, you'll unlock the Double Life Jam track, which is Pharrell Williams' like most recent song, I believe. Pretty neat. For 10,000 festival points, you'll unlock the Winner Circle Jam track for free, you know, World Cup kind of vibes, you know. And then if you're on the premium track, you get the Cloudy Keytar, which I think looks really nice. I'm a fan of how it's turned out. And finally, for 11,000 festival points, you'll unlock the Mako Attack Keytar for free, which good throwback to the Mako glider, you know, pretty neat. And then if you own the premium track, you get the Cloudy Pharrell edit style, which I think looks pretty nice. Alright, now we're getting into the item shop stuff, so here's just an overall look at what's in the bundle. First, we have the Lucky Pharrell outfit for 1,500 V-Bucks. Looks pretty nice there, and it's obviously a reference to the Get Lucky music video. And then the back bling would be the Nerd back bling, which is a reference to Pharrell Williams' band. Next up, we have the Happy emote, which would be 500 V-Bucks. Obviously, the song Happy is going to be the song that plays, you know? It's like I believe it's actually his biggest song. And then you have the Lucky Wrap, which goes along with like the whole like shining, like bright, like not really bright, like how the suit looks on the skin, you know. 300 V-Bucks there for that. For the instruments, we have the Get Lucky guitar for 800 V-Bucks, which I think is visually very appealing. And then we also have the Double Life bass, which definitely looks pretty cool. Obviously reference to the cover for the Double Life song, which in turn is like a reference to Despicable Me, you know. It's pretty cool. And now we have the jam tracks. So first we have Pharrell Williams and Trey Parker Hug Me, Pharrell Williams Freedom, Pharrell Williams Gust of Wind, Pharrell Williams There's Something Special, Pharrell Williams Tyler the Creator and 21 Savages Cash In Cash Out, Pharrell Williams Yellow Light, Pharrell Williams Double Life, which is in the Festival Pass, Pharrell Williams Runnin', and Pharrell Williams Just a Caught Away, which is in the item shop bundle. There are a few songs that are missing here, but that's because I included them in my previous Festival Passes. So if you're questioning why like a song like Happy isn't in here, then it's probably in one of my other Festival Passes. So you should definitely go check out those videos. So as you're probably used to by now, we obviously have a slideshow to kind of just go over everything, and yeah, let's get straight into it. So here is an overall look at the entire Festival Pass. You can see there's some pretty cool rewards in here. For the purchase bonus, you'll get the MF Doom outfit, obviously, you know, it's gotta be the purchase bonus, you know, it's his Festival Pass, you know. For 1,000 Festival points, you get the Mad Villainy loading screen for free, and if you're on the premium track, you'll get the Doomsday bass, which pretty unique looking bass in my opinion. Here's the better look at that loading screen. For 2,000 festival points, you'll get the Thunder Roll Jam track for free, which is an Epic Games song, of course. It was part of the Chapter 4 Season 2 Battle Pass, I believe, for the Thunder skin, you know, the weird lizard looking guy. And then if you're on the premium track, you'll unlock the Red Rum Jam track by 21 Savage. I believe this is like his biggest song within like the past year, so, you know, obviously gotta put this one in here. Pretty cool. For 3,000 festival points, you'll unlock the Golden Glow aura for free, which is an alright aura. You know, nothing too special. And if you're on the premium track, you'll unlock the Rave Yard loading screen. Here's the better look at that loading screen. For 4,000 festival points, you'll unlock the Bass Bump and Emote for free. And if you're on the premium track, you'll unlock the Freebird Jam track by Leonard Skinner. I know this song has been highly requested. I believe it's like the hardest solo in a lot of like older Guitar Hero games. So, you know, this would be pretty cool to see. For 5,000 festival points, you'll unlock the Skull Song emoticon for free. Give you a little teaser at the upcoming free max reward instrument. And then for the premium track, you'll get the Steaming Aura, which is a pretty unique aura in my opinion, you know? Got like old cartoon like steam coming out of the ears kind of vibes, you know what I'm saying? For 6,000 festival points, you'll unlock the Turn Up Jam track for free, which is another Epic Games one. And if you're on the premium track, you'll get the American Pie Jam track, which is another classic song. For 7,000 festival points, you'll unlock the Hexed Aura, which got some like Halloween vibes in my opinion. And then if you're on the premium track, you'll unlock the Doomination emoticon. For 8,000 festival points, you'll unlock the Say It Proud Dram track. This was a free Loppy music in the item shop. I believe it was like a Pride Month Loppy track. So putting this in here, you know, it was free, you know, just gives more people the option to get it, because I don't believe it's come back actually for some reason. And then for the premium track, you'll unlock MF Doom's mask as a back bling, which is pretty unique, pretty cool. For 9,000 festival points, you'll unlock the Graveyard Song Spray. Gives you a better look at the upcoming final instrument in the pass. And if you're on the premium track, you'll unlock the Rap Snitch Kanish's Jam track. Obviously, I believe this is MF Doom's biggest song, so, you know, obviously had to be the MF Doom song of the pass, you know? For 10,000 festival points, you'll unlock the B-Day Beats Jam track for free. You know, classic song, you know? This would just be pretty neat to have in the game. And then if you're on the premium track, you'll unlock the Mad Villainous guitar, which got a unique vibe. Got MF Doom written there on the guitar, you know, looks pretty cool. And then finally for 11,000 festival points, you'll unlock the Skull Trooper Scepter microphone for free. Pretty unique looking instrument right there. And then if you own the premium track, you'll unlock the God Emperor edit style for MF Doom. Obviously a reference to God Emperor Doom from Marvel, because MF Doom's obviously inspired by Marvel, you know? Alright, now we get into the item shop stuff. So we have the Mad Villainy bundle, which is 2,800 V-Bucks, and you get everything you see here. First, we have the Mad Villain MF Doom outfit for 1,500 V-Bucks. It would have the, colored style, and then you'd have the monochrome style. I believe that's monochrome. Grayscale style. I don't know where I'm getting monochrome from. You also have the Lego style there, reference to the Mad Villainy album cover, looks pretty cool. And for the back, we can get the Born Like This back bling, which is similar to the Festival Pass one, but I think it only makes sense, This is like the mask on like the Born Like This album, so, it looks cool. For the emote, we'd have that Rap Snitch Kanish's emote for 500 V-Bucks. It would obviously play the song, and I think it'd be pretty cool. We also have the Mad Villainy rap for 300 V-Bucks, which would go with the two edit styles, The back half kind of looks like the colored style, and the front half obviously looks like the grayscale one. And then finally, we have the MF Doom instruments in the item shop. We have the Fantastic Guitar for 800 V-Bucks, which is obviously a reference to Mr. Fantastic, a character on some of MF Doom's songs. Obviously inspired by the Fantastic Four, but that's like kind of MF Doom's image based on Marvel, so obviously there's gonna be some similarities. And then we have the Food for Thought microphone for 800 V-Bucks, which is a reference to the Food album cover. You got the bottle there, then connected to like the finest bowl, which is on the cover. Pretty unique reference in my opinion. And now we have the jam tracks. So first we have MF Doom and Pebbles the Invisible Girls Doomsday. Then we have MF Doom and Mad Libs all caps, MF Doom Rhymes Like Dimes, MF Doom That's That, MF Doom and Count Basie Potholders, MF Doom's Vomit Spit, MF Doom and Mr. Fantastic's Rap Snitch Kanish's, which is in the Festival Pass, MF Doom and Mad Lab's Meat Grinder, and then MF Doom and Mad Lib's One Beer, which would be in the item shop bundle. Alright, so as we usually do it, we have a slide to just kind of go like over everything, and yeah, let's get straight into it. So first we have an overall look at the entire Festival Pass. Pretty good stuff in this one, I'd say. For the purchase bonus, you'll get the Russell Hobbs outfit for 1,800 V-Bucks, obviously. Festival Pass, got the Lego style and everything, Pretty cool looking skin in my opinion. For 1,000 Festival points, you'll get the Plastic Beach loading screen for free, and if you own the premium track, you'll get the Demon Days loading screen. Here's a better look at that first loading screen. Here's a better look at the second one. For 2,000 Festival points, you'll unlock the Electrified Jam Track for free, one of my personal favorite Epic Games original jam tracks, or lobby musics I should say. And if you own the premium track, you'll unlock the Murdoch Nichols outfit. The Lego style there too, looks pretty cool. For 3,000 Festival points, you'll unlock the Purple Punch Aura. Simple aura, but gets the job done, you know what I'm saying? If you own the premium track, you'll unlock the On Melancholy Hill Jam Track, which, pretty cool song. For 4,000 Festival points, you'll unlock the Fortnite Festival banner for free. And if you own the premium track, you'll unlock the Rainbow Flow Aura, which looks pretty interesting in my opinion. For 5,000 Festival points, you'll unlock the Symbolism emote for free, which is currently a leaked demo in the files that I just thought looked pretty cool, so, thought to throw it in here. And if you're on the premium track, you'll get the 2D emoticon. Nothing too crazy there, just emoticon. For 6,000 Festival points, you'll unlock the Unreal Chill Jam Track for free. Definitely an underrated music track in my opinion. Should definitely add this as a jam track one day. And if you're on the premium track, you'll get the Russell's PZ Kit drum set, which looks pretty neat in my opinion. Looks pretty cool. For 7,000 Festival points, you unlock the Breakdown emoticon for free. Nothing too crazy, just a cool little emoticon. And if you're on the premium track, you'll unlock the Clint Eastwood Jam Track, one of their bigger songs, so it's pretty cool to have. For 8,000 Festival points, you unlock the Sparks Aura for free. Nothing too crazy, another simple aura, just gets the job done. And if you're on the premium track, you'll unlock the Gorillas banner. For 9,000 Festival points, you'll unlock the Mountains spray for free. Get a little sneak peek at the max reward free instrument there. And if you're on the premium track, you'll unlock the Noodle outfit, as you can see there, the Lego style and everything. For 10,000 Festival points, you'll unlock the Hypnotic Jam Track for free. I'm not a crazy big fan of this one, but could be cool. And if you're on the premium track, you'll unlock Noodle's Vintage Sunburst Ibanez guitar. Bit of a mouthful right there, but the guitar looks pretty cool, so it's pretty neat. And finally, for 11,000 Festival points, you'll unlock the Glacier guitar for free. Looks pretty unique in my opinion. And if you're on the premium track, you'll unlock the Stewart 2D pot outfit. Looks pretty cool. Obviously like the main vocalist for the band, Alright, now we're getting into the item shop stuff. So here we have the Demon Days bundle, which would be 3,400 V-Bucks. So first up, we have the Demon Days Russell outfit for 1,500 V-Bucks, looks pretty cool. And then you have the Demon Drum backbling that comes with him, which, looks pretty neat in my opinion. Obviously see the main inspiration for the skins on the drum right there. Next, you have Demon Days Murdoch for 1,500 V-Bucks, and he comes with the Plastic Beach back bling. Looks pretty unique in my opinion. Next up, we have Demon Days Noodle, which would also be 1,500 V-Bucks and will come with Noodle's mask as a back bling. And then for the final skin, we have Demon Days 2D, which would be 1,500 V-Bucks and come with a Plastic Beach at Night variant as a back bling. Next up, we have the instruments, which would be the El Diablo bass for 800 V-Bucks and the Song Machine keytar for 800 V-Bucks. And then we have the self-titled rap for 300 V-Bucks, a reference to their self-titled album, Got that nice camo pattern, you know, it's pretty cool. And then we have the jam tracks. First we have Gorilla's Trans, Gorilla's Dare, Gorilla's Dirty Harry, Gorilla's Oh Green World, Gorilla's Plastic Beach, Gorilla's November Has Come, Gorilla's Clint Eastwood, which would be in the Festival Pass, Gorilla's On Melancholy Hill, which would also be in the Festival Pass, and finally Gorilla's Rhinestone Eyes, which would be in the item shop bundle. Alright, so as we usually do, we have a slideshow to kind of just go over everything, and yeah, let's get straight into it. So first, here is an overall view of the entire pass. As you can see, it's pretty stacked, got some pretty good rewards in here, if I do say so myself. For the purchase bonus of the pass, you'll get the Ray Stance outfit, and obviously comes Lego style. For 1000 ectoplasm, which is the point system, I guess you could say, for this pass, you'll get the Slimer emoticon for free, and the Slimer Scare loading screen if you own the premium track. For 2000 ectoplasma, you will get the Ecto Keytar for free, and if you own the premium track, you get the Slimer edit style for that Keytar. Which, you know, in my opinion, I think this Keytar actually looks pretty cool. I know people don't really like instruments, but we've had an instrument in like every every mini pass event since Chapter 5 Season 1, so I think it would fit, in my personal opinion. 3000 ectoplasma, you just get 2 level up tokens if you own the premium track, 1 if you own the free track, you know, pretty stereotypical for mini pass. 4000 ectoplasma will get you the mini Slimer backblink for free, and the Egon Spengler outfit if you own the premium track. Obviously comes with Lego style as well, you know, and yeah, it's pretty good rewards here, in my opinion. For 5000 ectoplasma, you get 2 level up tokens once again. For 6000 ectoplasma, you get the Stay Puffed spray for free, and if you're on the premium track, you'll get the Slime Blower back bling. Pretty interesting back bling there, if I do say so myself. For 7000 ectoplasma, you'll get 2 level up tokens once again. For 8000 ectoplasma, you get the Ghostbusters loading screen for free, and if you're in the premium track, you get the Ghostbusters Jam Track, hosted by Ray Parker Jr. Obviously the main theme of like Ghostbusters in general, you know. For 9000 ectoplasma, you'll get the Proton Glove pickaxe for free, a newer kind of Ghostbuster item, but you know, I think it fits, you know. And if you're on the premium track, you'll get the Winston Xenomorph outfit, obviously coming with the Lego style as well. For 10,000 ectoplasma, you'll get another 2 level up tokens, and finally for 11,000 ectoplasma, you'll get the Ecto 1 car body for free, and if you're on the premium track, you'll get the Peter Venkman outfit. There's also a challenge reward. If you complete a bunch of challenges during this event, you would get the Frozen Empire back bling, obviously reference to one of the newer movies, you know. Alright, now we're getting to the item shop stuff. First bundle we have here is the Stay Puffed bundle for 2,000 V-Bucks. First, we have the Stay Puffed Marshmallow Man outfit for 1,500 V-Bucks. Obviously comes with a Lego style there, and it comes with the back bling Mini Puffed. Now this back bling was actually used like some promotional material, I believe, for some Ghostbuster challenges back in like 2020 or something, and they never released it as like a back bling. It was just kind of modeled there for some reason, but you know, I decided to turn it into a back bling because it kind of looks like a back bling, you know. For 800 V-Bucks, you'll be able to get the Marshmallow Mic. That obviously fits in the theme with the Marshmallow Man, you know. And then for 300 V-Bucks, you'll get the Stay Puffed wrap. Also, if you buy the bundle, you'll get a bonus Stay Puffed banner, just a little bonus to throw on top of everything else, you know. And then we have the Ghostbusters gear bundle for 1,200 V-Bucks. There are 2 back blings in this bundle. There is the Ghostbusters emblem back bling for 400 V-Bucks, as well as the Slimer emblem back bling for another 400 V-Bucks. We have the Ghostbuster pickaxe for 800 V-Bucks, just a little fun little pickaxe I decided to make, you know. And then finally, we have the Slimer wrap for 500 V-Bucks. Pretty interesting wrap, you know. Obviously meant to be like a Slimer kind of thing, you know. Alright, as I normally do, I'm going to be going over a slideshow just to kind of have everything in one place, and yeah, let's get straight into it. So first, we have an overview of the entire pass. As you can see here, definitely got some decent stuff in this pass in my opinion. For the purchase bonus, you have the Patrick Wilson outfit. Definitely an interesting outfit, you know, kind of clean, you know. It's based off the Red album cover, if you could not tell. It's where the inspiration for the outfit comes from. For tier 1, we have the Blossom Aura on the free track and the Courtney guitar on the premium track. Now, I know the Courtney guitar has some pretty weird stuff in the back, but you could just remove it in game because no one's going to be looking at the back of the guitar anyways, you know. It's you never see the back of the guitar, okay? Just remove it, you know. That's all you gotta do. Tier 2, you have the Galactic microphone for free, and in the premium track, you have the Ocean Man Jam track by Wee. You might recognize this song from the end of the SpongeBob movie. This is the song that plays in the credits, and yeah, it's a pretty good song, you know. I think it'd be interesting to have in the game. For tier 3, we have the Best Mace Jam track for free, and if you're on the premium track, you get the Scott Schreiner outfit. Definitely an interesting design there, also based off the Red album cover, so you know, pretty cool there. For tier 4, if you have the free track, which everyone should have the free track, you'll get the Blue Album wrap for free. Definitely a nice little reference there. And then if you own the premium track, you get the Iron Man Jam track by Black Sabbath. You know, pretty interesting, pretty iconic song, and yeah, just be nice to have in the game. For tier 5, you get the Falling Stars Jam track for free, and if you own the premium track, you get the Weezer Tag spray. Nothing too crazy, just a neat little spray. For tier 6, you'll get the Note Streak aura for free. Definitely one of my favorite auras I've designed for the series, in my opinion. And if you're in the premium track, you got the Hit Me With Your Best Shot jam track by Pat Benatar. This would be her second song in the game, I believe. And yeah, just another classic song. For tier 7, you'll get the Larger Than Life jam track for free. And if you own the premium track, you'll get the Buddy Holly emote. Now this emote, I would imagine it would start with the Weezer riff, you know, and then it would just loop like the chorus to Buddy Holly over and over again, while you do some like weird little dance, you know. So I think that'd be cool. Pretty interesting emote. Would be nice to have. For tier 8, you'd get the L'Amazing emote for free. This emote is actually in the files right now. It's leaked, but it has not come out yet, so I just thought I'd put it in the past, you know. And if you're in the premium track, you get Shriner's Fender Precision Bass, which is obviously a bass, you know. Definitely an interesting design. A bit of a basic bass, but you know, it's based off a real life bass, so it's kind of expected, but it's clean. It's clean. For tier 9, you'll get the Weezer emoticon for free. Interesting design, kind of representing all the different color albums, you know. And then if you own the premium track, you get the Island in the Sun jam track, obviously by Weezer, you know. I believe this is like their most streamed song on Spotify, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, just be a nice song to have in the game. For tier 10, you get the IO Attack jam track for free. And if you own the premium track, you'll get Pat's Ludwig Vistalite blue drum kit. This drum kit would actually be interesting because the tom setup's a bit different than like every other drum kit in the game. Normally each drum kit has like 2 toms attached to the kick drum, but this one has a separate stand for 1 tom that has 2 floor toms. So a bit of an interesting setup. I believe it would probably have some unique animations, but you know, it'd be cool. It'd be cool to have. For tier 11, if you have the free track, which everyone should have the free track, as I've already said. I don't know, I keep saying that. You'll get the Cosmic Kit drums for free. Definitely a very nice design there too. And if you're in the premium track, you'll get the Rivers Cuomo outfit, obviously based off the Red album once again. So this is my first time doing wristband quests. Obviously I don't know if we have them this season, but we have had them for quite a few seasons now. And yeah, these will be the rewards. You get the Star Strings guitar, Space Bass bass, and the Galaxy Key keytar. Just kind of fill out the set, you know. Alright, now we're into the item shop stuff. This would be the Weezer bundle for 3,000 V-Bucks, and you get everything you see here. So the outfits are the Armored Pat outfit for 1,500 V-Bucks, the Armored Rivers outfit for 1,500 V-Bucks, and the Armored Scott outfit for 1,500 V-Bucks. Each have 3 edit styles, one for the blue album, one for the green album, and one for the red album, as well as their accompanying Lego style, because obviously it's modern day Fortnite. Everybody's getting the Lego style. Unless you're too adult for Lego, you know, whatever. I don't care about that rule. And yeah, I definitely like how these skins turned out. I think it's interesting. Kind of gives me like same kind of vibe as like the item shop Metallica skins have, where they're just kind of like armored up versions of like the normal skins, you know. It's kind of what these skins give me. It's kind of the vibe they give me. And then for the accessories, we have the green album wrap for 300 V-Bucks, the red album wrap for 300 V-Bucks, and the Weezer Whammer pickaxe with 3 different edit styles, with a blue, red, and green fog, I guess you could call it, edit styles. Can't really see the blue one that well because it's on a blue background, but you can kind of see it if you just look at like the edge of the pickaxe, you know. Interesting pickaxe, a little bit basic, but you know, I think it does its job well. And now we have all the jam tracks. So obviously we'd have Weezer's Hash Pipe, Weezer Pork and Beans, which would be in the item shop bundle, Weezer's Beverly Hills, Weezer's My Name is Jonas, Weezer's Feels Like Summer, Weezer's I Just Threw Out the Love of My Dreams, Weezer's Island in the Sun, which would be in the Festival Pass, or Music Pass, I know, I guess it's called, Weezer's El Scorcho, and Weezer's Pink Triangle. So this may not be a typical concept video, but you know, we're still gonna do it the same exact way, slideshow and everything, and yeah, let's go straight into the video. So first, we have a look at the new reload map that I came up with. Obviously, snow theme, you gotta have a few of the OG snow POIs. You know, you got Polar Peak in the middle. Only makes sense. You know, it's the only one that really fits there, in my opinion. Frosty Flights is on this map, obviously. And then we have Happy Hamlet on its own, like, little secluded island over there, you know? Just, you know, chilling out. You know, doing its thing. We do have Glidey Grove, which is the Greasy Grove, like, Frozen Over version, as a named POI on this map. You know, I think it makes sense. There wasn't really a lot of good, like, big enough snow landmarks from, like, Chapter 1 that really worked in this map. So it's, like, the best, like, landmark I come up with. I didn't want to come up with, like, too many new POIs for this, so that's kind of where the new POIs, or, like, the landmarks kind of cut off. That was the only one I could come up with, so whatever, you know. Frozen Factory, this would be kind of like a Flush Factory POI, but frozen because it's snowy this time, you know what I'm saying? Present Paradise, kind of like a workshop kind of vibe, kind of POI, you know? Makes sense for a snow map. Shiver Shelters, kind of like just a generic little town POI, you know, obviously going with the snow theme of the names. Hilly Hockey, a little like hockey rink area on top of a hill, obviously. And then Crackshot's Camp. This would be like a camp POI. Obviously, you reference the Crackshot's Cabin, which is not big enough for it to be its own main POI, but maybe it'll be like a landmark somewhere, who knows. We also have like Frozen Over Tilted in the bottom of the map, bottom middle of the map. Just thought it'd be a nice little addition, you know? Alright, on to the reload pass that I came up with. So obviously here, you just get like an overall view of everything that would be in this pass, and yeah, let's get straight into it. The purchase bonus would be the Ice King Reloaded outfit, which comes with the Lego style, of course. And yeah, I think this skin looks really, really neat in my opinion. I think it's a really well done skin in my opinion. For tier 1, if you have the free track, which everyone has the free track, obviously, you would have the Icy Reboot emoticon, and if you're on the premium track, you get the Red Ice Reboot wrap. Clean looking wrap there. I think it would be just a nice addition to the game. Tier 2, we have the rebooted Contrail for free. Obviously, whole reload kind of vibe, you know, gotta have the reboot like cubes as a Contrail, obviously. And then if you're on the premium track, you'll get the Red Icy Shield back bling edit style. So this would be a style to an item we'll get to later on in this pass. Tier 3, we have the King's Glare Spray and the Red Ice Stare emoticon. Just nothing crazy, just filler rewards basically, but you know, they're there. For tier 4, we have the Icy Shield backbling. This is the original version of the Red Ice Shield edit style I just showed you. This would be free. The red version would be paid for or premium. And yeah, then for the premium track, you would get the Season 7 throwback loading screen. Kind of giving the same vibe as that one Dusty Depot loading screen, but this time it's with Frosty Fights, and yeah, just pretty nice in my opinion. Here's just a better look at the loading screen in case you wanted to get a better look, you know. Then for tier 5, we would get the Frosty Return loading screen for free, and the Red Ice Cold Crusher pickaxe edit style for the premium track, which will have a normal version, which you can kind of see in the loading screen there already, actually. So, you know, just be a nice addition. Here's a better look at that loading screen, by the way, just in case you wanted a better look, you know. For tier 6, you'd get the Durr Burger toy for free, just kind of like an icy version of the Durr Burger toy from, I believe, the Season 7 Battle Pass. And if you're in the premium track, you get the Red Ice Cold Keytar edit style. Obviously another situation where we have a edit style for a later on reward in the free track. For tier 7, you'd get the Frostboot wrap for free, and if you're on the premium track, you get the Royal Breakdown emote, which would have a song that you're actually hearing in the background right now. For tier 8, this would be the original Cold Crusher pickaxe for free, and you get the Red Ice Stallion edit style for the glider, which we'll see in a little bit. For tier 9, you'd get the Cold Keytar for free. Obviously the normal version for the Red Ice one I showed you already. And then you'd also get the Ice King banner if you own the premium track. For tier 10, you get the King's Return Jam track for free, which is the same song as the Royal Breakdown emo, which I just showed you. It should currently be playing in the background. And then we have the Red Reboot Spray if you own the premium track. And for the final reward, you'd get the Sculpted Stallion Glider for free, the normal version of the Red Ice version I showed you earlier. And then if you own the premium track, you get the Red Ice King Reloaded edit style for the Ice King Reloaded outfit. Alright, just like we did in the last reload map concept video, just gonna have a slideshow to just kind of go over everything that I have come up with for this concept. So first, we obviously have the map, the brand new Slurp, or Swamp, themed map. And there are 9 POIs. Some of them might seem familiar, some of them are kind of original. So yeah, let's just go over them. So first, obviously in the middle, we have Slurpy Swamp. You know, when I think of Swamp POIs, this is the first one, mainly because it has Swamp in the name. But, you know, what can you really do? That's just how the game works. Slurpy Swamp. Iconic Swamp POI. We also have Junk Junction returning. Was never really a Swamp POI, but I feel like it fit the kind of vibe we were going for, so I brought it into this map. Then you have Moisty Mire, the other iconic Swamp POI. It is literally just a swamp. That's what Moisty Mire is. Flush Factory returning. You know, kind of another not swamp POI that kind of fits the vibe, although it kind of was a swamp POI in chapter 2 when it came back as a landmark, but that's besides the point. We have a few landmarks that I have turned into fully named POIs for this map. We have Logjam Woodworks, which it bordered Slurpy Swamp, so it kind of is a swamp POI, sort of, so I put it on this map. Pummeled Prison, which would just be the prison from chapter 1, which was in the swamp biome, so you know it fits. And then we have 3 kind of original POIs. Filthy Films would be the film sets that were in Moisty Mire, kind of that kind of vibe, you know, just thought it would fit nicely into this map. Shanty Shacks would kind of be like a reimagined version of like the Shanty Town that was kind of by Slurpy Swamp in chapter 2. It wouldn't be like the exact same POI, but it would be like sort of what Adobe Abodes is like to Westworld was in chapter 1, you know? That's kind of what this POI would be. And then Froggy Facility is basically the factory buildings that were by the dam in chapter 2. So it's not the whole POI, it's just the buildings, but, you know, thought it's still a fun addition. So yeah, pretty nice looking map in my opinion. I think this would definitely be fun to play on. And just like I did with the last video, we are gonna have a reload pass. And yeah, let's just get straight into it. You can obviously see a full overview of everything you'd get in this pass right here. So first, we have the purchase bonus, which would be the Ripley Reloaded outfit, which definitely looks pretty nice in my opinion. I'm definitely a fan of how this one turned out. And yeah, let's continue. First, we have the Shelly emoticon, which would be free for the first reward of the pass. And then we would have the Sludge Tactics wrap, which would be part of the premium track. And I really like how this wrap turned out. I think it would be definitely a fun wrap to use in game. And yeah, just overall fan of how this one turned out. For tier 2, we would have the Swamp Stuff Contrail for free. You know, kind of fitting the vibe of like the swamp kind of vibe. And then we'd have the Sludge Shelly Back Bling edit style. This would be a red edit style to a back bling we're going to see in the free track later on. So this it looks nice in my opinion. Definitely think it looks good. Tier 3, nothing too exciting here. We have the Merman Spray for free. And if you're in the premium track, you get the Slurp Shot emoticon. Interesting emoticon, just nothing too crazy. For tier 4, we get the Slurp Shelly backbling for free. This is the backbling I was talking about. That was the original to the tier 2 edit style. And then we have the Moisty Memories loading screen for the premium track. Just, you know, a nice little throwback to Moisty Meyer, even though it would be on the map again. And it's in the game right now in OG, so it's not really like a memory, you know, it's the vibe makes sense, you know what I'm saying? And here's just a better look at that loading screen. Then tier 5, we have another loading screen, this time in the free track. We have the Ripley Reloaded loading screen for free, which shows just all the nice little stuff we're going to see later on in the pass. And for the premium track, we have the Sludge Knife Pickaxe edit style, which would be a red edit style to a pickaxe we're going to see later on in the free track, which you can kind of already see in the loading screen right there. And here's just a better look at the loading screen. For tier 6, we get the Reboot Back Bling. Doesn't really have anything to do with, you know, this will like Slurp Ripley kind of vibe, but reload pass, you know, kind of fits the vibe of reload. Makes sense. Shocked we don't have something like this in the game already, but you know, just thought it would be a good addition. And then for the premium check, you get the Sludgy Strummer guitar style, which would be another red edit style to an item we'll see later on in the pass. For tier 7, we have the Slurp Tactics wrap for free, which would be the blue version of the Sludge Tactics wrap I already showed you. Once again, just a fan of how this one turned out. I think it turned out really nice. And then from the premium track, you'd get the Chug Jug With You emote. Now this is kind of just like a little meme, just thought it would fit in, but you know, just a little fun little meme emote. You know, just kind of a vibe, you know, kind of fits the whole like Slurp theme of this pass anyways, so just kind of fits in. For tier 8, we have the Slurp Knife Pickaxe. This is the original version of the Sludge Knife edit style I showed you earlier. And then we have the Sludgy Sailor Glider style in the premium track, which is another red edit style to a later on item in the pass. And yeah, looks pretty nice, just a basic glider, but you know, does its job. For tier 9, we have the Slurpy Strummer guitar for free, which is the default version of the Sludgy Strummer I showed you earlier. And then in the premium track, we would have the Ripley banner, just fun little banner. Nothing too crazy here though. For tier 10, we'd have the Chug Jug With You jam track for free. Another just kind of meme reward, but you know, thought it fit the vibe. And then for the premium track, we have the Sludge Shell Spray, just kind of a filler reward, but you know, it does its job and it looks pretty decent in my opinion. And for the final reward of the pass, you'd get the Slurpy Sailor Glider for free, which is the default version of the Sludgy Sailor I showed you earlier, and it looks nice in my opinion. And then we have the Sludge Reloaded outfit style for Ripley Reloaded, which looks cool in my opinion. I think the blue version is better in my opinion, but I just like blue more, so you should leave a comment, tell me which one you prefer down below. Alright, so as usual as I do in these concept videos, I'm just going to have a slideshow to just kind of go over everything I've come up with for this concept. So yeah, let's get straight into the video. So first we have the GNX bundle, which would be 2,000 V-Bucks and would come with everything you see on screen right here. So first, we would have the GNX Kendrick outfit for 1,500 V-Bucks, and it would come with the 616 back bling. Both these items have 3 edit styles. You have the colored version, you have the grayscale version, and you have the certified diamond version, which I'm calling these variants because every skin's gonna have a certified diamond version in this video, just so you're aware. And then we have 2 more items. We have the diamond humbled keytar for 800 V-Bucks, which is a reskin of the original humbled keytar that I made for my Kendrick Lamar Festival Pass video. You should definitely go check that out after you're done with this video. You should check out all the Festival Pass videos I've made after this video, but that's the first one, so it's just the most interesting. And then we have the Squabble Up jam track for 500 V-Bucks, one of the, I'd say, more popular songs off of the new album. So yeah, just a nice old jam track to throw in there. Next, we have the Chromacopia bundle, which would also be 2,000 V-Bucks and would come with everything you're seeing on screen here. First, we have the Saint Chroma outfit for 1,500 V-Bucks, which would come with a color version, a monochrome version, not grayscale, even though it kind of looks grayscale here. There's little tint yellow, you know, it's monochrome. technically. And then we have a certified diamond edit style as well. The back bling would be the chroma container, which would have the same exact edit styles, and yeah, I think this set comes out pretty nice. We also have an instrument and a jam check. We have the Diamond Magic Wand microphone for 800 V-Bucks. Another reskin of a festival. I don't think this one was in the festival pass. I believe this was the item shop bundle that came up with that video. But this would be another instrument reskin for the Tyler the Creator set. And then Saint Chroma would be the jam track for the bundle. Next we have Fighting Demons bundle for 2300 V-Bucks, a little bit more expensive. And we'll go with everything you're seeing here. Now I know that Juice WRLD is like actually in the game now, but he wasn't one of the my Festival Pass concept videos, so this is gonna be like taking that into account. Just so you know. So first we have the Demons Juice WRLD outfit for 1800 V-Bucks, and it would come with the Hunter Blade back bling and pickaxe. On the left you could see the pickaxe with its 3 edit styles, and on the right you could see the back bling with its 3 edit styles. You know, got the 999 on the little holster for the back bling, you know, looks pretty nice. Obviously we have the kind of gray scale outfit version. We have the, what I'm calling like the Demon Hunter version, and then we have the Certified Diamond version. So pretty interesting looking styles right there. And then we also have a instrument and jam track. We have the Diamond Wishing Well bass for 800 V-Bucks, another Festival Pass reskin that I made, and the Burn jam track for 500 V-Bucks. I'd say that's probably one of the more popular songs off that album, so you know it fits. Now we have the Food bundle for 2000 V-Bucks, back down to the 2000 V-Buck price point. First we have the Rap Snitch Doom outfit for 1500 V-Bucks. First we have the Rap Snitch Doom outfit for 1500 V-Bucks, and it comes with the Food Bowl back bling. Obviously we have the normal edit style, we have the God Emperor edit style, which is a reference to God Emperor Doom from Marvel, you know, because MF Doom's based off Dr. Doom, you know, kind of that whole vibe. And then we have the Certified Diamond edit style as well. There you can also see the edit styles for the back bling. You got the normal, the God Emperor version, and the Certified Diamond version. And yeah, looks pretty clean. Next, we also have another base. We have the Diamond Doomsday base for 800 V-Bucks. Another reskin of a Festival Pass instrument I made for MF Doom. And then we have the Accordion Jam Track for 500 V-Bucks. Now, the bundle jam tracks weren't the only ones I made for this concept, so let's just kind of go over all the jam tracks. We have MF Doom and Madlib's Accordion. We have MF Doom's Cookies. We have Gorilla's Double Bass. I know I didn't make any Gorilla skins for this video, but if I wanted to get this out on time, I couldn't really do that, so we'll just leave it at where I put it. Then we have Kendrick Lamar's Squabble Up, Kendrick Lamar and Lefty Gunplay's TV Off, Tyler the Creator's Saint Chroma, Tyler the Creator, Glorilla, Sexy Reds, and Lil Wayne's Sticky, Juice WRLD's Burn, and Juice WRLD's Cigarettes. Alright, to start off with, we have the Kendrick Lamar skins, the original ones I made. This was my first ever full-length concept video on this channel, and yeah. So I did split all the edit styles for the skins into different spots just so I could rank them separately, but first we have the default Kendrick Lamar edit style. This was the one I made for the purchase bonus for the pass. And I'd put this one at A. The only reason I'm not giving it S is because it's kind of a basic skin, you know? It's just a guy in a white shirt at the end of the day, you know? Nothing too crazy. Same sort of thing can be said for the first Mr. Morale edit style, which is why I'm putting it in A2. It's basically the same thing, but with like different colored pants and the crown on the head. But I think the other Mr. Morale style I came up with is an S tier. I love this one. I think it's so creative, so cool, so unique. And I'm just a fan of it, you know? Then we have the item shop Kendrick Lamar outfit I came up with. This was, I believe, the West Coast Kendrick outfit, I called it. And I'm gonna put this on S tier. You know, it's nothing super flashy, but I just think the outfit's really nice. And yeah, I think it's the best Kendrick outfit I've come up with, in my opinion. Alright, next I have the Tyler the Creator skins I came up with for the original concept. First, we have just the normal Tyler the Creator outfit. Another A tier skin. It's kind of similar to the Kendrick skin where it's just a guy in a white shirt, but this time he has a green hat. So, you know, nothing crazy. The Flower Boy edit style, though, I'm going to put an S tier. I just think the idea of like the galaxy pattern with like a field of flowers is just like so unique, and I just think it's a really fun idea, in my opinion. Next, we have the Igor skin with the 2 edit styles. The black and white one, the grayscale one, the one based on the album cover, I'm gonna put an A. You know, it's pretty clean in my opinion. It does its job well, but you know, nothing crazy. The same thing can be said for the Earthquake edit style, another A tier edit style. It does its job, but you know, I just don't think it's better than any of these, you know? My personal opinion. Alright, so now we have the Juice WRLD concept. This is crazy because this is the only one of these like concepts I've come up with that's actually like made it into the game somehow, which is kind of crazy. I don't know how Juice WRLD was the one that got in the game, but you know, whatever. We're still gonna rank these skins as if Juice WRLD wasn't in the game. So first, this is actually the one that's most similar to his actual in-game skin. This is the Festival Pass version I came up with, and this is the default edit style, and I'm gonna throw it in S tier. It's just, up until that point, was like the most detailed skin I've come up with for a Festival Pass concept, and I just think it turned out really nice, in my opinion. Next, we have the Lucid Dreams, I believe, or it was Legends Never Die edit style, I think it was actually called. It was something like that. And this is based off the Legends Never Die album cover with like the sunset in the back, you know? Got bright blue skin on him now. And yeah, I just think it looks good. I don't think it's as good as the original. I just don't think the flashiness works out as well on this one as it does like the Tyler edit style. So I think I'm going to put this one lower than the original edit style in my opinion. And then we have the Death Race Juice outfit, which I'm going to throw in A tier. Actually, I'm going to do a little bit of a rearranging. I'm going to throw the two Kendrick edit styles and the Tyler skin down in B. And yeah, I think that's more balanced. This Death Race Juice outfit, it's kind of crazy how I come up with like this like orange outfit. I didn't really come up with it. It was based off an album cover, but you know what I'm saying. An orange Juice WRLD outfit for the secondary version, and then we got an orange secondary Juice WRLD skin, which is kind of crazy to think about. I'm just like that good at predicting stuff, I guess. When it comes to Juice WRLD, I guess I'm not really good at predicting literally anything else on this list. But you know, what can you really do? This one is good, but I think the Festival Pass version is just way better in my opinion. So that's why I'm not putting it any higher. Alright, next I have a pretty out of left field video I made. This was my SpongeBob concept, and first we're just going to go over the event pass skins, which was SpongeBob as the purchase bonus, and I'm going to put this one in S tier. Hot take, I know, but I think this skin turns out really well. The way I did it was I basically made SpongeBob like normal size, like how he would actually be sized in this game, but I made his legs like being like bubble legs, so he could actually be like normal height. And it'd feel like he would kind of have like the same kind of like hitbox as like Peely does, you know? That's how I kind of envision the skin working, but yeah. I just think the skin turned out really nice, and I'm very proud of how it turned out. Doodle Bob, same kind of story, but I just don't think his design is as interesting as SpongeBob's design, so I'm gonna throw him in B tier. You know, not bad, but SpongeBob's just way better in my opinion. Alright, now we have Patrick. He has two edit styles. He has the normal Patrick and the ripped version, based on the that one wrestling episode, or the Fry Cook Games I believe it was called, that episode. Patrick's normal edit style, I'm gonna put it in A tier. You know, it's a faithful representation of how Patrick actually looks in this show, but it also fits Fortnite's like whole kind of like proportions, you know what I'm saying? Like it fits, it works in the game, and I think it turned out pretty nice. His buff ripped style, I'm not too big of a fan of it looking back, so I'm probably gonna throw that one in C tier. Just not as crazy in my opinion, but you know, what can you really do? What can you really do about it? Then we have two more item shop skins I come up with for that video. We have Squidward, and I'm gonna throw Squidward in C tier. You know, I just feel like the art on this one could have been done better, you know? Just not a fan of how I rendered Squidward. And same thing could be said with Sandy. I just feel like I could have rendered them better if I spent more time on it, but you know, what can you really do? Alright, next we have my Pharrell Williams concept, the normal Festival Pass version. I'm gonna throw in D, you know? It's fine. It's nothing crazy. It's just the outfit is not something I'm too big of a fan of now looking back. Like the actual outfit I based it on, not too big of a fan. I feel like I could have done something better, but you know, what can you really do? What can you really do now? It's too late now. The Cloudy edit style, which was the final version for the end of the Festival Pass, is a bit better, so I'll throw it in C tier, but still, it's got the same outfit generally, so, you know, what can you do? Then we have Lucky Pharrell, I believe I call this outfit, and A tier. I think it's the best one I came up with, and I think it's really solid. I think it turned out really nice too, because I like the nice shiny suit kind of effect that he does in the Get Lucky music video, and yeah, just a big fan of how this one turned out. Alright, next we have my MF Doom Festival Pass video. So first we have original green MF Doom. This one I'm gonna throw this one in A tier as well. I just think it's like a very faithful representation of how MF Doom would actually be like represented in this game if you were added today. Like I feel like the skin looks nice, it's accurate, it's just an overall really good representation, and it looks like it would be an interesting skin to wear in game too. His God Emperor edit style, I'm gonna throw in B. You know, same things I said as the normal edit style, but I still feel like the color scheme works as well for MF Doom with this one, you know? I just feel like the green one was more iconic as like Doom, you know? Then we have the item shop version. I believe this was the Mad Villain Doom, and this is based off the Mad Villainy album cover, and I'm not really a fan of either of these. I think the Festival Pass version is way better, and I don't know, it just feels kind of basic. I feel like it doesn't capture the same vibe as the Festival Pass version, you know? Alright, next we have, I believe, the biggest, like, collab video I made for this. This would be the Gorillaz Festival Pass concept video. So we have 8 skins total. These are all separate skins. These aren't like edit styles of each other, because that's how they would work in game. But first we have Russell. I believe this is Russell. I believe so, yeah. This is Russell. And I'm honestly a pretty big fan of how this one turned out. I'd probably throw this one in S tier, actually. I think it's really nice looking. I think the whole outfit's kind of a vibe, you know? It's a really good skin, and especially since it's like the first skin you would unlock if you bought that Festival Pass, I think it turned out really nice. Same thing can be said about the Murdoch outfit, the Festival Pass version. I just like how detailed this outfit is, and it's just really fun in my opinion, you know? It's really fun skins right here. The Noodle outfit, I just feel like it could be better, you know? Could be a bit better. Just not a really big fan of like this outfit in general, you know? And then 2D, I'd probably put this one in B tier. Just, you know, it's faithful, but I just feel like the other one is just better in every way, you know what I'm saying? Now we have the Demon Days bundle outfits. The Demon Days, Russell, I'd probably put in B tier, you know? It just doesn't got the same pizzazz as the Festival Pass version, in my opinion. And same thing for the Demon Days Murdoch. I just feel like the Festival Pass versions of these two skins are just so much better. Demon Days Noodle, I think, is a great improvement on the Festival Pass version, so I'm gonna throw that one in S tier. I think it's actually really nice. And then same thing with Demon Days 2D. I think these two are really nice. So look at that. We have two of each set in S and B tier. Look at that. That just fits real nice. Alright, now we have the Ghostbuster skins, and I'm gonna be honest, I'm gonna throw them all in C tier, all of them, because they're all very similar. They're all basically the same skin, outside of the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, but I'll get to why I'm throwing him low in a second. They're all basically the same skin, so there's not really a lot of imagination here. I will say they are faithful, but we already have like 8 skins that look like these guys in the game, which is kind of weird. Why didn't they just add the actual Ghostbusters instead of just defaults and Ghostbuster outfits? I'll never understand that, but you know, we already have a bunch of skins that look like them in game, and I just feel like they're not too unique in my opinion, you know? They're all the same skin basically, so not really vibing with them, you know? I feel like it was a good video, but the skins are not the best in my opinion. And then Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, I just feel like he didn't render out as well as I hoped he would. I just feel like he's not as big, you know, which it's a Fortnite skin, so it can't really be that big, but you know what I mean? Like the proportions feel off looking at the skin. The legs just feel way too long, you know? So not really a fan of how this one turned out, but what can you do now? Alright, now we have Weezer, so it might look like they have a lot of skins here, but realistically, a bunch of these are just edit cells for the same skin, so we'll get through this fast. So first we have the Festival Pass versions, so this is Pat Wilson, the drummer, and I'll throw him in B, you know? I think it looks good, but the outfit's kind of basic, you know? So it's not my favorite. Scott Schreiner, this one we can put in A tier. I just think the outfit's a lot more unique. The shirts really bring in a lot to it, in my opinion, and yeah. And then Rivers, we'll put this one in B tier. Again, the outfit just isn't my favorite. It looks good and it looks like it's representing what's supposed to, which is the red album cover, but it just feels like it could be better. And now we have the item shop versions. There's only 3 skins here, but they each have like a red and green edit style, so we're gonna just zoom through these real quick. So we have the Armored Pat outfit, and I'm gonna throw this one in A tier. I'm gonna throw the red one in A tier too, and I'm gonna throw the green one in C tier. Actually, no, I'll throw it in B tier. I just don't feel like the color scheme works as well, you know? And I'm actually gonna do that with all of these. Actually, I might throw Rivers in S because I like the hat on Rivers. So I'll throw Rivers in S and his green one in A. So yeah, these skins are really solid in my opinion. I like how they turned out. I like the idea, the concept. They're kind of original ideas instead of just basing it off another album of theirs. So I think the uniqueness is there based on the different colors of like their albums. You know, you got the blue, red, and pink based off blue album, red album, green album. Why did I say pink? It's a different album. Yeah, I just think the blue and red ones look way nicer than the green one. I feel like the green one just doesn't come off as nice. Alright, now we have the first original skins of the video. So these are my Reload Pass concepts. So we have 2 Reload Pass skins to go over with 2 edit styles each. So first we have the Ice King Reloaded outfit, and I'm going to throw this one straight into S tier. Both styles. I think they're both really clean. This is one of my favorite skins that I've come up with this year. I'd probably put it near the top. I'd probably put it near the top, yeah. I actually think it might be my favorite that I made this year. It's just really nice in my opinion, and the skin just turned out so nice, bro. There's nothing else I can really say. It just looks so clean, and you really have to watch the video to really understand, bro. It's like so nice. Next we have Ripley Reloaded. So this was for the Swamp Map concept video, and this outfit's not as good in my opinion, but I still throw it in A. I think it looks nice. It's a nice reimagining of an older skin, and yeah. I'm just a fan of how this one turned out. It's not my favorite, but you know, it's good. It's good. Alright, now we have my most recent video, or concept video in this series. We have the Certified Diamond series of outfits. So these are all outfits based on my festival passes that I made throughout the year. We have 4 new outfits with 3 edit styles each. We have GNX Kendrick, which will be the first one, and I'm gonna throw this one in A. I'm gonna throw the colored version in A, then I'll throw the grayscale one in B, and I'll throw the Certified Diamond one in B too. So it's based on the GNX album cover, which is Kendrick's most recent album, which just came out like a month ago, I believe. And yeah, so obviously we have the colored version, which is kind of taking a bit of inspiration from the Squabble Up music video because the album cover is all grayscale, which is why there's a grayscale edit style. It looks good in my opinion. I think it turned out really nice, and yeah. And obviously the certified diamond version's there because it's the certified diamond like series of skins, you know. Just felt like it had to be done, you know. Next we have the Saint Chroma outfit, and I might actually put this one in S tier. I like how this one turned out. The monochrome one, I'll throw it in B tier. Same with the certified diamond one, they're not as good, but the default edit style, the colored version, looks really nice in my opinion. I'm just a big fan of how this one turned out, and yeah, just overall really enjoy this outfit. It would be really nice to see this one actually be in the game. All right, next we have Demon's Juice WRLD, and I'll throw this one in B, all of them in B, because they're all kind of the same level in my opinion. So these are based on the Fighting Demons album cover. This one has like the more accurate like gray scale outfit color scheme. This one's just kind of like an original color scheme I came up with, kind of based it off like, you know, demons, you know, kind of like demonish colors, you know, that's kind of like the whole idea of that outfit or edit style. And then the certified diamond, obviously, because certified diamond was the theme of the series or skins that I was making. And yeah, I just think it's a solid skin, but it's not my favorite, you know? Alright, now the final skins of the video, we have the Rap Snitch Doom outfit with 3 edit styles based on the Food album cover. The default version, the normal colored version, I'm actually going to put an S tier, as well as the God Emperor version. I think this color scheme works a lot better on this outfit than it does the original MF Doom outfit I made. I just like how the color scheme came out better on this one, you know? And it's more accurate to like an actual album cover. Obviously this one's based on the album cover and this one's just kind of a generic Doom outfit, but you know, this album cover outfit looks way better in my opinion, you know? And the God Emperor edit style, you know, kept it around because it made sense for the vibe, for the theme, you know? I feel like it fit nice. And then the certified diamond one, I'm gonna throw an A. You know, I just think it's the best looking outfit, so I think the diamond kind of color scheme fits this outfit way better than the other ones in my opinion. And yeah, that's my finished tier list. I will leave this tier list linked down below so you can rank my concepts. And yeah, if you want to make a video on it, you should tag me in it, and yeah, maybe I'll react to it, you know, who knows. But yeah, that's about it for this tier list. Alright, so like I have done for basically every concept video I've made, we have just a little slideshow to just kind of go over everything that's going to be in this video. So yeah, so first we obviously have a look at the new Reload jungle map. First we have some existing POIs that are coming back onto this map. We have Sunny Steps in the top right corner there. The jungle doesn't really have a lot of POIs to choose from. There's only like I believe 2 at launch, so we have both of those on the map being Sunny Steps and Lazy Lagoon, both in opposite corners of each other. You know, it's nice to see. We have obviously OG Lazy Lagoon there, and we have Sunny Steps there based on Sunny Steps obviously, and then we also have Tomato Temple making a return. I considered putting this in my swamp map concept, but I decided no, you know what, let's put it in the jungle map because it actually was in the jungle biome, kind of like it was there before the jungle biome was added, but when the jungle biome was added, kind of like joined the jungle biome, even though it wasn't a named POI anymore. It's kind of weird how it worked out, but you know, it's there. It's there. We also have some renamed POIs, as I would call them. These are POIs I would say were named POIs, but aren't in this map. We have Risky Ruins, which would be the destroyed version of Tilted Towers after the volcano eruption. Pirate Plummet, which would be the Chapter 3 version of Lazy Lagoon. This POI just had a very different layout, and I just feel like it would be fitting for a reload map to kind of have another pirate map, a pirate POI, I should say. Just thought it'd be fitting. And the vault would be basically just Loot Lake, but without like all the lakes surrounding it. The vault would be there, you know, it would be cool. It'd be a fun POI to explore, you know? And we also have Rundown Reels, which would be a kind of destroyed version of Risky Reels. Obviously, Risky Reels got destroyed by the block, but if it wasn't the block that destroyed it, the jungle biome would have destroyed it, so destroyed version of Risky Reels makes sense. We also have 2 landmarks becoming named POIs. We have Scorching Springs, which were the hot springs in the jungle biome in chapter 1, and we also have Violent Volcano, which would be the volcano obviously. And yeah, those are all 9 POIs on this map. And like I've done for every other new reload map I've come up with, we also have a brand new reload pass. So here's just everything you'd get in the pass, and yeah, let's get further on in the pass. For the purchase bonus, you get the Ember Reloaded outfit. This skin, the original, I feel like is a bit underrated and not a lot of people talk about it, so I decided to make this the remake for this pass. For tier 1, you'd get the Flare Up emoticon for free, as well as the Blue Blitz wrap if you own the premium track. Solid looking wrap if I do say so myself. You know, nothing too crazy, just a nice little blue fire wrap. For tier 2, you'd get the Blue Blaze contrail for free. Definitely a nice looking contrail right there. And if you own the premium track, you'd get the Blue Boom Quiver edit style. This would be an edit style for a back bling we'll see in the free track later on. And yeah, I definitely think it looks nice. For tier 3, nothing too crazy here. You get the Flaming Bullseye spray for free. Kind of a reimagined version of that one spray from the original Ember skin. And then then for the premium track, you get the flaming arrowhead emoticon. So nothing too crazy, just some filler rewards here. For tier 4, you get the boom quiver back bling, the original edit style. Boom quiver just because it's got like the boom bow arrows in the back. Those are what the arrows for the boom bow look like, so just thought it'd be a bit fun. Put those in there because obviously the boom bow was added in season 8, and the skin they had like promoting it, like the material for it was the Ember skin, so I just thought it was fitting, you know. And then if you're in the premium track, you'd get the Magma Memories loading screen. Here's just a better look at that loading screen. For tier 5, you get the Ember Reloaded loading screen for free, and the blue Blazing Skull pickaxe style if you're on the premium track. This is an edit style we'll see for a pickaxe later on in the free track, and you can kind of see it already there in the loading screen. Here's just a better look at the loading screen. For tier 6, we have the Reblaze backbling for free. This is a kind of orange remake of the reboot backbling I made for my last reload pass, so thought it'd be a bit interesting to put in here. And then we also have the blue Torch Song microphone edit style. This is a blue edit style for a microphone instrument we'll see later on in the free track as well. For tier 7, we have the Flare Blitz wrap for free, just a kind of like orange fire kind of version of the blue Blitz wrap we saw earlier. And the Tribal Party emote in the premium track. This would be a synced emote, and it would kind of be like the Fire Spinner emote, obviously seen as the reference image right there. And yeah, it basically would be just a synced version of the Fire Spinner emote with different music, which should be playing in the background right now actually. For tier 8, we get the Blazing Skull pickaxe for free, and if you own the premium track, you get the Blue Cinder Sailor glider style. Obviously a blue edit style for the glider, which we'll see later on, and the original edit style for the pickaxe right there. Pretty cool rewards. For tier 9, we have the Torch Song microphone for free, the original edit style, the classic orange-ish kind of fire out there, and we also have the Torch banner in the premium track. Nothing too crazy, just kind of fitting reward for this pass. For tier 10, you'd get the Ember's Barrage jam track for free, which is the song that goes with the emote that should also still be playing in the background, maybe, and the Blue Flare spray in the premium track. And finally, in tier 11, we have the Cinder Sailor glider for free, the original edit style, as well as the blue Ember Reloaded outfit edit style. Pretty clean looking rewards in my opinion. Alright, as I do with every one of my concepts, we have a slideshow to kind of just go over everything that's in this concept. And yeah, I'm going to stick on this thumbnail for a little bit because this is just going to show you how weapon charms would work. They would attach to a weapon like that. They probably wouldn't be that big, but this is just for a thumbnail, so it looks good. So, you know, gotta make it a bit bigger so you can actually see it. But this is the general idea of how weapon charms would attach to your weapon. Alright, so we have a whole little mini battle pass for these charms here. We have the charms pass, as I call it, and yeah, you can see a bunch of cool stuff in this charm pass. For the purchase bonus, you get the Charm Scout outfit. I think it's pretty cool, and this outfit would actually have a way for you to equip your own weapon charms onto the little sash right there, as you can see. That sash would allow you to equip some weapon charms, and yeah, I think it'd be cool. Sort of like version of like the spray skins or whatever, where you can like put the sprays on them. This is like that, but for weapon charms, you know? So I think it's pretty cool. For tier 1, you'd get the Bandage weapon charm for free, and if you're on the premium track, you get the Charming Sash wrap. This weapon wrap would show your charm on the icon where the burger is. That's just one of the charms that I chose to put for the icon there, just kind of represent it. But yeah, that burger would showcase whatever charm I'd say you have equipped for your probably vehicle slot, because they can't really have charms, so whatever you put there is what will display on this. For tier 2, you get the Medkit weapon charm for free, and if you're on the premium track, you get the Leaf weapon charm. Little interesting designs, nothing too crazy, but you know, they're pretty cool. For tier 3, you'd get the Chug Splash weapon charm for free, and if you're on the premium track, you'd get the Slurp Juice weapon charm, which looks pretty interesting in my opinion. I think these are two really good charms in my opinion. For tier 4, you get the Droplet weapon charm for free, and if you're on the premium track, you'd get the Charm Pack back bling. This would allow you to display some weapon charms on your back bling, you know? Just thought it'd be a cool addition. Really nice addition to see in the game, you know? For tier 5, you get the Flopper weapon charm, and if you're on the premium track, you'd get the Golden Peely weapon charm. This one's definitely interesting. I think it's very fitting for this game, you know? They're just solid additions, you know? For tier 6, you get the Slurpfish weapon charm for free, and if you're on the premium track, you'd get the Slap Juice weapon charm. You know, interesting. I think the Slurpfish here is actually better than the Slap Juice one, but that's just my opinion, you know? I think they both look good, but this Slurpfish one's definitely better in my opinion. For tier 7, you get the Llama weapon charm for free. You know, obviously, you gotta have a llama weapon charm. You can't really do a Fortnite weapon charm video without having a llama charm, you know? Just kind of fits, you know? You can't do anything without the llama if you're adding a new cosmetic type. Just me though, just me. And if you're on the premium track, you get the Slurp Co. weapon charm. Just kind of like the Slurp logo. You know, nothing too crazy. For tier 8, you get the Lightning weapon charm for free. You know, pretty cool looking weapon charm right there. And if you own the premium track, you get the Master Charm Pack back bling edit style. Just a different color scheme, you know, nothing too crazy. For tier 9, you get the Durburger weapon charm for free. You know, pretty cool. And if you own the premium track, you get the Pizza Pit weapon charm, which, you know, pretty cool. Obviously, you had to have both if you're gonna do one, you know. So I think it's pretty fitting. For tier 10, you'd get the Chug Jug weapon charm for free, which pretty cool. I think it's probably one of the higher weapon charms for me, personally. That's just me though. And if you own the premium track, you'd get the Charm Axe pickaxe. You would actually be able to hang your weapon charms on the end of the pickaxe, so I think that's pretty interesting. A nice little way to kind of include charms on this pickaxe, you know? Pretty cool pickaxe in my opinion. And for tier 11, you'd get the Flame Weapon Charm for free. And if you're on the premium track, you get the Master Charm Scout outfit style, you know? Just another bonus color scheme, you know? Just change up the way it looks, you know? Pretty solid edit style in my opinion. Alright, as per usual, we have another slideshow to just go over everything that's in this brand new Ballistic Battle Pass. So here is just an overall look at the whole pass, you know? Got some pretty solid rewards in here if I do say so myself, you know? I'm looking at it and yeah, there's some pretty good stuff in here. For the purchase bonus, you'd get the Ballistic Sure Shot outfit. Got some pretty clean colors right here, you know? Definitely a nice little skin you'd get here, you know? Pretty fire, pretty nice. For tier 1, you'd get the Ballistic banner for free, you know, just the Ballistic logo. And if you're on the premium track, you'd get the Sight Showdown loading screen, which is just some key art from one of the promotional images that Fortnite put out for Ballistic. Here's a better look at that loading screen. For tier 2, you'd get the Silver Ballistics Concho for free, and if you're on the premium track, you'd get the Green Streak weapon charm. Now, if you did not see my video on what if weapon charms were in Fortnite, you definitely should go see that after this video, because, you know, otherwise you wouldn't really get why I put this in here. But to put it simply, I made a concept about weapon charms, and yeah, I might just start putting them in, you know, my passes every once in a while. I think that'd be pretty fun, you know? Leave a comment if I should keep doing this in the future, if I should keep putting weapon charms in my passes, even though they're not technically an actual Fortnite cosmetic. Just let me know in the comments down below. I think it'd be interesting. For tier 3, we have the Ballistic Bag backbling for free, and if you're in the premium check, you get the Tactics Ballistic Bag edit style. So, you know, just both edit styles for this backbling, you know, pretty clean in my opinion. The green, I think, pops out a bit more, but maybe that's just because we're on a red background. Could be. But, you know, I think the green one looks pretty nice, in my opinion. For tier 4, you get the Crosshair emoticon for free. Now, you know, nothing too crazy, it's just a little crosshair, but I think it definitely fits the Ballistic vibe, you know what I'm saying? And if you're on the premium track, you get the Bullseye banner. Nothing too crazy, just a bullseye, you know? For tier 5, you get the Ballistic Bullseye wrap for free. And if you're on the premium track, you get the Tactics Target wrap, you know? Just red and green version of the same wrap, you know? It's pretty cool, but nothing too crazy. For tier 6, you'd get the Target Practice Spray for free. And if you're on the premium track, you'd get the Ballistic GG emoticon. Again, nothing too crazy with these rewards. They're just some neat little filler rewards. That's about it. For tier 7, you'd get the Silver Slash pickaxe for free. Pretty nice looking design right there. And if you're on the premium track, you'd get the Tactics Silver Slash edit style. You know, the green definitely pops out, but I think I might actually lean towards the red on this one. I don't know, I just think it fits the vibe a bit more, but that's just me. For tier 8, you'd get the Big Boom emoticon for free. You know, pretty fun emoticon, you know, nothing too crazy. And you'd get the Ballistic Heirloom weapon charm if you're on the premium track. Pretty interesting design. It's kind of based off like the wallpapers or whatever, like some of the promotional backgrounds that Fortnite has for Ballistic right there. So, you know, that's pretty interesting. For tier 9, you'd get the Target Tumble glider for free. And yeah, you know, looks pretty nice glider right there. And if you're in the premium track, you'd get the Tactics Target Tumble glider edit style. Again, just the green edit style for the glider, and I think it turned out pretty nice in my personal opinion. For tier 10, you'd get the Bullseye weapon charm for free. You know, pretty nice looking weapon charm right there, but nothing too crazy once again, just another bullseye. And then if you're in the premium track, you'd get the Tactics Heirloom weapon charm. Don't know why it says glider style there. I may or may not have made a mistake, but it's whatever. You guys get the point. Just a green version of the Ballistic Heirloom from earlier, and yeah, you know, looks pretty nice. And finally, at tier 11, you'd get the Wrapped Surprise backlink for free, and if in the premium track, you'd get the Tactics Sure Shot outfit edit style. Now, the backlink here would actually allow you to put whatever wraps you owned on it. So right here, you have the wrap from the pass earlier on in the past, I should say. And yeah, you know, it just kind of gives you an idea of how this backbling would work. And that's about it for this pass. Alright, so as usual, we have just a slideshow to kind of just go over everything, and yeah, let's get straight into the video. So first, we have an overall look at what's in this pass. As you can see, there's some pretty interesting stuff here, you know? So yeah, for the purchase bonus, you'd get the Big Justice outfit. You know, I think it looks pretty interesting. Obviously got the Lego style there as well. Nothing too crazy, just a little casual kind of skin, but you know, it's interesting. It's interesting. For tier 1, you get the Rizzler emoticon for free, and if you're on the premium track, you get the Boom special wrap. I think this wrap actually looks very nice. I think it's very colorful, very fun, you know? Definitely be a nice wrap to use, in my opinion. For tier 2, you have the Big Boom spray for free, and then you have the Boom banner, you know? Nothing too crazy, just some little filler rewards, you know? For tier 3, you'd get the Boom back bling for free, you know? Just a little fun little back bling. It'd kind of be like that, the Spider-Gwen back bling, kind of like that. It'd just be like a flat 2D kind of thing, you know? know. But, you know, I think it'd be interesting. And then if you own the premium track, you'd get the chicken bake pickaxe. Definitely fun looking pickaxe right there, in my opinion. For tier 4, you get the big boom emote for free. It would just be like one big boom, and that's what this emote would be. That's what this would be, just one little quick one, you know. And then you get the one big boom emoticon. Very fitting emoticon right there. For tier 5, you get the boom and doom concho for free. You know, interesting little concho right there. And then if you're on the premium track, you get the blue big justice edit style. You know, just a little fun little color variation, you know, why not? Why not? For tier 6, you get the double chunk base for free. You know, fun little interesting base right there. And you can also use it as a backbling and a pickaxe now, since all instruments are like that now. So that's very fun. So, you know, I thought I'd just throw that in here. And then if you're on the premium track, you'd get the Doom special wrap. Kind of like a Doom version of the Boom special wrap from earlier. I don't think this one's as good, but, you know, it definitely fits the vibe, you know. Definitely fits the vibe we're going for. Tier 7, you get the Big Doom spray for free, you know, just a little nice counterpart to the Big Boom spray. And then you get the Bring the Boom emote. This should just be like a dance for the song, you know, obviously. Other than that, nothing too crazy here. For tier 8, you get the Doom backbling for free, just kind of a Doom counterpart to the Boom backbling, kind of same deal, kind of like the Spider-Gwen backbling where it's 2D, you know, same kind of vibe. And then if you're in the premium track, you get the double chunk chocolate cookie backbling. I mean, obviously you had to have this if you're gonna do a Costco guys Fortnite collab, you know, obviously have to have this as a backbling, you know, obvious, can't do anything without this, you know. For tier 9, you get the We're Costco Guys loading screen for free, you know, pretty cool looking loading screen right there. And then you'd also get the one big Doom emoticon if you own the premium track. You know, pretty interesting. Just better look at the loading screen. And for tier 10, you'd get the We Bring the Boom dram track for free, you know, fun little song right there. And then you'd also get the Boom Bap drums, you know, little fun little play on words like boom bap, like kind of style, like, you know what I'm saying. You know, fun looking drum set right there. And then finally, for tier 11, you get the Rizzler backbling for free. Backbling, you know, because I don't think the Rizzler would work well as a skin, you know, so made him a backbling instead. Got a little cool little chair there, so it makes sense. And then we have the AJ outfit with the Lego style, of course. You know, I think this one looks fun, you know, pretty cool. So as I normally do in these concept videos, I just have a little slideshow to kind of just go over everything. So yeah. Let's get straight into it. So first, we have the January 2026. I'm just saying 2026 because it's the closest full year of Fortnite crew outfits that we have not seen yet. So this is just, take this as like a little prediction, I guess you could say, of the 2026 crew packs, even though it's not going to be close whatsoever, but just take it as that. So the first new crew outfit I have here is the Hog outfit. So this is kind of like a piggy bank kind of inspired skin. I actually remember creating this skin like a long time ago, like years ago, and you know, I just thought, hey, it'd be fitting to put this in here, you know. I believe I originally created this as a crew skin too, so that's fun. Just throw this in here, why not? Obviously got the legacy styles as every crew skin has nowadays. We have the default one, the grayscale legacy, which is unique to this outfit, and then we have the 4 edit styles that every crew skin has. We have the Auric legacy, the phase legacy, the rhinebound legacy, and the cosmic legacy. I personally think the cosmic legacy looks pretty good on this outfit, in my personal opinion. Next, we have the February 2026 crew pack, or just my projection for a crew pack in February. This is the Super Llama outfit. Obviously like a superhero llama inspired skin. You know, got 6 edit styles as well. We got the default edit style, classic llama colors. We got the fiery edit style, you know, got like a hotter color scheme. We got the Auric legacy edit style, the phase legacy edit style, the rhinebound legacy edit style, and the cosmic legacy edit style. The cosmic and the default style are probably a tie for my favorite for the skin. I think they both look pretty good. For March, we have the track star outfit. Obviously 6 colors again. We have the default edit style, we have the nuclear edit style, which is pretty snazzy if I do say so myself. We have the Auric legacy, the phase legacy, the rhinebound legacy, and the cosmic legacy. I think the default one is probably the best here, but the nuclear one's also pretty good, and as always, the cosmic one just looks really nice in my personal opinion. Next up, we have April with Blazing Inferno. So obviously we have the default edit style. Obviously kind of got that classic Inferno edit style kind of look. We got Ultraviolet, kind of like a cooler color scheme, you know. We got the Auric legacy edit style. We got the phase legacy edit style. We got the rhinebound legacy edit style. We got the cosmic legacy edit style. Honestly, I'd probably say the rhinebound and the cosmic are probably the best edit styles here. They both look really nice with like the blue fire. Just really nice colors right there, you know. It's really nice. For May, we have the Dapper Bot 3000 outfit. You know, just got pretty dapper looking robot, you know. We have the default edit style, the warm edit style, the Auric legacy edit style, the phase legacy edit style, the Rhinebound legacy edit style, and the cosmic legacy edit style. I'd probably say the default one here is probably the best in my opinion. I think the other ones, they're not bad, but they just don't look as good as the default, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's what I would say is personally the best edit style for this skin in my personal opinion. For June, we obviously have a summer themed outfit. We have the summer team leader outfit. So obviously 6 color styles as well. We have the default one, which is a classic cuddle team leader color scheme with the pink. We got the firework, which is based off the firework team leader, the Auric legacy, phase legacy, the Rhinebound legacy, and the cosmic legacy. Probably say the firework is the best edit style there, you know, just solid colors, you know. Pretty solid. Then we have the July outfit. We have Captain Sam. This is kind of based off of like Uncle Sam, you know what I'm saying? And obviously in July with July 4th, you know, fitting skin to have as crew pack. We have the default edit style, like the America colors. We got the vintage edit style. We got the Auric legacy, the phase legacy, the Rhinebound legacy, and the cosmic legacy. The default's probably the best one here, but the Rhinebound one also looks pretty good in my opinion, so probably say one of those two is the best edit style here. For August, we have the Kevin outfit. So this is kind of like a scientist kind of guy from like Kevolution Energy or like Steamy Stacks, you know what I'm saying? So obviously we have the default edit style. We have the cubic edit style, just no classic dark series colors. Got the Auric edit style, the phase legacy edit style, the Rhinebound legacy edit style, and the cosmic legacy edit style. I'd say the cubic one's probably the best one here. I think it's not even close. That's probably the best one here, in my personal opinion. For September 2026, I have the Headhunter Prime outfit. So this is just kind of like a remix version of the OG Headhunter default skin. So obviously you have the default skin with the, you know, classic colors right there. Got the red line edit style, got the Auric legacy edit style, the phase legacy edit style, the Rhinebound legacy edit style, and the cosmic legacy edit style. Default probably fits the best here, but if I had to choose one that I'd say it's actually the best in my opinion, I'd probably say Rhinebound. You know, just got those good colors on them, you know, in my personal opinion. For October, we have a pretty neat looking skin right here. We have the Black Nightmare outfit, obviously based on the Black Knight and the Nightmare skin. We have the default edit style right there, the classic Black Knight colors. We have the classic edit style, which is based on the Nightmare skin colors. Then we have the Auric legacy edit style, the phase legacy edit style, the Rhinebound legacy edit style, and the cosmic legacy edit style. Cosmic and the default are probably my favorites for this one. They just look so clean in my personal opinion. They're just amazing looking, you know? All right, November, we have the Pumpkin outfit, just kind of like a buff pumpkin monster kind of thing. We got the default edit style, got the orange right there, you know what I'm saying? We got the white edit style, like a white pumpkin kind of vibe. Got the Auric edit style, the Auric legacy edit style, the phase legacy edit style, the Rhinebound legacy edit style, and the cosmic legacy edit style. Honestly, I don't know how I really feel about the crew legacy edit styles on this one, but the white and the default kind of look really nice. They look really fitting, you know? So I'd probably say those two are the best edit styles for this skin. And then the final skin we have is the Frost Golem outfit. We have the default edit style, classic snowman colors. We got the fruity edit style, kind of like a red kind of color scheme. We got the Auric legacy edit style, the phase legacy edit style, the Rhinebound legacy edit style, and the cosmic legacy edit style. I'd probably say the default skins here are also pretty good. The default and the fruity one, they're probably the best. Probably the default, honestly, because it's got the classic snowman colors, but you know, that's just my opinion. That's just my opinion. All right, first we have the Lawless Wild Wasp rifle. This is an exotic version of the Ranger assault rifle, and when you damage an opponent with the Lawless Wild Wasp rifle, a swarm of wild wasps will spawn and chase your opponent. If you don't remember what wild wasps are, those are the little bugs in the jar from chapter 4 season 3 that were basically just a stink bomb, but they would like follow you a little bit. They were kind of weird, but I think this would be an interesting weapon, and I think it would be kind of like a better version of the stink hunting rifle, because that weapon, it was good because it was a hunting rifle, but the stink effect really had nothing to do with why it was good. It was just good because the base weapon was already good. The Ranger assault rifle is just kind of an alright weapon, but this would make the weapon a bit better, you know? It would basically spawn a stink cloud every time you hit your opponent, which with an AR is a lot better because it's more spammable, you know? This weapon's not too spammable because it's a slow firing AR, but still it could do the job well, and I think it's a solid idea for an exotic weapon. Next, we have the Lawless Cluster Shotgun. This is an exotic version of the Sentinel Pump Shotgun, and when you hit an opponent with the Lawless Cluster Shotgun, a mini cluster clinger will attach to your opponent, and this cluster clinger only does a total of 30 damage, so each explosion will do 10 damage. So, you know, not too powerful of an explosion there, but 30 extra damage can do a lot, especially with a shotgun that's already this strong, you know? Sentinel Pump is already a good weapon, and if you just add extra 30 damage onto it, as well as like explosive radius, you know, explosive slash damage, I think this would be a very good weapon. I think it would be like a top tier exotic weapon. Might be a little bit too powerful, but who knows? The explosive mammoth pistol is not too crazy, so we'll see. We'll see how good this weapon would actually be. Next, we have the Lawless Lock-On SMG. When you shoot this weapon at your opponent, the bullets you shoot have a 35% chance to lock onto your target and guarantee damage. So basically, around a third of the time, you just get aimbot, essentially. So you could just be shooting in the general area, and like around a third of your shots would be aimbot, basically. This would be an exotic version of the Veiled Precision SMG. So if you're looking at a Veiled Precision SMG, essentially you get 21 shots per clip. So basically 7% of your shots are like always guaranteed to hit as long as you're looking in the direction of your opponent. So it's just basically the Veiled Precision SMG, but you're guaranteed damage. So you could like unload a whole clip, and instead of maybe missing every single shot, you get like 7 off. So I think it would be solid. I think this would be a good weapon, obviously. Maybe a bit too broken again, but who knows? Who really knows? Next, we have the Lawless Inferno SMG. This is an exotic version of the Surgefire SMG. I don't know why it says Veiled Precision SMG on the bottom, but just ignore that. It's a Surgefire SMG. And this says, when you empty the clip of the Lawless Inferno SMG, a small fire explosion goes off, lighting nearby structures on fire. So basically, it's just like a little gas can when you empty the clip. So that last shot goes off, boom, little fire explosion. Now everything's on fire. I feel like this weapon would be a little bit annoying to fight against because obviously the whole gimmick is that it shoots faster the longer you hold it. So it might be a little bit annoying to fight against, but who knows? Who really knows? Could be interesting to see. Next, we have the Lawless Gilded Pistol. This is an exotic version of the Suppressed Pistol, the second exotic suppressed pistol, and basically when you damage an opponent with the Lawless Gilded Pistol, you'll get the Gold Rush effect. And additionally, this is a second level bonus effect. When you eliminate an opponent with the Lawless Gilded Pistol, they will drop extra gold. So you know, the whole gold thing with this weapon, pretty solid. I think this would be a definite improvement on the suppressed pistol. I mean, you're basically getting better movement. So basically you hit someone and you can just rush them immediately. So it's an easy way to close the distance, and extra gold is always nice. Not really too needed in this season, but you know, could be fun nonetheless. Next, we have the Lawless Icy Burst Rifle. This is obviously an exotic version of the Striker Burst Rifle, and when you damage an opponent with the Lawless Icy Burst Rifle, your opponent will gain the Icy Feet effect. So basically, this will just disorient whoever you're fighting against. The Icy Feet effect in itself isn't bad, it isn't really a disadvantage, but if someone just gets it out of nowhere, building is going to be basically impossible. It's going to be really difficult. You can't build ramps. You can really only box yourself in at that point, so a little bit annoying. And yeah, I feel like this would just cause a little bit of a hindrance to your opponent. Next, we have the Lawless Siphon Rifle. This is an exotic version of the Fury Assault Rifle, not currently in the game, but who cares? Who really cares? When you damage an opponent with the Lawless Siphon Rifle, you will gain a small amount of health and shield. Basically Deadpool's pistols from Chapter 2 Season 2, but on the Fury Assault Rifle instead. Nothing too crazy, just a little bit of siphon, you know? Nothing too crazy. Next, we have the Lawless Fireball Shotgun. This is an exotic version of the Oni shotgun, and this one's a bit interesting. This shotgun shoots once before having to reload, so doesn't shoot twice, not a double barrel like the regular Oni shotgun, more like a Ranger shotgun. And it takes 2 pellets every shot, so kind of like the Twin Fire. When you shoot this weapon, it will shoot a fireball similar to the Fire Oni mask that will track down the target that this weapon was aimed at. So basically, it's a fire mask that has infinite uses as long as you can find shotgun ammo. That's basically what this is. I think this would be a solid weapon. I don't know if it would be really that crazy, but seems fun, you know? Next, we have the Lawless Impulse Shotgun. This is an exotic version of the Outlaw Shotgun, and when you damage an opponent with the Lawless Impulse Shotgun, your opponent will be knocked back as if they were hit by an impulse grenade, meaning they will take fall damage if they fall far enough. So this is kind of like the Dub Shotgun, but strictly a negative for your opponent. So when you hit someone with the Dub Shotgun, it would knock them back, but I don't think it would cause them fall damage, and it would also knock you back. But this just knocks your opponent back, and it guarantees fall damage as long as they're falling far enough. So could be solid. Might have the same problem as the Dub where you knock them back far enough and the shotgun doesn't really work. So it's really a bit situational, but I think it'd be fun, you know? I think it'd be interesting in fights where you're like on top of like a mountain or something, and then you shoot them and then boom, they're dead, you know? Could be fun. Who knows? Next, we have the Lawless Shadow Drum Gun. This is obviously an exotic drum gun, and when you eliminate an opponent with the Lawless Shadow Drum Gun, you will be granted the Shadow Bomb effect for a short period of time. So it will just be a nice way to get some movement. Maybe if you're getting third party, this would help you out a little bit, you know? Could be fun, could be interesting, and you know, the drum gun, the Midas drum gun that's in the game right now is actually really solid, so maybe this one will be good too. Who knows? Alright, so kicking off this video, we have the first new exotic weapon here. We have the Lawless Plasma Railgun. So while charging up the Lawless Plasma Railgun, the laser will act similarly to the laser from a plasma burst laser, dealing constant damage with a small explosion every few seconds. Obviously an exotic version of the railgun, and yeah, basically it just makes the railgun do extra damage essentially. It'll act the same as normal railgun except that laser part. Just it gives the railgun bonus damage basically, which solid addition in my opinion. You know, when thinking about what an exotic railgun could do, this was pretty obvious. We take a laser weapon and then give it the effect of a different laser weapon. Seems pretty easy, seems pretty obvious in my opinion, you know? And I feel like this would just be a better version of the plasma burst laser already, because this weapon's a sniper and the plasma burst laser has horrible range. Like it literally like cuts off after a little bit, which kind of sucks. So basically having that effect with infinite range, because that's a sniper, would be nice. It would be nice. Be an improvement on the plasma burst laser, in my opinion. Next up, we have the Lawless Blizzard Launcher. The Lawless Blizzard Launcher would shoot blizzard grenades instead of normal explosive rockets, creating small blizzards that deal constant damage and slow down your opponents. Obviously, an exotic version of the quad launcher, and if you don't remember what the blizzard grenades were, those are like the chiller grenades that were from the last Winterfest, so the Chapter 6 Winterfest, and they were interesting to say the least. I don't know how good they really were, but I feel like this would be an interesting effect for an exotic weapon. You know, kind of parallels the Big Chill, which is a snowball launcher that shoots chiller grenades. This would be a quad launcher that shoots blizzard grenades. So both versions of the chiller grenade have their own like launcher weapon now, which I think it's be pretty interesting. I don't know how good this weapon would actually be, but you know, it's worth trying out. Also, this would be the second exotic quad launcher, so it doesn't really need to have a truly amazing weapon already, because it already has an exotic version. So this would just be a fun addition. Next up, we have the Lawless Chain Repeater Rifle, and this one I think would be a bit broken, but you guys will just have to let me know what you think. The Lawless Chain Repeater Rifle will create chain explosives for every enemy hit by the initial explosion of the weapon. The initial explosive is as strong as it normally is, however, the chain explosives will do half the damage. So basically that first explosion does, I don't know how much it does like off the top of my head, like I think it does like 90 damage total. I could be wrong about that, but it would do that, and then every like chain explosion it creates would do 45 after that. So you would hit the first person with it, and if they're close enough to another person and that explosion would hit them too, it would create another explosion. So the first explosion does 90, and then for every person that it hits, it would do an additional explosion for 45. So this weapon might be a bit broken, definitely very strong in like squads or something like that. It'd also be very good for taking out henchmen, because you could like hit a bunch of them at the same time. So this weapon would be kind of broken in my opinion. I think this would probably be the most broken exotic we'd have, and yeah, just very interesting idea for a weapon here, in my personal opinion. Next, we have the Lawless Multi-Shot Minigun. Now, the Lawless Multi-Shot Minigun will shoot 3 bullets simultaneously, similar to a shotgun, every time it fires. Each shot still only takes 1 bullet, and each bullet also has reduced damage to account for the 2 additional bullets it fires. Obviously, an exotic version of the minigun, and basically an easy way to think about this is, think about a minigun, but every shot it fires is a shotgun shot. So, yeah, I can imagine how strong this weapon would be. As I said, the bullets would do less damage. Each bullet would do less damage because it would shoot 3 at the same time. So it's not like you're getting like 60 damage per shot. But I think at like maybe 30 damage per shot might be still really good. But each bullet's only doing like 10 damage. So, you know, you get 60 shots of 30 damage each split across 3 bullets. So, you know, solid weapon, I think. I think this would be pretty powerful. It's sort of similar to the Trinity Assault Rifle, except it's not like an ammo depleter, you know, like that weapon is. So, yeah, pretty good in my opinion. I think this would be a really solid weapon. Might even be better than the Mythic minigun. Who knows? I just think it could be better than that, in my opinion. You know, could be a really solid weapon. Next, we have the Lawless Thermite Flare Gun. When the Lawless Thermite Flare Gun's projectile explodes on a surface, it will spawn a thermite on whatever it explodes on. Obviously, an exotic version of the flare gun. And obviously a thermite, you know, it's what you throw in the vaults. It has like this, like, is it really an explosion? I don't really know, but it creates like an area of like fire that like damages anyone who's in that like area, like fire zone. And basically this weapon would create that on the ground when it explodes. You can't create a thermite when it explodes in the air, so if you're shooting it up to get like recon or something, it's not going to spawn a thermite in the air, you know what I mean? But if you shoot it at like someone's builds, thermite will spawn. So I think that would be pretty solid. I don't know how effective it would be. This weapon would probably be like similar. This weapon would probably still be used in the same way that the normal flare gun is used, in my opinion, because the effect is sort of similar to what it already kind of does. But, you know, maybe, you know, if you're going for like a second vault, you could shoot this and, you know, you don't have to carry thermite around, and plus you get recon. So pretty good. And again, the thermite could also be really good for just destroying builds, because we did have the fire effect on the last flare gun, but this one, you know, thermite effect, it would be probably better because you could also like really effectively destroy metal and brick, which fire can't really do because it only like does that to wood. So, you know, pretty good effect in my opinion. Alright, this one is a bit interesting. This is the Lawless Storm Burst Laser. When the Lawless Storm Burst Laser explodes, instead of making a tiny explosion, it will create a mini storm flip that always ticks for 10, no matter how much the actual storm is currently ticking for. This is obviously an exotic plasma burst laser, and yeah, this effect might be a little bit broken, a little bit annoying, but seems fun. And plus there's only one on the map, so, you know, don't have to worry about it too much. But this weapon might be a bit broken. You know, obviously creating a mini storm flip would always be crazy. You could also use this to like survive storm a little bit longer, because obviously storm flip flips the storm, so if you're in the storm you shoot this, it'll create like a air bubble for you to breathe in, so you can actually like not take storm damage in the storm. So that would be pretty solid. And then obviously the storm effect, the storm flip effect out of the storm would be pretty good for people who are just like camping in boxes, you know. So you just shoot this at their box, creates a storm flip, and then that you basically have to move. They are forced to rotate, so kind of disorients the opponent. So I think it's pretty solid, you know, pretty solid utility item in my opinion. I don't know how effective it would be for like actually killing someone, but as like a utility item, I think it would be pretty solid, you know. All right, this one, it's simple, but I think it'll be really good. This is the Lawless Rush Kneecapper. When sprinting with the Lawless Rush Kneecapper, you will be granted the Gold Rush effect until you are no longer sprinting. Obviously an exotic version of the Kneecapper, and basically this is just really good. This is just a Kneecapper, but you get the Gold Rush effect every time you use it. Basically a Kneecapper, but better in literally every single way. Like faster all the time. The Gold Rush effect, I believe, actually no, it doesn't. It doesn't knock back opponents. That's the medallion I'm getting confused with, but it's still really solid. And also you can combine this with the medallion to have like really fast movement speed, you know. Just really solid weapon here, you know. And also really happy with how the design kind of came out, because the kind of orange lightning around it, I know I'm not really talking about like the aesthetic of these weapons a lot, but the orange lightning around that looks really cool. But yeah, I think this would probably be the best like exotic. Like this would be like a must carry in like every game in my opinion. I just think it'd be really solid, you know. It's just the best movement item easily, you know, my personal opinion. Alright, this is probably the most out there idea for a weapon I have in this video. This will be the Lawless Jungle Mag AR. When reloading the Lawless Jungle Mag AR, a random jungle plant between the Bomb Flower, Slurp Plant, and Stink Flower will be applied to the weapon. When you fire the last shot in each clip, that plant's effect will occur. So basically, take it like this. Sort of thing about like the exotic unstable bow, where you shoot it and like it switches between each plant. So basically think about it like this. You reload it and it has the bomb flower effect, alright? So you shoot it, you empty the clip, and when that last shot is fired, an explosion happens because the bomb flower explodes. Then you reload it, slurp plant effect. When you shoot the last shot, a slurp plant like explodes and heals whatever. So it could be a good way to heal yourself. So if you get that slurp plant effect, free heals. And then you reload it again and the stink flower effect. So you shoot at someone's box, you know, last shot goes off, now they have a stink bomb on their box, and they have to rotate. It's essentially a 3-in-1. However, I feel like the usefulness of this weapon is a bit iffy, given the slurp plant might not be what everyone is looking for in a weapon. However, you could just shoot it and then say the last shot and then just shoot it at the floor and then get some heals. So, you know, maybe it wouldn't be too big of a hindrance, but I feel like the usefulness of the weapon might be a bit questionable. But I think it's a fun idea. I think it's a fun gimmick, you know, and I think it'd just be a fun weapon overall, in my personal opinion. Alright, next we have the Lawless Crypto Shotgun. Now this weapon is very interesting on how it would actually work. The Lawless Crypto Shotgun does extra damage for how much gold and how many dill bits you have. It starts at a base of 30 body shot and 45 headshot if you have no gold or dill bits, and each each dill bit grants 20 more damage, and every 500 gold adds 10 damage. So think about it like this. So you have 5,000 gold, that is 100 damage right there, added on to it, because 5,000 divided by 500 is 10, and then 10 times 10, 100 damage. So you have 30 body shot, now you have 130 because you're adding 100 onto that. Then you have 3 dill bits because you get the 2 from the vault, and then you go to the black market and get the one from the black market chest. 3 dill bits right there. And now you have a total of 190 body shot. This weapon could really pack a punch in my personal opinion. In the headshot, it could one-shot headshot if you're like fully stacked out. So yeah, this weapon might be a bit broken, but you do have to have dill bits, so you can't really spend any of your dill bits on any other exotic if you want to keep that ability. So, you know, if you don't have any dill bits, it kind of caps out at 130. Kind of just has normal, like, infiltrator pump damage. Might be a bit higher. I think it's a bit higher. But having dill bits on you, really solid. really solid. Basically makes the weapon the best shotgun ever, but it requires you to hold on to those dill bits and not spend them, which might not be what you want to do, so it makes you think. Obviously an exotic version of the infiltrator pump shotgun, and yeah, this might be like the most actually good weapon on this list, so could be interesting to see, you know. And then finally, just a nice little simple weapon here to close out the video, we have the Lawless Guzzle Burst SMG. When you eliminate an opponent with the Lawless Guzzle Burst SMG, you'll be granted the Guzzle Healing effect, and it will stop once you've been healed to the full white health or have been damaged. Obviously it just applies the Guzzle Juice effect to you, which is an item I'm surprised you haven't seen any more of. It was like in one season of chapter 3 and then completely forgotten. I think it might have came back last season or sometime in chapter 5. If I remember, it came back at one point. Might have been in Reload too, I have no idea, but it came back at one point. So it's just the item hasn't been in the game that much. That would be interesting to see have its effect applied to another weapon. So Lawless Guzzle Burst SMG is obviously an exotic scope burst SMG, but yeah, that's the last weapon I have for this video. Alright, kicking us off, we have the Lawless Gold Rush Juice. This is obviously an exotic version of Slurp Juice, and the Lawless Gold Rush Slurp Juice works identically to the legendary Slurp Juice. Also grants the Gold Rush effect after being used. The Lawless Gold Rush Juice has 3 uses, so this would probably be a really strong item. I feel like it would be either carrying this or the Slap Jug for what item you should probably, what healing item you should probably carry. I feel like this would be really powerful, but the 3 uses kind of limits it a little bit, because only one of these on the map and you can only use it 3 times. Whereas with the legendary Slurp Juice, there was a lot more than 3, so you could just replenish anytime you went low on them. So I feel like this would be a lot more balanced, even though it's just a better version because of the limitation on it. So especially since there wouldn't be any normal Slurp Juice, because there isn't normal Slurp Juice in the game right now. So this would be a good item in my opinion, but I don't think it would be too broken just because of there only being one on the map. Next we have the Lawless Slurp Grenade, another healing item. I promise this video is not going to be just healing items. There will be a few, but it's not just going to be healing items. This is an exotic version of the grenade, and when the Lawless Slurp Grenade explodes, it will heal everyone in its radius for 100 health or shield, prioritizing health like other Slurp items, and this item has infinite uses but has a 60-second cooldown. So if you've ever played Plants vs. Zombies Garden Warfare 2, I believe it is, you know that the scientist has this ability where he throws on like a heal bomb and it just heals like all his teammates. This would basically be that item, but it would heal everyone, not just you, so you'd have to make sure only you and your team is in the radius, which shouldn't be too hard. You know, if you're just in a box, boom, everyone's healed up. Infinite uses makes this a good healing item. I don't know if it would be like the best just because the other ones don't have to worry about cooldown, but this one has infinite uses, so maybe, but you could only use one before you have to, have cooldown, and also the charge up time of the grenade. So I feel like this might be a situational healing item, but it would still probably be good. Like if you carry this, you're still gonna be able to work with it, I think it'd be a solid item, but I don't know how crazy it would be, Alright, I did say there wasn't going to be any more healing items. Well, I didn't say that, but I said it's not going to be healing items, and this is the first non-healing item of the video. This is the Lawless Homing Clinger. So the Lawless Homing Clinger is obviously an exotic version of the Clinger, and it will lock onto the opponent it's thrown at. However, it only deals 60 damage to account for the auto aim, and it only has 5 uses. So basically, you pick it out of one of the black markets, you get 5 of these, and once you use them all, you're out, you're done for. So, it's solid. The auto aim is obviously gonna be a bit broken. Obviously, it has reduced damage to account for that, because if you could auto aim and it was already dealing 100 damage, that's a bit broken. But 60 damage feels a bit more balanced, since you need to throw 4, I believe, in order to kill someone. 5, I believe, in 0 build to kill someone. So basically, to kill one person, you have to use all 5 of these in 0 build. So it's a bit broken, but it's not overpowered, because the less damage balances a little bit more. So I feel like it's a solid item. I don't feel like it's the best item I'm going to show you in this video, but not bad. If you use this, you could definitely get away with it, maybe get a kill, 1 kill or 2, but it's not gonna be a defining weapon in your loadout, Alright, this might be the weirdest item in this video, but this is the Lawless Thermal Keg. This is an exotic version of the Shield Keg, obviously, as you can tell, and the Lawless Thermal Keg works just like its regular counterpart. However, it lasts for twice as long and grants thermal vision to anyone in its radius. And the thermal vision would resemble the thermal sight of the Midas Gilded Eye drum gun. The Lawless Thermal Keg also has 2 uses, so you throw down 2 times, and then it's done. So basically, the normal shield keg kills 150 shield. This one would heal 300, and you get the thermal vision. And the thermal sight on the Gilded Eye drum gun is really good. I like the gold kind of aesthetic to it, so I thought this would be a good way to have the thermal vision look, And plus, it makes sense. It's a Lawless. It's got the gold outline, It looks like that would be the kind of thermal vision it would give off. So the thermal vision might not be the reason people carry this item. It might just be like the 300 shield. But, you know, I still think it'd be a solid item. And, you know, thermal vision is like a nice little bonus. Obviously, an exotic has to have a little bit of a twist on it, so, you know, it could be solid, but I don't know how good it would actually be in terms of, like, utility. Healing, it would definitely be pretty solid, especially in, like, team modes. Pretty good, but I don't know if you want to waste a dill bit on it, though. That's the only thing. Alright, this one might be a little bit broken. This is the Lawless Gravity Boombox. This is obviously an exotic version of the Boombox. Guaranteed, like, 90% of you forgot that the Boombox was even an item in this game. But the Lawless Gravity Boombox acts just like its normal counterpart. However, it will also create a low gravity bubble in its radius. So basically, in its radius, it'll destroy all the builds like normal, and then the low gravity effect will also happen, so everyone's like jumping around. It's kind of crazy, you know? It would probably be good because the boombox was a pretty solid item, but I just don't know if the low gravity effect will be that useful. I think it'd be fun, you know? Maybe if you throw this down, you know, you save yourself from fall damage, maybe. Could be an interesting way to use this item. But, you know, I don't know how effective the low gravity would be. I feel like it's a bit situational, but, you know, it's fun. It's a nice little gimmick on this item, and yeah, I just think it'd be really solid, you know? Just a nice little gimmick to a pretty strong item already, you know? Pretty fun. Alright, we have another healing item. We have the Lawless Spicy Smoke Grenade. This is an exotic version of the Medmist Smoke Grenade, and the Lawless Spicy Smoke Grenade acts really similarly to its normal counterpart. However, it also heals shields and grants the Spicy Pepper effect while in the smoke. So basically, the normal Medmist Smoke Grenade only heals white health, but this would also heal shield, similar to like a Slurp Juice, how it heals both white and blue health and shield, I should say. So, it would be pretty good for that. And the spicy pepper effect just makes you more versatile in the smoke. I feel like it would last for like a few seconds afterwards, but it wouldn't be too much, you know? Just like a nice way to be more versatile, so if someone's in the smoke with you, it's a bit harder to hit you, you know? Just basically a better version of the Medmist Smoke Grenade in every way possible, you know? I just think it would be a good addition, you know? Just think it would be a fun item. Nothing too crazy, but it could definitely be useful. The healing might be the best part of it, though. I feel like a lot of these healing items, the healing is like what you want from it. The secondary effect's just there. Like, it's like, it could help you, but it's also not why you're going for the item. Most of these healing items are very situational in terms of their utility. The healing is really good on them, but the utility side of it depends on what situation you're in, you know? I don't feel like that applies to this next healing item, though. This is the Lawless Slap Spray. This is obviously an exotic version of the Medmist, and the Lawless Slap Spray acts similarly to its normal counterpart. However, it also heals shields as well, just like the Smoke Grenade, you know, as a shield as well. And it also grants the user the Slap Effect, sort of like the Slap Jug and the Slap Cannon, you know. Slap Effect heals you, and the Lawless Slap Spray also has 500 uses, so the normal Medmist has 150, and this one would have 500, so you'd get a lot more health out of it, you know? I feel like this is like a better version of the Slap Jug, almost, because it's got the same effect and it has more uses. It does take longer to heal, I believe, because obviously the Slap Jug heals in ticks of 10 and this heals in ticks in 5, but it also has more health, 100 more health to be specific. So I feel like, you know, it's really just a bit debatable. Like, yes, it has more, but it also takes longer to get that health off. So if you're in like a really tight situation, you might want to go with the Slap Jug, but this one's not bad either. Also, it's an exotic, so it might not spawn every game because that's how they work right now, because they're randomized. So it'll just kind of depend on what you get in your game. But I feel like it could be a solid item, you know? Basically the Slap Jug, but with a little bit of a trade-off, you know? So, be pretty good in my opinion. Alright, this is a really unique exotic in my opinion. This is the Lawless Slow-Mo Scanner. This is an exotic version of the Pulse Scanner, and the Lawless Slow-Mo Scanner works similarly to its normal counterpart. However, every player in AI in its radius also has their movement speed, pickaxe swing speed, and build speed halved. So basically what that means is it's basically puts everyone in slow-mo in the radius. So not only do you get a scan of everyone in that radius so you know where they are, they're slowed. I also want to mention this does also apply to you, so if you're on the radius, you will be slow, but everyone else will be too, so, you know, and plus you have the mark, so you have like a bit of an advantage. I feel like it'd be really good if you like throw this down into like a crowded area and you're not in the radius and everyone's slowed, their build speed's slow, so you just like spray in at them, and like they can't really do much about it because, you know, they don't have really effective turbo building because speed's slow. So you could just spray them down and get a few easy kills. It'd be fun. But yeah, I feel like this would be a really unique item, and I believe that this is also based off of a unreleased item like way back in the day. There was like an unreleased like slow-mo bomb like thing. You would throw it down and then you like, it was either that, you throw it down, or you consume it, it would put you in slow-mo. I don't know how useful that would be, but, you know, who knows. I feel like this would be a very useful item because of the recon ability paired with the slow-mo, so it's really effective. I think the utility on this item is top tier, in my opinion. Now, this one is a bit of a gimmicky item, but I feel like it's fun. This is the Lawless Port of Mystery. So I'm guessing you can get what the gimmick here is. This is an exotic version of the Porta Fort, and when you throw the Lawless Port of Mystery, it will spawn a random build between either the Porta Fort, Porta Fortress, or the Porta Bunker. So basically, this is basically like Porta Fort roulette. Which Porta Fort you get? I deliberately decided to not include the Porta cover because the Porta cover is kind of, I'm not gonna lie, I'm sorry, I swore, I know, crazy, but it's not good. It's not that good, especially when the Porta Bunker is still in the game. I don't believe the Porta Bunker is in builds, but it's in 0 builds, and there's no reason to use a Porta cover in builds mode anyway, so you're not really picking it up there. And the Porta Bunkers are so much better than the Porta cover. Honestly, I don't know, like, the rarity on them don't make sense to me, because the Porta Bunkers are green, an uncommon item, but the Porta cover is a rare item, and I was like, that doesn't make sense, especially when the Porta Bunker is so much better in every way. I feel like the Porta cover should be uncommon, but who cares about that right now. This item probably won't be the most useful, because you kind of want to know what you're placing down before you throw it, but, you know, it might be fun, might be a good way to get some, like, clips, good content item, you know. And yeah, also I just want to mention, I haven't been mentioning the designs on these, but I really like the design on this one. It's got like the question mark. I feel like I did a good job on this one, in my opinion. I'm just saying, you know, I think it was pretty good. Alright, and this is the last item of the video. This is the Lawless Zero Splashes. This is an exotic version of the Slap Splashes, and the Lawless Zero Slap Splashes work just like their regular counterpart, granting 15 health or shield and the slap effect. However, they also grant the 0-point dash effect for a few seconds after being hit with one. So, you know that effect where you can like dash like after you like using like the exotic pump and dump, or the exotic twin mag, or kind of like the Cerberus medallion dashes or the Godzilla dashes? That's what this would give you after you use it. So I think this would be pretty good for rotation, especially when you could sprint with the slap effect while also dashing, because I feel like when you're dashing and sprinting at the same time, it's really good mobility. So I feel like this would be a pretty strong item. Healing might not be the reason people take this one. All the other healing items in this video, like the healing was the main reason because it's like basically doubled, but this one's just a normal slap splash with the 0-point dash effect. So I feel like the 0-point dash effect is why people will take this. So this is more of like a utility item than the other healing items, you know? The utility effect is like the main purpose. It's not just like a little gimmick added on just because, you know? So I feel like this one could be a bit fun, you know? Seems pretty good. So kicking it off, we have the Lawless Impulse Rocket Drill. So when attacking with the Lawless Impulse Rocket Drill, your opponent will be knocked back as if they had been hit with an impulse grenade. This is obviously an exotic rocket drill, and this might be a little counterintuitive considering the attack for the rocket drill is a melee attack, but the impulse effect means that you're guaranteed to get fall damage with it as well. So using this at any sort of high point will guarantee you get the kill because of fall damage. Unless you're carrying something that prevents fall damage, like I think the kneecapper does it, but I think you have to be sprinting with it first. And obviously the rocket drill counters it, because you could just like use the rocket drill's like movement ability, but they don't have one of those items. They are basically screwed. They are dead, you know? So, you know, it could be an interesting item. I just don't know how intuitive it would be or how useful it would be. Next up, we have the Lawless Nitro Assault Rifle. So while holding the Lawless Nitro Assault Rifle, you are granted the Nitro effect permanently, sort of like the running gun SMG from Chapter 4. This weapon also has a faster reload time than its regular counterpart and has a hollow optic scope, so has the same scope as the Hollow Twister. This is an exotic version of the Combat Assault Rifle, and you know, it's fitting considering that was like the main AR during Chapter 5 Season 3, you know? So I think it's fitting that this has like the Nitro effect. Might be a bit busted considering Nitro is a bit of a busted effect, but you know, it's fun, you know? Why not have something like this in the game, you know? Could be cool. Other than that, it's just a normal combat assault rifle. Next, we have the Lawless Cluster Rocket Launcher. Now, this is an exotic version of the Anvil Rocket Launcher, and when the rocket from the Lawless Cluster Rocket Launcher explodes, it will create a bunch of cluster bombs that will explode in the nearby radius. So, kind of the same idea as the Anvil Rocket Launcher originally, but I think this might do an even better job at getting its effect across because of the cluster bomb effect, you know. Think about it sort of like the cluster clingers. That's how it kind of works. This might be a very solid way to make the Anvil Rocket Launcher an actual viable weapon. Because right now it's like, that's fine. But if you have this cluster effect, it'll make getting out of the way of this thing a lot harder because of the explosion radius. So who knows, maybe this could be an actual good version of the weapon, you know? Could be interesting. Could be an interesting way to spice this weapon up a little bit. But other than that, I don't think this is anything too crazy. In terms of viability, maybe it could be good, but who knows. The vehicle effect I feel like would be pretty nice because the cluster explosions just basically insta-kill the vehicle. Or it does so much damage to them that this is basically an insta-kill, you know? But maybe it'll be good. I don't really know. It'd have to be in-game for me to see if it would actually be good or not. Next, we have the Lawless Thunderbolt Shotgun. This is an exotic version of the Thunder Shotgun, as you could probably tell by the name. And instead of shooting a normal shotgun blast, the Lawless Thunderbolt Shotgun will shoot out a Zeus's Thunderbolt instead. It will have a mag size of 4 and take 2 shells per shot. So normal, but just like half the mag size. Obviously to prevent people from spamming an explosive, you know, that'd be kind of annoying. But yeah, this is like an interesting idea. If you saw my first exotic video where I had the Fire Oni shotgun that shot the fireballs, this is kind of like that idea, but instead of fireballs, it's the Thunderbolts. So, you know, I think it would be kind of fun, you know, another kind of gimmicky weapon, but you know, could be cool, could be useful too, considering it's basically an explosion. So, you know, it could be cool. Could be really cool in my opinion. Might be a bit gimmicky though. Next, we have the Lawless Firehound Assault Rifle, and you're going to see a theme with these Firehound weapons, you know. When you fire the last shot in the clip of the Lawless Firehound Assault Rifle, a fire will ignite, setting all structures nearby on fire. This is an exotic version of the MK7, and yeah, it's just the normal MK7, but sets fire on the last shot, so, you know, could be pretty good, you know. Obviously, fire is going to negatively affect your opponent, but, you know, can't really get away with spraying this in a box, because then you're going to set yourself on fire too. So, you know, it's a little bit situational, but still overall pretty solid weapon, in my opinion. Next, we have the Lawless Quad Shotgun. This is an interesting weapon. This is an exotic version of the Charged Shotgun, and with a clip size of 4, the Lawless Quad Shotgun will shoot a quick burst of shots depending on how long you charge it up for. Instantly firing will only shoot 1 shot, but charging it fully will fire 4 shots in quick succession. So kind of think about it like you charge it up just a little bit, or not at all, goes bam, you know, normal charge shotgun kind of stuff. But if you fully charge it up, then you let go bam, 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 and it empties out the whole clip like that. Could be a pretty solid weapon, you know. Would it be better than normal charge shotgun? I don't know, but I think it'd be interesting. You know, kind of got that double pump effect, you know? So who knows? It could be really good. Alright, next we have the Lawless Nitro Fish. This is an exotic version of the Slurp Fish. This is probably the most interesting item here in this list. With infinite uses and 2 charges before it has to go on cooldown for 60 seconds, the Lawless Nitro Fish will heal for 50 health or shield, and also grant the user the Nitro effect for a short period of time. So this is just a better version of the Slurp Fish in every way. Infinite uses, more health, and the Nitro effect, like there's no downside to this, you know? It would instantly become the best healing item in the loot pool, in my opinion. Like, there is no topping this. So yeah, I think this would probably be the best exotic in the loot pool if this were actually added to the game, because it's a no downsides kind of weapon, which, you know, for an exotic with only 1 on the map, I think is fine, but it might be a bit broken on competitive modes, you know, because of heal offs. But then again, it has a 60-second cooldown, so get those really late ticks, you're not going to be lasting long with this thing. But just the idea of infinite heals is really good. Alright, as I said, there's going to be more Firehound weapons, and this is the next one. This is the Lawless Firehound Shotgun. This is an exotic version of the classic pump shotgun, and when shooting the Lawless Firehound Shotgun, an explosion of fire will go off, dealing bonus damage and setting nearby structures on fire. So basically, this is the Dragon's Breath shotgun if it was more like a pump. That's basically what this weapon is. So, you know, nothing crazy, nothing revolutionary, but it's kind of a fun idea. Dragon's Breath shotgun, but if it was actually good, you know? Fun idea. This might be a bit of a problem because of boxes being set on fire, but as long as you're not building out of wood, this is just a normal pump. So, you know, who knows how good this thing would actually be in game, you know? Alright, we have one more Firehound weapon, and this will be the last Firehound weapon in the video, but this is not the last weapon, so stay tuned, because there's one more weapon after this, and I think it's really cool. This is the Lawless Firehound Pistol, and when shooting the Lawless Firehound Pistol, any structure hit by its bullets will go up in flames. This weapon also has the downside of dealing a little bit of damage to the user after eliminating another player, so kind of balance it out a little bit. This is an exotic version of the Combat Pistol, and I just think this would be a bit broken, but I think it'd be fun, you know? I think exotic weapons are best when they're a little bit broken, but, you know, they're still fun, you know, because they're only limited to 1 per match. At least how they are currently, it's limited to 1 per match, you know? So I think this would be a fun idea to introduce like this fire aspect back in the game, because fire hasn't been in the game for a little while, so it could be an interesting way to bring it back. And also combine it with like all the other fire weapons that are in this video. Could be fun, you know? And the final weapon of the video, we have the Lawless Gambler Assault Rifle. Now, this is an exotic version of the Heavy Assault Rifle, but it really has nothing in common with the Heavy Assault Rifle, because when shooting the Lawless Gambler Assault Rifle, this weapon has a chance to shoot out a random projectile from any other weapon in the game. This weapon also has a very slow fire rate for an assault rifle, so kind of balance it out a little bit, because in case you get like 3 rockets in a row, you can't just spam them. So, you know, this weapon is fun, very inconsistent. It's kind of like the Unstable Bow, but like take it to the extreme, you know? I think this weapon would be really fun, but I don't know how good it would be, just because you'd have to rely on random chance to get it to work. So, who knows? But I think this would be a fun weapon, you know? Random chance, you know? Sort of like the Porta mystery item from my last exotic video. You should go watch that to see that one. But this one could be an interesting weapon, who knows? I think this would be good. Alright, kicking things off, we have the Lawless Slurp Sniper Rifle. This is an exotic version of the Reaper sniper rifle, and when you eliminate an opponent with the Lawless Slurp sniper rifle, your health begins to regenerate as if you had consumed a slurp juice. The slurp effect would last for 100 health or shield, so basically you just heal up 100 health or shield, and then the slurp would go away. So this would just basically be a Reaper sniper rifle with built-in Siphon, essentially. I believe Siphon currently works sort of like this in ranked or tournaments, I believe it's something like this. I think it's like 70 regenerating health or shield, something like that, which is kind of stupid for Siphon, but on a weapon like this, I think it'd be a little bit interesting. You know, you wouldn't really have to deal with third parties a lot because this is a sniper, so you're really the one third party. So you pick off someone and be like, oh, nice, got a free kill, and I get a regen health because you could have gotten out of a fight, and you know, it's just some guy like quite far away, but you can still see him, so you shoot him, boom, health's back. So could be an interesting weapon. I don't know if the slurp effect would be really like important to this weapon. I feel like people might just take it because it's a Reaper sniper rifle, but you know, who knows? Who knows how this would really play out in like the actual game. Alright, next we have the Lawless Tracker Turret. This is an exotic version of the Business Turret, and when the Lawless Tracker Turret hits an opponent, it will mark them for a short period of time. Very simple item, just gives you a bit more information on where your opponent is. So let's say you throw this down like a building, like maybe like Lone Wolf Lair. That's a very like cluttered kind of POI. It's very closed off, you know what I'm saying? It's like you throw it in there, it hits some people, and then now you can just see where they are at all times. So could be useful in situations like that, but I don't know how useful this weapon would actually be. It feels a bit situational, in my personal opinion. Now the original Business Turret is good, but I don't know if the marking will really make it any better, honestly, just given the way that you use it. But, you know, it's always nice to have a bit more intel, you know? So, maybe it'll be better. Who knows? Alright, now we have the Lawless Hop Rock Shotgun. When you fire the Lawless Hop Rock Shotgun, you will be granted the Low Gravity or the Hop Rock effect for a short period of time. This is an exotic version of the Combat Shotgun, and it's sort of like the Hop Rock Dualies. Shoot it, Hop Rock effect. So, you know, can't ever go wrong with that. It might be a little bit annoying to deal with if you're in like a build fight and then you Hop Rock, then you jump, and then you launch way farther than you wanted to go. Might be a bit annoying, but you know, for traversing, you know, just shoot this a bit and then you get some extra little push. You Shockwave, Hop Rock effect, you go flying. So, I thought this weapon would be pretty solid. And the Combat Shotgun, you know, nowadays it's kind of mid, but you know, maybe this could have some better stats, you know. Who knows? It is an exotic, so it would have some pretty decent stats for a combat shotgun. So, who knows? Maybe it could be a game changer, but I highly doubt it. I just think this weapon would just be like you gotta be like, oh cool, an exotic shotgun, I'll take it. But I don't think it would be like a game changer, you know? Next, we have the Lawless Knockback Assault Rifle. This is an exotic version of just the normal assault rifle, the Scar, you know, classic, good old OG Scar. And when you hit an opponent with the Lawless Knockback Assault Rifle, your opponent will be knocked back a short distance. Very simple here. It just pushes your opponent away. And for a weapon that's actually meant to be used at range, this makes sense. Shotguns that have this effect, like the dub, don't make sense. A weapon that is meant to be used at range, knocking back your opponent, makes sense. I also envision this would work more like a impulse grenade than a shockwave grenade, so if you knock them off like a cliff, they'll take fall damage. So I think that would be pretty solid too. And overall, just having a Scar that pushes people back, I think it would be really good, you know? Because it would actually have the knockback effect be useful instead of just knocking back your opponent when you have a shotgun, so your shotgun doesn't do any damage anymore. So, I think it would be a very solid weapon. I think this would be a very good interpretation of the Scar, in my personal opinion. Next, we have the Lawless Stygian Shotgun. I believe that's how you say that word. And this is an exotic version of the Gatekeeper Shotgun. And when you reload the Lawless Stygian Shotgun, you'll be granted 3 Skull Dashes, as well as the Banana of the Gods effect. I don't know what the Banana of the Gods effect is actually called. I believe it has a name, but I could not find it. So, if you know what it's called, let me know, please. But yeah, this is essentially just the Cerberus's Mythic Gatekeeper Shotgun and the Cerberus Medallion merged into one item. So this would obviously be very good, you know, because that was like really broken back when it was in chapter 5 season 2. So having a weapon that's basically just that but more condensed, very solid. This would probably be the best exotic in the loop if it was added today. So I think this would be a game changer. I think it would change with the meta, you know. And yeah, that's really about it. I think this is a solid weapon, you know. Probably the best exotic in this video, I'd say, probably. Alright, next we have the Lawless Camo Hand Cannon. When you hit an opponent with the Lawless Camo Hand Cannon, you will be granted the invisibility effect for a brief period of time. This is obviously an exotic version of the hand cannon, and, you know, I don't know how useful this would be, but the invisibility could be useful. If you're like at range, you shoot them, and then they'd be like, oh, where'd that shot come from? They look back, they don't see you because you just hit them. So, you know, you're invisible. So you could run off a little bit, maybe shoot them again. Who knows? And you'd actually be able to shoot while invisible with this weapon, so, you know, might make being invisible actually useful. So who knows, that could be good. Then again, I don't really know how like useful this would be like outside of like that very niche situation, because it's just a hand cannon, and the hand cannon is just an alright weapon, you know, in its current form. So it would probably be alright, it'd be a decent weapon, but I don't think people would be like clamoring to get this. I think if there's any other exotic in the black market, they'd probably take it over this, honestly. Alright, next we have the Lawless Attractor Grappler. This is an interesting one. This is an exotic version of the Grappler, obviously, and when you hit an opponent with the Lawless Attractor Grappler, your opponent will be pulled towards you. This grappler has infinite uses. So basically, it's a normal grappler anytime you use it, but if you want to shoot it at your opponent, it will pull them towards you. So you basically shoot this at your opponent, brings them to you, and then you can like pull out your pump or whatever and go, bam, they're dead. So it could be fun. I think this would be like a very like good way to get clips, like a nice little clip weapon, like you pull them like bam, dead. Very fun. But practically, I don't know how useful this would be like in fights. Like as a grappler, it would be good because it's an infinite grappler. So, you know, you'd obviously want to take this. But the exotic effect of it seems a bit impractical. It just seems like a bit of fun. So, and that's really what exotics are supposed to be. They're supposed to be fun, gimmicky weapons. So I think it fits. But yeah, I think this would be a good item. I just don't know if the exotic effect is really too game changing. You know? Alright, next we have the Lawless Explosive Recon Grenade. This is an exotic version of the Recon Grenade from Ballistic. I know, kind of crazy having a Ballistic weapon exotic in here, but you know, we keep it different here. And when you throw down the Lawless Explosive Recon Grenade, it will mark any nearby players like a normal recon grenade does. And after a short period of time, the grenade will go off and blow up, just like a proximity mine. So, you know, you throw this down, you get a good intel on where your opponents are. It's like, nice, I know where they all are, they're all marked, I can see where they are. And then maybe if they're like in a box and you throw this, you know, you shoot at their cone or their floor, and then you have this go in their box. And then, you know, next thing they know, there's a grenade in their box and it's just marking them, so that you're not like, oh, whatever, it's marking me, whatever. But the next thing you know, it goes off and then boom, it blows up and now you're down like half your shield. It's like, oh, really? Gotta be kidding me. So, it could be fun, could be a bit of an interesting weapon. I feel like recon grenades would need to be in the game in the first place in order for this to be a viable option, because if you throw this down and there's no recon grenades in the game, people are going to be like, oh, it's an explosive recon grenade, let me get out of here, else I'm going to blow up. So, you know, it could be useful, but I feel like its usefulness is really dependent on if there's normal recon grenades in the game. And considering normal recon grenades are a ballistic exclusive, I don't see that happening anytime soon. So, if this was added today, probably wouldn't be that great, but who knows? Maybe it would be like the best item in the loot pool. Yeah, you never know, really, to be honest. Alright, now we have the Lawless Quad Burst Assault Rifle. This is an exotic version of the Burst Assault Rifle, just the normal one, not the Striker Burst, so no red dot sight on this one. But when shooting the Lawless Quad Burst Assault Rifle, it will shoot in bursts of 4. Doing 25 damage per shot, and each mag will have 40 shots in it. So you get 40 shots before you have to reload, and you have 4 shots per burst, so you're essentially shooting 10 times. And if you hit all your shots, you get 100 damage. So 2 bursts worth of shots, your opponent is dead, unless you're in 0 build. Then you'd have to shoot another round. But that's besides the point. I think this would probably be a solid weapon. I don't know if it'd be too great because the normal burst is just kind of an alright weapon. So maybe if they like turned up the accuracy a little bit to be better, maybe it'd be good, but I don't really know. Maybe it'd be good for shooting through builds, because you like shoot through builds and then you have like 3 burst shots go through, and then now they're down 75 health. So maybe it could be good in that situation. I don't know. But, you know, just a nice little twist on an OG weapon. I think this would be a little bit of fun. Who knows? Could be good. Could be horrible. Who knows? But yeah. Quad Burst Assault Rifle. And now for the last weapon in this video, we have the Lawless Magnet Burst SMG. This is an exotic Thunderburst SMG, and it's very similar to the Attractor Grappler, as you'll see in a second. When you hit an opponent with the Lawless Magnet Burst SMG, they will be pulled towards you. So just like the Attractor Grappler, it pulls your opponent towards you, you know? Very simple effect, but for a close range weapon, like an SMG, very effective, I think. And especially a Thunderburst SMG, because the Thunderburst is really solid if you have the right attachments on it. I don't know if it would have any attachments, considering this would be in Chapter 6 and there are no mod benches, so I don't know if it would have any attachments. Maybe it would, I don't know, but I haven't really thought about it that much. If I were to put attachments on it, I'd probably put a laser on it, and that's about it, I think. Just put a laser on it. But yeah, I think this would be a solid weapon. I think a lot of people would probably complain about this if it was actually in the game. I don't think it would be the best weapon I've showed off in this video, as I've said previously, you know? But yeah, I think this would be a solid weapon, and I think a lot of people would definitely complain about getting killed by this thing. you know? Who knows? Who really knows? It would have to be in the game for us to actually know. Alright, first we have the Lawless Breacher Pistol. This is an exotic version of the Monarch pistol, and whenever you shoot any structure with the Lawless Breacher Pistol, that structure is instantly destroyed. Now, this is essentially just what the hand cannon or the deagle used to be back when it was first added. A pistol that is slow firing but can destroy walls instantly, and you know, ideally this would not be nerfed into the ground like the heisted breacher shotgun, which can't even destroy a fully built brick wall now, despite the whole gimmick being that it can destroy anything. I don't know why they decided to do that, but whatever. But yeah, I would hope that this would just stay as a instant break for any structure. Might be a bit busted considering I believe the hip fire rate on the Monarch pistol, I should say, is a bit fast. But maybe it doesn't have that like insane structure damage when you're hip firing. Maybe it only has it when you're ADSing. So maybe that could be a way to balance it. But you know, I think this would be a solid weapon. Next up, we have the Lawless Triple Auto Shotgun. This is an exotic version of the Frenzy Auto Shotgun, and when you fire the Lawless Triple Auto Shotgun, it will shoot in a burst of 3. Similar to the Burst Quad Launcher, each burst will only take 1 shotgun shell. So basically, this is a burst auto shotgun that has a lot of leeway with it. If you don't know, the Burst Quad Launcher shoots 8 rockets, but every 2 rockets only takes 1. So basically you're shooting bursts of 2 rockets and it only takes one rocket out of your magazine, basically. So this would basically be the same thing, but instead of having 2 shots and only take 1, it's 3 shots and only takes 1. So I feel like this would be a really spammable shotgun, and you know, it might be a bit busted, but the Frenzy Auto was already busted, so this just makes an already busted weapon more busted. So what can you really do? But yeah, there's not much to this weapon. It's just a burst version of the Frenzy Auto shotgun. Alright, next we have the Lawless Flowberry shotgun, and when you reload a shell in the Lawless Flowberry shotgun, you'll gain the Flowberry effect for a short period of time. This is an exotic version of the Havoc Pump shotgun, so you know, this would probably already be a good weapon to start off with, and having the Flowberry effect would definitely be nice. You know, you just shoot this once, reload a shell into it, and boom, now you got a little bit of extra mobility, you know? It's just a nice little bonus to an already solid weapon. I don't see this becoming like a game changer. I just see it being like a solid option, you know? If you get this or you find it on the ground, you know, you'll be happy, you will take it. But you're not going out of your way to get this Flowberry effect because it's just a bonus. It's not the main attraction of the weapon, but I think it would be pretty good, all things considered. Next, we have the Lawless Tracker Assault Rifle. This is an exotic version of the Tactical Assault Rifle, and when you hit an opponent with the Lawless Tracker Assault Rifle, your opponent will be marked for a short period of time. This is essentially the assault rifle version of the Shadow Tracker pistol. So basically, you shoot someone, they mark, or they get marked, I should say. Very simple, but a very effective weapon. If the Shadow Tracker is like a top tier pistol, this would probably be a top tier assault rifle. The TAC-AR on its own is just an alright gun. You know, the fact that it takes light ammo instead of medium ammo is definitely a benefit, and the red dot sight definitely helps it a bit now. And I would imagine this would still have the red dot sight, so, you know, I wouldn't have to worry about that too much. But I don't know how good it would be in like a loot pool like the current one, like the Chapter 6 Season 2 loot pool. I know like this is being uploaded like a day or two before the season ends, but you know, in a loot pool like Chapter 6 Season 2, this probably wouldn't be too crazy because all the other red dot weapons are just so much better. Even like the Veiled Precision SMG, I feel like is a bit better than the TAC-AR. So I don't know how good this would actually be, but having the mark effect definitely helps it in my personal opinion, especially when you're using this at farther ranges because of the scope. Next, we have a very interesting weapon. We have the Lawless Poison Dart Shotgun. This is an exotic version of the Ranger Shotgun, and when you damage an opponent with the Lawless Poison Dart Shotgun, your opponent will begin taking poison damage for a short period of time. So basically, imagine this sort of like the poison dart trap. When someone gets hit with the poison darts from the poison dart trap, they begin taking tick damage for 10. Basically, that would be what this weapon does. I don't think it would do 10 damage per tick because this is a shotgun and you're already going to get like 100 damage-ish off of the first initial shot. So maybe it ticks like 3 times and you get like another 30 damage off of it that they can't do anything about. I feel like this would just be a solid twist on the Ranger shotgun. You know, it basically guarantees 30 damage every time you hit someone. Because, you know, sometimes you have some shots with shotguns that just kind of woof and only do like 30 damage anyways. So, you know, at least you're always getting alright damage with this weapon. And also, I feel like the range on the Ranger shotgun would be nice to have on a weapon like this. Because, you know, you shoot them and You know, the poison dart trap, it is a bit more a ranged trap, but you have to be within 3 tiles of the trap. This has a lot more range than 3 tiles, so I feel like it'll be very solid. Alright, next we have the Lawless Dual Boom Hunters. This is an exotic version of the Dual Fiend Hunters. Very not good weapon, but when you fire the Lawless Dual Boom Hunters, it will shoot a mini boom bolt instead of a normal arrow. So basically, imagine the boom bolt, but dual wield. That's essentially what this weapon is. The explosion probably wouldn't be too strong, probably only do like 20-30 damage. You know, just having the ability to spam these, I just don't feel like the explosions should be too powerful, in my personal opinion. But I do think the explosions would help this weapon be a viable option, in my personal opinion. Alright, next we have the Lawless Flowberry Sniper Rifle, and this is an exotic version of the Bolt Action Sniper Rifle. And the gimmick to this one is very simple. While holding the Lawless Flowberry Sniper Rifle, you'll be granted the Flowberry effect indefinitely. Just a nice item for mobility, you know, and a good twist on the bolt, you know. Again, I don't think the Flowberry effect makes this a must carry. I just think it's a nice little bonus, you know. And obviously the bolt action is a solid sniper, so carrying this around would be nice. But yeah, just a very simple gimmick, you know, nothing too crazy with this weapon. Alright, we got a bit of a fun weapon here. We have the Lawless Boogie Bow. This is an exotic version of the mechanical bow, or you could just say any bow really, because it's just a bow with the boogie bomb effect. But yeah, when you fire a fully charged arrow from this bow, it will explode like a boogie bomb. Very simple gimmick here, but I feel like this is a weapon a lot of people have been like asking for a long time. I feel like whenever I see someone talk about like a new bow they like to see, like the top answer is probably always the boogie bomb bow, which, you know, kind of makes sense. It's an easy idea to come up with, you know, it's nothing crazy. So, you know, I think it would be an interesting addition. I don't know if this would be a really good idea because spammable boogie bomb's a bit powerful, so I don't know if this would be really a good idea, but who knows? Who knows? You do have to charge it up, so you can't just like throw it. So maybe it could be good. Who knows? Maybe it could be a nice balanced weapon. But I do feel like the balancing on this weapon is a bit hard, just because you basically have infinite of them, because, you know, you can just stock up on arrows, and you can carry like 13 arrows, which is more than double the amount of boogie bombs you can carry, so might be a bit of a problem, but who knows? Who really knows? Alright, next we have the Lawless Storm Bolt. This is an exotic version of the Boom Bolt. I know, kind of crazy, like we have like 1,000 bows in this video. It's kind of weird. When you fire the Lawless Storm Bolt, it will create a small storm flip for around 30 seconds. You know, nothing crazy, just a little mini storm flip, and yeah, I think it would be good, you know. I'd imagine that this would not have an explosion. I imagine you would just shoot it and the storm flip would pop out. The explosion will not happen. So basically, you tag them for a little bit of damage, the storm flip goes off, and now they're in the storm bubble, and that's where you get like, that's where the explosion damage would happen. Instead of getting it from the explosion, you would get it from the storm. I don't know if this would be better than the original Boom Bolt, I'm going to be honest, because people can just run away from the storm flip. So, might not be too crazy, but you know, maybe as a utility item, like if you're in Storm, this would be a good way to, you know, survive Storm for a little bit longer, you know? And maybe if like you're in like a late game and people are in their boxes, shoot this at their box and they like have not many places to go, I should say, because it's such a small circle. So, could be an interesting weapon in like those situations, but other than that, I don't see it being too crazy. And finally, to close it off, we have the Lawless Impulse Fire SMG. This is a very simple version of the Rapid Fire SMG, and when you hit an opponent with the Lawless Impulse Fire SMG, they will be knocked back a short distance. Essentially, this is basically like the dub, but impulse grenade is a shockwave grenade effect, and you don't get knocked back with it, you know? Very simple weapon here, but could be fun. I don't know how effective it would be considering it's an SMG, and knocking back your opponents with an SMG, which is meant for close range, probably won't be the best option, but who knows? Maybe it'd be like the best weapon in loot pool, because, you know, the Rapid Fire SMG is pretty solid, in my personal opinion. It's probably one of the better SMGs in this game, but who knows? Who really knows how this weapon would actually play out? Could be good, could also be really bad because of this effect. So, who knows? Who knows? Alright, so we're just gonna start off real quick on page 1 of the Battle Pass. I made a full Battle Pass for this. This is not a mini season, this is a full season. So yeah, first tier, we obviously have Robin. Pretty cool. And he has a few rewards, as you can see there. And we'll get a little bit more in detail, but just, this is what you get on the first page. First page, I think, is pretty good. Robin as a tier 1 makes a bit of sense, in my opinion, you know? Alright, here's just a closer look at everything on page 1. We obviously have the Robin outfit. We have Robin's cape, which is a back bling and a glider. The glider would kind of have like the same animation as the Batman glider, if you know what I mean. So, that's kind of how I would envision that one working. We have the Staff Tricks emote, which would just be an emote where he does like some staff stuff, you know, with his staff. His staff is a pickaxe, Robin's staff pickaxe, and a banner with the Robin logo on it. So pretty solid page 1. Page 2, we get some more stuff for Robin. We got some edit styles and stuff, and yeah, you can see some pretty cool stuff down there in the rewards and stuff, you know? So we obviously have the Red Robin outfit edit style based on the Red Robin from the comics. I'm pretty sure Red Robin has like a completely different outfit from this, but I just put the different colors on it because, you know, that just made sense to me, you know? Trying to get this video out in a timely fashion. Red Robin's cape is a back bling and glider edit style. We have Red Robin's staff pickaxe. I know they're called Red Robin's like cosmetics and they're all black. I know it's kind of weird, but it's supposed to, you know what I mean? It's called Red Robin stuff because it's the Red Robin outfit edit style. You know what I mean? We have the Teen Titans emoticon, and we have the Teen Titans theme song jam track. Obviously, Robin is like a Teen Titans character, so you know, just made sense to give him some Teen Titans cosmetics. Now I'm realizing if Robin comes to the game, like the only like Teen Titan we don't have in the game right now would be Cyborg, which is kind of interesting. Page 3, we have Zatanna. I feel like this is a character not a lot of people know of, but I feel like if you read the comics, you probably know who Zatanna is. I feel like she's a pretty important character, like in the comics, you know what I'm saying? But here's just a bunch of her cosmetics. Obviously, we have the Zatanna outfit, the card trick wrap, the magic descent contrail, a banner, you know, with a little top hat on it. I think that's a little nice, you know, the magic axis pickaxe, and the magic energy back bling. Obviously, a lot of magic going on here, you know what I'm saying? It's obviously like the whole thing of this character is like magic, so, you know, makes sense. Next, we have the dark magic Zatanna outfit, or like edit style. And yeah, you can see all the cosmetics down there. For page 4, we have the Dark Magic Zatanna outfit edit style, the Card of Dark Arts emoticon, the Dark Magic Descent Contrail edit style, the Magic World jam track. It's just like some random jam track, you know, just like one of those weird Epic Games made ones, but you know, I had to throw some jam tracks in here. So that would be one of them. Did not make a song for it, unfortunately. Sorry. We have the Dark Magic Axis pickaxe edit style and the Dark Magic Energy backbling edit style. So yeah, just a bunch of other edit styles for her cosmetics. All right, next, this is an interesting choice. I feel like if people were making a DC season, they probably would not put this guy in the battle pass, but I did, so what are you gonna do about it? We have G.I. Robot. Obviously, he was most recently in the Creature Commando show, which I don't think a lot of people watched, but, you know, whatever. Yeah, you could just look at his cosmetics there, you know, looks pretty interesting. For page 5, we have the G.I. Robot outfit. We have G.I.'s Hover Jets glider, which would, I want to point out, this would only be usable with him because that's like part of his character. Like that would like require him to like change how he looks in game. Like if you've seen the scene from the show, you would know how that kind of works. We have the scanning GI emoticon, the banner with like little 2 that's like on his hat. We have GI's firing arm pickaxe. This would kind of be like sort of like the Zig's pickaxe from chapter 2 season 7, where it would have a different animation depending on if you use it with him and without him. If you use it with him, it'd be kind of just like one of those like kind of like the Zig pickaxe where it's like one arm, you like swing your arm with it, you know? And then if you use it with any other skin, I would imagine you just like kind of hold it and it would kind of be swung like kind of like the Mjolnir pickaxe. That's how I kind of envision that. And then we have GI's motor oil back bling, you know? Just a little fun little back bling I thought I'd throw in there. And then we have the classic GI robot edit styles, you know? Pretty cool for page 6. But this is more based on his like comic look. Not entirely because it's just a color swap version of his Creature Commandos look. But, you know, thought it was fitting. So here we have page 6. We have the classic GI Robot outfit edit style. Same thing for his hoverjet glider, the classic GI's hoverjets. The background check wrap, you would know what that's referencing to if you watch the show. We have the coin operated boy jam track. This is not like a DC song like at all, but they use this song for him in the show. So I thought I'd throw it in here. Then we have classic GI's firing arm pickaxe edit style and classic GI's motor oil backbling edit style. Next, we have Supergirl. Kind of surprised we don't have this character in the game already because I feel like she's pretty popular, but you know, whatever. What can you do about it? And yeah, you can see some pretty cool stuff down there for her cosmetics. So for page 7, we have the Supergirl outfit, obviously. We have Supergirl's cape, backbling, and glider. We have the Woman of Tomorrow emote, which is kind of referencing to like the Woman of Tomorrow comic. I'm pretty sure it's like her most popular story, so I thought I'd throw it in there. We have the Blade of Tomorrow pickaxe, which is the pickaxe, the sword she's holding on the cover of that comic. And then we just have like the banner with the Superman logo on it, you know, because, you know, just fits. Now we have the Shadow Supergirl edit style. This is obviously referencing the Shadow Superman edit style from the old Superman skin. Page 8, we have Shadow Supergirl's outfit edit style. We have Shadow Supergirl's cape, backbling, and glider. We have the Shadow Kryptonian wrap, you know, fun little wrap there. The Shadow Blade of Tomorrow pickaxe edit style. and the shadow emblem emoticon. Pretty cool stuff right here. Page 9, we have Billy Batson, pretty cool stuff, Another character I'm surprised you don't have in the game already. I feel like it's a pretty popular character, Page 9, we have the Billy Batson outfit with the Billy's backpack back bling, tongue twister there. The Shazam Bolt spray, obviously another banner, just a Shazam themed banner. The Staff of Lightning pickaxe, and the Shazam emoticon. Pretty fun stuff here. And then page 10 is pretty cool. This is probably my favorite skin in the past, I'm gonna be honest. Obviously some pretty cool stuff you can see right down there. Page 10, we have the Shazam outfit edit style. We have the Shazam cape, Shazam's cape. Backbling glider. Don't know why I said Shazam cape. Doesn't make any sense, but whatever. The Shazam Bolt contrail. The Shazam emote, which would be a built-in emote for Billy Batson Shazam, and it will just let you switch between the different styles. Then we have the Shazam lightning wrap and Billy's backpack red edit style. Just a little red style, so you can wear it with Shazam if you wanted to. Next, we have page 11, I believe, with Batgirl. Another character I'm surprised you don't have, considering we have like a million Batman skins, kind of shocking, but whatever. And yeah, got some pretty nice cosmetics here, in my opinion. So first we have the Batgirl outfit with Batgirl's cape as a back bling, the Batgirl's wing glider, which is just basically the OG Batman glider. We have a Batman banner, we have a Batarang axe as a pickaxe, and we have the Batman theme jam track. Pretty good stuff here in my opinion, if I do say so myself. Next, page 12, we have the Bronze Age Batgirl cosmetics. Another edit style. I think it's pretty cool. We have the Bronze Age Batgirl outfit edit style. We have the Bronze Age Batgirl's cape backbling style, the Bronze Age Batgirl's wings glider style, the bat symbol emoticon, the Bronze Age Batarang axes pickaxe style, and the bat wrap. Little silly name right there, but whatever. And next, this is the max tier skin of the battle pass. This is your tier 100, if you will. Martian Manhunter. Now this isn't the final page in the normal battle pass yet, but we'll get there in just a second. This is the first page of the Martian Manhunter cosmetics. Page 13, we have the Martian Manhunter outfit with the Martian Manhunter's cloak back bling, the Martian Music Hunter keytar, little keytar there. Just realized I didn't have any instruments, so I thought I'd throw one in here. The Martian Smirk emoticon, the banner, which is kind of like that Martian Manhunter kind of logo kind of vibe, you know what I'm saying? And the shapeshifter wrap. Pretty fun stuff right here, if I do say so myself. And then the final page, we have the rest of Martian Manhunter's cosmetics, and you can see that tier 100 actually isn't a skin, but an emote. And we'll get to that in a second. So, page 14, we have Martian Shapeshift emote. This is your max tier reward, and this would basically be Mystique's emote, but you would use it with Martian Manhunter instead. Pretty fun. This will be built in, you couldn't use it with any other skin, just Martian Manhunter. So, there is that. But as a final tier reward, I think this is pretty fitting, I think it's pretty good. Then we have Martian Manhunter's cloak glider, Martian Deployer glider, just another glider I thought I'd throw in, Martian Manhunting axe, pickaxe, little fun pickaxe there, and the Shapeshifter jam track, another just weird original jam track from Epic Games probably, that I did not bother trying to make a song for, just kind of throw it in there. Alright, now we have our bonus skin. We have Darkseid as the bonus skin, and yeah, for page 1, we have the Darkseid outfit, the Mother Box back bling, Darkseid's fists pickaxe, Darkseid style wrap, Darkseid's Rebel glider, Darkseid GG emoticon, and a banner with like the Darkseid logo on it. Honestly, pretty cool stuff. I think out of all the sets in this battle pass, overall this is probably my favorite. Darkseid's not my favorite skin in the past, but I think his cosmetics like the back bling, the pickaxe, the glider, I think they're all really solid in my opinion. And next we have the second page of rewards for Darkseid. We have 0 Point Darkseid. Nice little original kind of style for him, in my opinion. So we have 0 Point Darkseid, 0 Point Mother Box, 0 Point Darkseid's fists, 0 Point Darkseid style, 0 Point Darkseid's rubble, 0 Point disaster, and the Darkseid emblem spray. Those last two are not edit styles, they're just more cosmetics for him. But I thought they were fun. Just kind of throw them in there. And yeah, Darkseid cosmetics, pretty cool. Alright, now we have the bonus rewards. First, we have page 1, obviously. And yeah, let's get straight into it. So, first we have the enemy attire edit style for Shazam and Billy Batson. They're the same skin, but they're pretty drastically different, so I threw both of them on here just so you can see what they both look like. Then we have the DC logo emoticon, the DC emblem spray, the Dark Arts card trick emote, the Billy's backpack enemy attire backbling edit style, the enemy lightning wrap, and the banner with the DC logo on it. So pretty cool stuff. Obviously just have some generic DC cosmetics in here, just thought I'd throw in some stuff like that. I think it's pretty fun, and yeah, pretty cool. And now we have some more cosmetics for page 2 of the bonus rewards. We have the classic gray suit Batgirl outfit edit style, you have the classic Batgirl's cape backbling style, the classic Batgirl's wings glider style, the classic battering axe's pickaxe, the DC emblematic wrap, the bat paint spray, and the bat jitsu emote. That would just be like a generic fighting, nothing crazy. Just thought I'd throw it in there. Yeah, some pretty cool stuff. I do say I really like how that DC emblematic wrap turned out. I think it looks really nice, like the gun's like smoky kind of coloring on the background there with the wrap. So fire. So fire. Alright, now we have our first super styles. And as you can see, all of the skins in this battle pass, except Darkseid because he's the bonus skin, have super styles. So yeah, bonus page 3, we have the Cosmic Cloud super styles. Obviously, blue, purple kind of aesthetic, the star, like the white stars in that's like kind of scattered everywhere, I think they're pretty fire. I do want to mention that you can use the super styles with G.I. Robot's classic edit style and both Shazam styles. You can't do that with any of the other skins because most of them are just color swaps, so it won't really work. But G.I. Robot, his what would be considered his skin, but it's not really skin because it's like he's a robot, is different between both of the styles, and obviously Shazam and Billy Batson are very different looking, so it would make sense that they would get the different versions. But rest of the skins, these are basically just color swaps, so it would be the same as the other styles where it would just be a color swap, so it wouldn't really make sense to use those with them, Next, for the second set of super styles, we have the Nebular Rose edit styles. Obviously for page 4, same thing I said earlier, every skin has one of these, got the pink and gold kind of aesthetic, looks fine. Probably my least favorite of the super styles, if I'm going to be honest, but yeah. And finally, the max tier super styles, we have the Galactic Gold styles. And here's just a better look at all of the Galactic Gold super styles. I think these ones are pretty nice. Honestly, it's kind of tough for me to decide if I like these ones better or if I like the Cosmic Cloud edit styles better, but honestly, they're both really good, in my opinion. Alright, now we can get into the gameplay stuff. We have the loophole here. Decided to keep it very simple. For ARs, we have the Warforged AR and the Striker Burst AR. Now, since we are not in Chapter 5 anymore, these would both have predetermined mods. The Burst would have the same mods as it did in Chapter 6, Season 2, and the Warforged Assault Rifle, I would imagine having a hollow optic, probably, and I don't know if I really put any other attachments on there. Maybe I put like a grip on there to reduce the recoil a little bit, but I wouldn't go crazy with it. For shotguns, we have the Sentinel Pump making a comeback, pretty nice, and the Combat Shotgun. Now this one would have mods on it. Probably wouldn't have a scope. I'd probably put a speed bag, because I think you could put a speed bag on this combat shotgun. I don't remember. That would probably be it. I don't think I'd put anything else on this. For SMGs, we have the Surgefire SMG coming back, pretty underrated SMG in my opinion. And we have the Thunderburst SMG. Now, don't worry, I wouldn't put the laser on this. I'd probably put the vertical recoil on it, and that's probably it, Maybe a speed mag or a drum mag, but, you don't need either of those, Keep it solid, don't make it overpowered, and yeah. Pretty good SMG, in my opinion. And then we have pistols, we have the tactical pistol, and we have the hand cannon. The hand cannon, I don't know if I would put a scope on it. Maybe I'd put a sniper scope on it, but other than that, probably not. Maybe I'd put a drum mag on it though, or a speed mag. One of those two. And then for snipers, we just have the hunting rifle, It wasn't season 1, so I thought I'd bring it back, Now, you can see, obviously, for powers, we have a lot of new items that I have not gone over yet, and we'll go over those in a second. But I also want to mention that the Batman grapple gun and the batarangs would make a comeback. But I would change just one thing about them. They would no longer be mythic. They would probably be purple rarity, epic rarity. Just don't think they would fit being mythic, if they were brought back, But other than that, they would stay unchanged. Same amount of uses, same kind of stats, Heals, keep it kind of basic. We have the medkit, bandages, minis, big pots, chug jug, slap splashes, and the med mist smoke grenade. Med mist smoke grenade is I feel like it fits the season a little bit better. In slap splashes, I decided to put in because we need kind of a splash item in there, and I thought these are kind of the best splash item we have. Also, I'm not putting slap juice in this because even though they're both in the game right now, I find it kind of redundant to have slap splashes and slap juice in at the same time because they literally give the same amount of health, but slap splashes are quicker to use, they heal your teammates too, so it's kind of redundant to have them both in the game at the same time. Slap splashes are infinitely better than slap juice. And then others, we have the shockwave grenade, the smoke grenade, the shadow bomb, and then an explosive weapon there that we'll get to in actually just a second because I believe it's the first one I put on here. But before we get to the loophole, or the new weapons I should say, we have the map. Now, we don't have any new biomes or anything. We just kind of have POI spread across the map. I'll start at the top. We have the Hall of Justice up at the top right there. Just a fun little POI. I don't really know much about it. I think it's the Justice League POI or something, so probably go here, find a bunch of Justice League guys you can talk to. So, pretty cool POI there in my opinion. Then in the opposite corner, on the other side in the top, you have Arkham Asylum, just kind of a basic prison kind of POI. Maybe there'd be some villain NPCs there you could talk to. Maybe they give you some cool stuff, I don't know. But Arkham Asylum makes sense to have, Replacing Crime City. I almost said Seaport City. Don't know why. Replacing Crime City is Gotham. This would kind of be like Gotham City from Season 10, but it wouldn't be exactly the same because it'd be more like an original layout instead of just being Tilted Towers, but DC themed. So that's why it's not called Gotham City. It's just called Gotham. 2 different POIs technically. Gotham kind of making a return. Then we have the Fortress of Solitude. This would be like a Superman kind of POI, and it's replacing Masked Meadows, which I'm surprised hasn't already been replaced. I'm pretty sure there were leaks of it getting replaced like last season, but whatever. Fortress of Solitude is here as a POI. You'd find some cool Superman stuff here, obviously. And then we have Titan Tower. Obviously the Teen Titan Tower. You know, pretty cool POI there. Also, I would like to mention that Shogun Solitude would have returned because, you know, Star Wars season over. But other than that, all the other Star Wars POIs have been replaced by another POI, so didn't really have to remove them, you know? And just a little graphic here so you can see where all the bosses for the season would be. Hall of Justice would have Zatanna, Gotham would have Batgirl, the Fortress of Solitude would have Supergirl, and Titan Tower would have Robin. Alright, now we can get into the new weapons. First, we have the Kryptonite Cannon. The Kryptonite Cannon charges up a large explosive Kryptonite cluster that launches when fired, similar to a recycler. It also disables any Kryptonian powers that your opponent may be using for a brief period of time. So, Kryptonite Cannon, kind of like the recycler, although I might change the recycler description to like the Cybertron Cannon, kind of like that. Either way, I feel like this would be a good, solid explosive weapon, and the ability to disable Kryptonian powers is actually pretty good. And we'll get to what those Kryptonian powers are in a second, because they are new items as well in this loot pool, so we'll get to those in just a second. So, first Kryptonian power we have is the Kryptonian lasers. The Kryptonian lasers will fire a strong and powerful laser beam that acts similarly to the ray gun. The Kryptonian lasers work on a durability system, however the mythic version from Supergirl has infinite durability. So you'd be able to find these all over the map, you know, at a chest and stuff, and those all have limited uses with the durability and stuff, but the mythic version has infinite uses, and you get that from defeating Supergirl at the Fortress of Solitude, or her bosses. Next, we have Kryptonian Flight. The Kryptonian Flight acts identically to the wings of Icarus, minus the big hitbox of the wings, so save you a lot of hurt in the sky. They also work on a durability system, and the mythic version also has infinite durability, which you would once again get from Supergirl. So Supergirl drops 2 mythics. Next, we have Robin's Staff. Robin's Staff is a new melee weapon that works identically to Donatello's Staff from the TMNT collab. It works on a durability system as well. However, the mythic version found at the Titan Tower from the Robin boss has infinite durability. So, you know, kind of see a theme with all these items. They all have durability except for the mythic versions. So I find mythic versions having durability kind of stupid, in my opinion, but whatever. You know, I just think it'd be good. Probably be a good, solid movement item. You know, for the movement this season, we have Shockwaves, obviously. We have the Robin Staff, which would work similar to Donatello's Staff, which is kind of like a kinetic blade, sort of. The Kryptonian Flight, which I don't know how good that would be, because the Icarus wings weren't that good, but maybe the hitbox being smaller would help a bit. And then we have the Batman grapple gun and a mythic version of that, which we'll get to in a little bit. But, you know, pretty good movement this season, I'd say, personally. Alright, next we have Dark Magic. Dark Magic is a new power item that shoots a blast of magic energy that becomes more powerful the longer you charge it. A fully charged shot would also home in on any opponent. This item has 30 uses, with a small shot taking up 1 use, a medium shot taking up 3 uses, and a strong shot taking up 5 uses. The mythic version from Zatanna also has 90 uses, so it's not infinite this time because I feel like that would be a bit busted. You know, just having infinite homing shots you could fire on your opponent would be a bit broken, in my opinion. But having 90 uses is basically all you need. Like, for example, if I wanted to use all strong shots that take up 5 uses each, the normal one only has 6 uses in that case. But the mythic version would have 18 uses of strong shots. So you'd have 18 like strong homing in shots that you'd be able to fire at your opponent. So that would be kind of busted in my opinion. And then finally, we have Batgirl's grapnel gun. This is very simply just a mythic version of the Batman grapnel gun with infinite uses. So pretty obvious. And obviously you'd get this from Batgirl like Gotham. So defeat her, you get this mythic, you know, pretty simple, pretty fun, you know. Good mobility. Probably the best mobility item in the season if I had to take a guess. And then a good thing to end on, I would think, would be the Victory Umbrella, which is the DC umbrella. Pretty fun design here. Pretty simple, but I think it does its job. I think it's good, and yeah, that's it. Alright, so first in the brand new Blitz Battle Pass, we have page 1, obviously right here. You can kind of see everything that's on page 1 right here. So obviously for page 1, we have the Blitz Wrecker Jones outfit. Pretty clean looking outfit right there if I do say so myself. The Blitz Satchel back bling. The Blitz Sailor Glider, the Blitz Jones emoticon, the Blitz Machete pickaxe, the Blitz wrap, and then the Blitz kicks. You know, obviously some pretty cool stuff here. Another pair of kicks that a lot of people would actually get, because right now the only one that like everyone like pretty much has is the ones from the remix battle pass, and even then you can't get those anymore, I'm pretty sure. So you're kind of stuck with no kicks unless you want to like shell out like an armor and a leg for a pair in the item shop. But I don't know many people that would actually want to do that, so just throw another pair of kicks in a battle pass. You know, I think if they did that more often, and I think they'd be a bit more positively received. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, overall pretty solid stuff on page 1. All right, page 2. Kind of see everything here. Another clean skin, in my personal opinion. So for page 2, we see some Bright Bomber kind of themed cosmetics, although the outfit is actually more based on Brilliant Bomber. Fun fact, we have the Blitz Bomber outfit, the Blitz Loons back bling, the Blitz Blimp glider, the Blitz GG emoticon, the Blitzy Bash pickaxe, the Blitz Gold Wrap, and then the Blitz Spirals Contrail. Again, pretty nice cosmetics here. I didn't really want to do a Bright Bomber cosmetic based on like the original Bright Bomber, because I feel like Brilliant Bomber just should be out at this point. You know, it's been like 6-7 years since that skin came out. So, you know, just give it a chance to release in some capacity, even if it takes making a Blitz themed reskin of it, in my personal opinion. Just release a skin at this point, you know? But overall, I think the cosmetics in this set are pretty cool. I like the Blitz Blimp glider there. That's pretty fun little glider right there. The Blitz Loons back bling, you know, it's alright. You know, nothing crazy, but fits the set. Blitzy Bash pickaxe, pretty fire pickaxe in my opinion. I like the glowing horn there. It looks pretty good, in my personal opinion. Alright, for page 3, we have Blitz Luminos set. Obviously right here. You know, pretty cool. So obviously on page 3, you would get the Blitz Luminos outfit, the Blitz Light back bling, the Blitz Arcana glider, the Blitz Time spray, the Astral Blitz pickaxe, the Blitz Rift wrap, and then the Blitz Bob emote. That emote would just kind of be like a generic dance emote, you know, nothing crazy, just kind of felt like I needed to throw in an emote somewhere in the past. The spray is pretty nice in my opinion, but nothing crazy. Same with the wrap. The cosmetics for this one though might be overall my favorite like additional cosmetics in the past. You know, Blitz Luminos, he's a cool skin, but I don't think he's the best skin in the past. I think that's going to be our max tier skin, which we'll see on the next page. But I think his cosmetics are just really, really good looking. Got like the nice kind of like, I don't know how you would what you'd even call it, but like, I don't want to say an aura because I feel like the term aura has been like ruined, but you know what I'm trying to say. The golden mist, I'll say, that's around all the items. Looks really cool in my opinion. And also their remix of pretty good cosmetics originally. Like the original cosmetics they're based off are already pretty good, especially the pickaxe. That pickaxe is top tier pickaxe. And, you know, having another version of the Arcana glider would be pretty nice. Remember when they messed up the event in season 8 and they had to give that away to everyone for free? I think that was pretty fun. But, you know, pretty cool stuff here, you know? Blitz Luminos, pretty cool outfit. Not the best in his set though, in my opinion. Alright, and finally we have the Blitz Wanderer set. Pretty cool stuff right here in my personal opinion. So on page 4, you'd get the Blitz Wanderer outfit, the Blitz Scanner back bling, the Blitzel Pilot glider, the Blitz Rift banner. I meant to put Blitz Cleavers there, my bad. Blitz Cleavers pickaxe, the Blitz Space wrap, and then the Golden Rift spray. I will say I think the Blitz Space wrap is personally the best wrap in this pass. It looks so nice. Just having like a golden galaxy kind of wrap. Be so nice in my personal opinion. Spray is also pretty nice. Banner, whatever. It's just a banner. But the Blitz Wanderer outfit is so clean in my opinion. Like I don't know, that's not really hair, but it kind of works as hair. Like on the original skin. But it's like the golden like space dust around the head, I guess you could say. Looks so clean. Also the eyes, like the nice glowing eyes, I think those are a good touch. The cosmetics here are pretty good in my opinion. I like how I did the Blitzel Pilot with like the white kind of glow there. I think it turned out pretty cool. But yeah, the space kind of themed cosmetics just turned out really nice in my personal opinion. So yeah, pretty cool skins right here. Pretty good pass in my personal opinion. Alright, to kick things off, we have the Unstable Static Assault Rifle. This is an exotic version of the Fury Assault Rifle, and whenever you hit an opponent with the Unstable Static Assault Rifle, it will produce a shock of lightning that will chain towards nearby enemies and do small damage. So basically, this is just a chain lightning effect. If you've played a game where, you know, you have like a lightning effect, it's likely that they use like the chain kind of effect, where when you do damage to one person, it'll do damage to everyone in the surrounding area as long as you hit the shot. So pretty simple idea for an exotic, but I think it's cool, and I'm surprised we haven't seen something like this in the game already, unless I'm forgetting something. If so, I'm sure you guys will tell me. But yeah, you know, just a simple little exotic version of the Fury Assault Rifle, you know? Kind of fits the Unstable kind of idea without being too broken, in my personal opinion. And also, before we continue, I just want to say I love how these like weapons like turned out looking, like the nice purple and gold kind of galaxy effect. So nice. It's so nice, bro. It's so cool. All right, next we have the Unstable Overlord Spire Rifle. So obviously this is an exotic version of the Spire Rifle, and when firing the Unstable Overlord Spire Rifle, instead of firing individual bullets, it will fire a continuous laser beam that creates a small explosion wherever it hits. So basically kind of envision like a balanced version of that laser beam that the Overlord Spires fire every once in a while when you fight them. It would basically be that, but as a weapon that you could hold instead of it just being like an attack that the boss uses against you. So I think that would be a cool idea for a weapon. Kind of shoots sort of like a ray gun, if you want to think about it like that, kind of. But yeah, you know, I just think that the Spire Rifle is already pretty good, so I don't really know if there's anything you can really do to it to really, like, make it any better. So I don't know if maybe this would be better than the OG Spire Rifle, or maybe it'd be worse than it. I don't know. You guys can debate that in the comments, but, you know, I think it's a fun little gimmick kind of a weapon, you know? Kind of takes a boss weapon and then makes it into, like, a new weapon, kind of. You know, it's cool, it's unique, and I'm a fan of how this weapon turned out, in my personal opinion. Next, we have the Unstable Steamfire Shotgun. This is an exotic version of the exotic Twinfire Auto Shotgun. I believe it's called the Twinfire Auto Shotgun, unless it's just called the Twinfire Shotgun. I honestly don't remember, but that's besides the point. When you hit an opponent with the Unstable Steamfire Shotgun, it will leave behind a steam cloud that does 10 damage at the same rate as a stink cloud. So, you know, you shoot someone, you hit them, steam cloud, 10 damage, gets you like an extra like 10-20 damage maybe on your opponent, which is nice little benefit, you know, just basically increases the damage overall of this weapon, which I feel like this is a weapon that definitely needs the damage increase, since, you know, you're shooting 2 pellets at a time, or 2 shells at a time, I should say. You're using 2 shells every time you shoot this thing, so having weak damage on this thing isn't really viable, which is why it's never really been good. So I think just having that extra damage would definitely help push this weapon to be better, you know? And, you know, another way you can kind of think about this weapon working is if you've ever played Plants vs. Zombies game, Plants vs. Zombies Battle for Neighborville, there is a version of the scientist in that game that will shoot like a steam cloud kind of effect. And that's kind of like the same kind of effect I'd envision with this shotgun. You know, a little steam cloud does extra damage, you know, while your opponent's in it. You know, kind of how I envision this weapon working. And I definitely think this would be a fun exotic, in my personal opinion. Next, we have the Unstable Rift SMG. This is an exotic version of the Veiled Precision SMG, and this is probably the most broken item on this list, I have to say. When firing the Unstable Rift SMG, every bullet has a small chance to spawn a junk rift. Each clip can only spawn 1 junk rift, so you will need to reload before you can spawn another one. So, just kind of explain that a little bit better. When you're firing this, 1 bullet in your clip has a chance to spawn the junk rift. Now, once you spawn that junk rift, in order to spawn another junk rift with this weapon, you'll have to reload. So, you know, you fire it, you get 1 junk rift off, then you fire the rest of the clip that you have, you reload, and then you start firing again, and then you can spawn another junk rift. So, yeah, I feel like this weapon would be a bit busted, just having, like, infinite junk rifts, you know? Kind of insane. But, you know, it's an exotic weapon. What can you do? It's gotta be kind of gimmicky. Definitely not gonna be in comp, this one. I can tell you that very much right now. Definitely not a comp weapon. This thing might be a bit busted, but, you know, it's fun. So, who really cares at the end of the day? You know? Fun, gimmicky SMG. Love to see it. Alright, next we have the Unstable Breacher SMG. This is an exotic version of the Surgefire SMG, and the longer you fire the Unstable Breacher SMG, not only does it fire rate increase, like a normal Surgefire SMG, its structure damage also increases exponentially, instantly breaking fully built metal walls. So basically, when you start shooting this thing, its structure damage is just like the normal Surgefire, but as you keep firing it, that structure damage keeps increasing, until eventually near the end of the clip, it's basically just breaking through everything, as it says, breaking fully built metal walls. This would probably be a busted weapon, you know? And, you know, if this was actually added to the game, Epic would probably nerf it to do no structure damage at all, like they did with the Breacher Shotgun, which I don't get why you're gonna nerf a weapon to do no structure damage at all when the whole point of it is to do a ton of structure damage. But that's besides the point. This weapon probably be busted, probably be overpowered, you know? But it's fun. It's kind of a gimmicky kind of weapon. Kind of fits into a class of weapons we already have. So, you know, it's basically kind of like a perfect exotic, you know, Fortnite. If you want to take this idea and just add it in the next update, you're more than welcome to do that, you know? So, you know, I think this would be a fun exotic. Next, we have the Unstable Push and Pull Revolvers. These are exotic versions of the Kill Switch Revolvers, and every time you reload the Unstable Push and Pull Revolvers, they switch between pulling your opponents towards you and pushing them away. So basically, you pick them up, you start shooting them, and they pull your opponents towards you so you can get them closer in range to you. But then after you run out, you reload the weapon, and then you start shooting them again, it starts pushing them away. So basically, kind of envision this as like a mix of like the Yoink shotgun and the dub shotgun, but mixed into one weapon, and it just keeps switching between those two every time you reload. Kind of a fun idea for a weapon, you know, kind of pulls on the, you know, dual wield kind of aesthetic or like gimmick of these weapons, you know, so I think it'll be fun, you know. And I feel like not a lot of like dual wield kind of weapons really play into the fact that they're dual wields, you know. I feel like the only one that really does that is the pump and dump, so it would be nice to see more weapons kind of use that dual wield kind of idea more, you know, so I think that'd be a good idea. Next, we have the Unstable Rush DMR. This is an exotic version of the Deadeye DMR, and when you hit an opponent with the Unstable Rush DMR, you'll be granted the Gold Rush effect for a brief period of time. So basically, the idea of this is that you hit your opponent, get the Gold Rush effect, and then you can start pushing your opponent and finish them off from there. You know, I feel like this weapon would be kind of annoying. It would kind of be like how the Huntress DMR was used in like Chapter 5, where it would basically just be like used to pick off opponents, and then, you know, once you get them low, push, instant free kills, you know? That's kind of how I see this weapon being used, you know? And maybe it wouldn't be too good because people will be like, well, I could just like do this other thing or whatever, even though there's not really too great of movement in this season. I mean, like, there's good movement items, but you know what I mean. But you know, I think this would be a fun exotic weapon. I don't know how useful it would be, though. You know, the Deadeye DMR is not really too great in my personal opinion. That's probably going to annoy someone. Someone's probably going to be in the comments being like, the Deadeye DMR is like the best DMR we've ever seen. But I don't agree with that opinion at all. So fight me in the comments about that one. But, you know, I feel like this would be a fun idea for a weapon, you know? Kind of a good idea, in my personal opinion, you know? It's a weapon that's meant to get you to be able to rush your opponent, get them weak before you do so, you know? That kind of idea. You know, it's fun. Next, we have the Unstable Critical Damage Assault Rifle. This is an exotic version of the Collateral Damage Assault Rifle, and every shot you hit with the Unstable Critical Damage Assault Rifle has a chance to be a critical hit, no matter if you hit a headshot or not. I should have put that in there, but I didn't. I forgot to do that. When you hit a headshot and get a lucky critical hit, you will do extra damage. So basically, the critical damage is stacked on top of whatever damage you already hit. So the body shot damage would basically just go to match a headshot if you get a critical hit, and then if you hit a headshot, that critical damage will add on to the headshot. So you'll be doing, like, for example, I think the Collateral does like 23 headshot in gold, something like that. Basically, you hit a headshot, 23 damage. That critical hit, though, would make it be like 35. So imagine 35 on an assault rifle with that fast a fire rate. And also, I believe that's at range, too. So I honestly don't remember how much the Collateral damage does, because I have not used it in a while, but I'm pretty sure it does something like 15 or something in Blitz. So, I don't know. But you get the idea, you know. Just basically a collateral damage that does more damage overall. You know, kind of like a luck-based weapon, but, you know, a lot of weapons in this game are luck-based, just with, like, Bloom being a thing, you know? So, who knows? I think this will be a fun weapon, but nothing too crazy, in my opinion. Next, we have the Unstable Frost Fire Pump and Dump. This is an exotic version of the Pump and Dump, and every shot you hit with the shotgun slows down your opponent's movement speed, and every shot you fire with the SMG will increase your movement speed. This is basically just what the exotic Sentinel Pump, the exotic Frostfire Pump Shotgun does, but kind of utilizing that dual wield kind of gimmick. Like I said earlier with the kill switch revolvers, or the push and pull revolvers, as the exotic version I came up with is called. I wish more dual wield weapons would play into the fact that they're dual wield weapons and like do something different for each weapon in your hand. So I think having this weapon basically play on that Frostfire effect that the Sentinel Pump has in its exotic version, and split that between both weapons so that you can activate either whenever you want, I think is definitely a fun little gimmick, and I think it definitely improves upon the existing Frostfire Shotgun's gimmick, because, you know, the Frostfire Shotgun, it's good, but you're not carrying it for that effect, you know what I'm saying? You will just be carrying it because it's the equivalent of a gold Sentinel Pump. So, if you get it off of an Overlord Spire, of course you're going to pick it up, but you aren't going to be, like, going out of your way to grab this, you know what I'm saying? So, having a weapon that kind of utilizes that gimmick and kind of lets you kind of choose when you want to use each gimmick, I don't know, I just feel like it fleshes out a bit more, you know? So, I think this is another good weapon that utilizes the fact that it's a dual wield weapon. You know, something I think we should see more of in the future. And finally, our final exotic for this video, and exotic that I feel like someone's going to get mad at me because the suppressed pistol already has an exotic, and I already made an exotic suppressed pistol for my other exotic series, the Lawless series from Chapter 6 Season 2, but I don't care. I'm going to make more exotic suppressed pistols. Anytime they introduce a new kind of exotic suppressed pistols come in. Just you wait. They introduce a new exotic type next season, exotic suppressed pistol is coming, I'm telling you. But besides the point, we have the unstable stink pistol. Obviously an exotic version of the suppressed pistol, and whenever you fire the unstable stink pistol, every shot fired has a chance to spawn a stink cloud where it landed. Very simple gimmick here, just spawns a stink cloud wherever it lands. Could be good for box fights, but it's nothing too crazy. I feel like the effect would kind of be similar to the stink rifle where it's not too effective, but I feel like this would be a little bit better because it's more spammable than the stink rifle. So, who knows? Who really knows how good this weapon would actually be? Suppressed pistol in its current state is already pretty solid, so, could be like the best thing ever. Who knows? Alright, first we have the unstable Yeet Twister AR. This is an exotic version of the Hollow Twister AR, and when you hit an opponent with the unstable Yeet Twister AR, they'll be launched up into the air. Now, this weapon's probably a bit gimmicky. Who knows? Maybe it'd be good. The original comment did not specify if this would give you fall damage or not. I would assume if this was actually added to the game, probably not. Just an assumption there, but if it did not give fall damage, it probably wouldn't be that good, just because having a weapon that makes your opponent basically fly whenever you hit it, when you're supposed to be landing multiple consecutive shots in order for it to be good, doesn't really work. It's a fun little gimmick weapon, it'd probably be a fun weapon, but in terms of how useful it'd be, probably not that much, but maybe that's a good thing considering the Hollow Twister is a bit broken, so maybe it could use getting a little bit of a nerf, so there's always two sides of every coin. This one, the good side is the Hollow Twister would be in the game and it wouldn't be broken, and the bad side is this weapon would probably suck to use in game. Unless it gave fall damage, but knowing Epic, it probably would not give any fall damage. So, an exotic Hollow Twister, or I should say a second exotic Hollow Twister, because we already have the lawless one, but you know what I'm saying. Next, we have the unstable Marksman Mammoth Pistol. This is obviously an exotic version of the Mammoth Pistol, and the unstable Marksman Mammoth Pistol has a very low body shot damage. However, if you hit a headshot with this weapon, it will do 250 damage. This is obviously very similar to the Marksman 6 shooter. However, this is way better in my opinion. The low body shot damage, is a bit unfortunate for this weapon. It means you basically have to hit headshots for it to be good, but if you hit a headshot with this thing, it's insane. So I think this weapon would be really good. I don't know if people prefer it over the normal Mammoth Pistol. I feel like people would probably still take a gold Mammoth over this, but who cares? This would be fun to have in the game regardless. It would definitely add more skill to the Mammoth Pistol because you would have to get a headshot every time for it to be effective at all, but who knows? Maybe this would be the best weapon in the game and it would take no skill somehow, but I don't think that would be the case. I think this weapon would take a little bit of skill to use correctly, but maybe this is broken, maybe this isn't. Who knows? Next, we have the unstable time flip rifle. This is an exotic version of the flapjack rifle, and every time you hit an opponent with the unstable time flip rifle, they'll be frozen in time for a brief period of time. A lot of usage on the word time there. A lot of time. This weapon would probably be a bit broken, just basically freezing your opponent in time every time you hit them, especially with a spray weapon, would probably be broken. This weapon would definitely not be in competitive. Could you imagine if they put this weapon in competitive? Basically just freeze your opponent in storm every time you hit them. Just free target, free elim. Definitely not a competitive weapon. This weapon would be busted. There's no question about it. This would be overpowered, but who knows? Maybe it would be balanced. It doesn't seem like it, but maybe they would nerf it the second it came out. Probably what would happen if this weapon was actually added to the game. But it's just a fun little, exotic weapon, kind of gimmicky. Given how you get unstable weapons, there's not just one of them on the map anymore. You could buy them from NPCs and then get them from the Overlord Spires too, so there would be multiple of these on the map, so I feel like this would be a bit problematic of a weapon. What can you do? Good thing this isn't actually coming to the game, am I right? Next, we have the unstable Stealth Burst SMG. This is an exotic version of the Thunder Burst SMG, and every time you reload the unstable Stealth Burst SMG, you have a chance at becoming invisible for a short period of time. So, this weapon I feel like would play a similar role to the Frostfire shotgun, where the original weapon itself is good, and that's why this weapon is good. The exotic effect has nothing to do with how good this weapon actually is, because invisibility just is not good in Fortnite. Let's be real. Anytime any sort of invisibility item has been good, it's never because it has invisibility. It's always because there's some second factor. The only one I guess you could argue is the Shogun X Medallion, because that gives you invisibility when you sprint, which makes you harder to hit while sprinting. But that's the only item like that. Every other invisibility item, not very good. For example, we have Korra's medallion in the game right now, which gives you invisibility when you sprint and jump, but that medallion isn't good because it gives you invisibility. That medallion's good because it gives you basically fall damage immunity. So, you know, I don't know how good this would actually be, considering invisibility does not have a very good track record in Fortnite, you know? But outside of it, I think this weapon would still be good because the Thunderburst is good. Granted, you wouldn't have the ability to mod this thing, but maybe it would come like pre-attached with some mods. I don't know. Maybe. Who knows? Could just be one of those weapons that's like got mods already attached and you can't take them off or anything. Kind of like the heavy impact or the hollow twister, which I technically think is part of that because it has the hollow optic. But whatever. This weapon would probably be good in the same way that the Frostfire is good. Next, we have the Unstable Flowberry Mist Grenade Launcher. This is an exotic version of the grenade launcher, and when you fire the Unstable Flowberry Mist Grenade Launcher, instead of firing a grenade, it will fire a Med Mist Smoke Grenade that would heal the same way a Flowberry would, granting the low gravity effect. So this is probably the most changed out of all the weapons in this video. Obviously, instead of being an offensive weapon, this would be a healing item now, and I don't know how good this would be because no one really uses the Med Mist Smoke Grenades in the first place, but the Flowberry effect is definitely nice. Also, when I say that would heal the same way a Flowberry would, that means no white health. This would only heal shields, so you basically get 100 few shields out of this and the low gravity effect after you leave the smoke grenade and are in it still, I guess you could say. But, you know, I don't know how useful this would be. It's not really infinite heals because you still need rockets for it to work, so I don't know. This weapon's a bit of a mixed bag in my opinion. It's basically like holding like a bunch of like Med Mist smoke grenades in one slot, but they're shields and not white health, so you still need to carry white meds. So I don't know. I feel like this weapon would be situational. Like if you pick it up, you know, you might as well throw it on the ground because it's free shields, but you know, you're not like carrying this. You'd rather carry a chug jug or something like that, you know? So this weapon, not very insane in my opinion. The name's definitely a bit of a mouthful. The Unstable Flowberry Mist Grenade Launcher. Like that's a bit of a mouthful right there, but you know, whatever. Who cares? You know, it's an interesting, fun idea that just probably wouldn't be that good in practice, you know? So who knows? Who knows how good this would actually be? Next, we have the Unstable Accelerant SMG. This is an exotic version of the submachine gun. I know the comment says that's a Surgefire SMG that's supposed to be an exotic of, but I already made an exotic Surgefire SMG in my last Unstable Exotics video, so we're gonna do the normal SMG for this one. The longer you fire the Unstable Accelerant SMG, the faster its fire rate will become. It would also grant you the pepper effect upon being fired. So very similar to the Surgefire SMG actually, because the fire rate doesn't increase with the Surgefire normally, and this would increase fire rate too, although it would have the normal SMG's damage, I believe, is a bit higher than the Surgefire, and it would also give you the pepper effect like the other two Accelerant Exotics. And you know, this would actually give us an Accelerant Exotic in all three of like the main like exotic categories that we have now, because we'd have the Heisted Accelerant Shotgun, the Lawless Accelerant Hollow Twister, and now the Unstable Accelerant SMG. You know, definitely a fun little thing this weapon would do. This weapon would probably be a bit broken, you know, having an SMG that just like starts off fast and then just keeps getting faster as you fire it, especially with a bit of a higher damage than, you know, other SMGs, considering I believe this SMG actually has one of the higher SMG damages in the game. Could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure that's true. I think this weapon would probably be really good. I don't think it would be like busted or like broken or overpowered, but it would definitely be like you find this, you're picking it up over every other SMG in the game, even the Veiled Precision, which is a bit crazy because the Veiled Precision is a very powerful SMG. But you know, I think this would definitely be a solid addition to the game. You know, please Fortnite, give us more exotics this season. I know you are adding the Unstable Thunderclap DMR, which probably won't be that good because it's a Deadeye DMR exotic, so probably won't be that good. But you know, there's always time to add more. There's still like a month left in the season, something like that. I don't know, something like that. I think it would be fun if they added something like this. Next, we have the Unstable Dice Roll Shotgun. This is an interesting one. This is an exotic version of the Ranger Shotgun, and when you hit a headshot with the Unstable Dice Roll Shotgun, its damage output will be completely randomized with a minimum of 90 damage and a maximum of 250 damage. So basically, think about it like this. You shoot the shotgun, it's just got normal Ranger shotgun damage if you hit a body shot. However, if you hit a headshot, you have a chance of either doing basically no damage for a headshot, because 90 damage is less than what the Ranger shotgun normally does for the body, or you have a chance of just ending your opponent right there. Completely done, fight's over. No matter how many pellets you put. I did not put that in there, but even if you hit one pellet, it'll always choose a random amount of damage. Like, the damage is not pellet specific. It's just chooses a random number. So this weapon would definitely probably be overpowered, but it wouldn't be like an overpowered weapon that you want to carry, because it's like a luck based overpowered. Like, yeah, you carry this and it could like instantly kill your opponent, but then again, you could carry it and like, not even crack their shield. Like, you know? So, I feel like this weapon would be definitely a high risk, high reward kind of weapon, considering that's kind of what the Ranger shotgun is already, because, you know, it's got the one shot. So I think that just, like, takes, like, the Ranger's gimmick already and just, like, ticks it up a notch, you know what I'm saying? So, I think this would be an interesting weapon. Next, we have the Unstable Disco Shotgun. This is an exotic version of the Havoc Pump shotgun, and when you hit an opponent with the Unstable Disco Shotgun, they have a small chance to be given the Boogie Bomb effect. Very simple gimmick here. Basically, you hit them, have a chance to be boogied, and then you basically get another free shot off of them. So, this would definitely be, like, a solid weapon. I definitely think this is a exotic where the exotic effect would actually be a benefit instead of just being like a little gimmick that it has that doesn't really change how it works. Then again, I don't think we'd need another exotic pump shotgun in the loot pool right now, so, you know, maybe not. Maybe save this for a different exotic for another time. Who knows? Maybe in, like, I don't know, chapter 7, season 3, they come out with, like, some new kind of exotic category, and they're like, I want to make a Boogie Bomb shotgun. Take this idea, you know? Could be fun. But, you know, this is definitely a solid weapon. Probably be really good. I wouldn't imagine it having mythic Havoc Pump shotgun damage. I would definitely imagine having legendary, so couldn't one-shot headshot, but that wouldn't really matter in this case because you hit them and they boogie bomb, so you basically get the free hit off anyway, so they're already going to be a bit lower. So, you know, could be fun. Could be fun. Next up, we have the Unstable Voltage Bow. This is an exotic version of the mechanical bow, or just bows in general, I guess you could say. And when fired, the Unstable Voltage Bow will create a small field of lightning that will damage players in a chain-like effect. So basically, it's a lightning cloud that when it damages someone, it damages all people near them. This would probably be good in squads, but in solos, probably not. Duos would be alright. Squads, though, is where this weapon would shine. So, you know, I think it would be pretty solid there. But outside of squads, this weapon probably wouldn't be too good. Because, you know, bows in general aren't too good unless their, like, secondary effect is good. Having a secondary effect that's only really useful in one game mode, you know, this weapon would probably be like a C tier at most, in my personal opinion. If I was ranking these and how useful it'd actually be in-game, this would probably be C tier at most. But, you know, it's fun. So, why not? And finally, we have the Unstable Wind Shockwave Hammer. This is an exotic version of the Shockwave Hammer, and while holding the Unstable Wind Shockwave Hammer, you will be granted increased movement speed. This version of the Shockwave Hammer also has 5 charges, so just like the Mythic version. You know, this is basically just the Shockwave Hammer infused with the Wind Boon. So you hold this, faster movement speed. It's really not too much to it. It would just be good because it's a Shockwave Hammer, not because it has the wind effect. Although, probably wouldn't be mad to have it, since you're already holding it out for movement. You know, just having that extra bit of movement speed would not be bad. So, you know, good weapon. Makes it a little bit better, but not too crazy. I would definitely probably take this over the Mythic version, though, just for that little bit of extra movement. Alright, so first we have the Unstable Ultra Chrome Rifle. This is an exotic version of the Evo Chrome Burst Rifle, and while holding the Unstable Ultra Chrome Rifle, you will be granted the Chrome effect. The longer you fire the Unstable Ultra Chrome Rifle, the faster its fire rate becomes. So this weapon is kind of similar to like the Slap Twin Fire Auto Shotgun and the High Speed Running Gun SMG, where it gives you a permanent status effect while you're holding it that helps with movement. The chrome effect being that status effect. Now, the chrome effect itself, you know, while the movement part is good, you know, the phasing through builds stuff is kind of iffy. Like, on paper, phasing through builds is a pretty good effect, but the animation is, like, really long for it, so I don't know how good that would be. However, I think the movement would definitely be nice. And the fire rate becoming faster the longer you shoot it definitely helps this weapon. The original Evo Chrome Burst Rifle is just an okay AR. It's nothing crazy. Not particularly a big fan of it, but, you know, maybe this fire rate buff would help it. I know in those higher rarities, it definitely gets a lot better. Like in the lower rarities, it's not very good at all, but the higher rarities of the Chrome Rifle, pretty solid. So, you know, maybe these extra buffs to it would make it like an actual top tier contender for an assault rifle, you know? So, I think this assault rifle would be pretty solid, you know? And why not give an exotic to a weapon that, let's be real, like no one remembers anymore at this point, you know? So I think that would be cool. Next, we have the Unstable Siphon Shotgun. This is an exotic version of the Combat Shotgun, and when you deal damage with this Unstable Siphon Shotgun, you will heal for as much damage as the shot you just hit dealt. This weapon would heal both health and shield. So, basically, think about it like this. Combat Shotgun typically does like around 80-90 damage per shot. So, let's say you shoot someone, you hit them for 80 damage, for example. You will then heal for 80 health because you hit them for 80 damage, right? Pretty simple here. Definitely would be a good weapon. I just don't know if people would prefer to use this, although maybe they would actually really like to use a combat shotgun in the current shotgun meta, because honestly the combat's probably better than both the outlaw and the twin fire. Definitely not the sentinel pump. The pump is the best in the loot pool right now. But the combat would definitely probably be the second best shotgun. So having an exotic version that also heals siphon would probably make it like, yeah, you would probably drop the sentinel pump for it, or it would at least be a viable choice to drop the sentinel pump for it, you know? So I think this would be a solid weapon. Yeah, just overall solid weapon. Literally no downsides to this one at all. You know? Next, we have the unstable dual bolt SMGs. These are an exotic version of the dual micro SMGs, and the first and last bullets shot in the mag of the unstable dual bolt SMGs would explode like an EMP grenade, kind of similar to the hyperburst pistol exotic, where it has a shockwave effect on those shots. This SMG also has a slightly faster fire rate than its normal counterpart, so you'd also be able to get those off faster than you normally would with the original version of the dual micro SMGs. Now, these weapons, you know, the dual micro SMGs were just kind of alright when they were added in Chapter 5, Season 4. So, you know, I don't know how good they would actually be with this exotic with the EMP effect, because that would just be like mainly for vehicles. Although I could see it being like a very good like vehicle kind of weapon. Probably really good in zero build, honestly. Just stop them from fleeing a fight. So, you know, that would be pretty good, in my opinion. However, I just don't see them being that useful in builds, specifically, you know, because they're just an RA SMG, like, they're nothing crazy. Chapter 5, they were not even the best in the loot pool, and they were not even going against, like, the Thunderburst. Like, the Thunderburst was not even in the game when the dual micro SMGs were in, so being the worst SMG in the loot pool at a time like that is kind of crazy. So these weapons probably wouldn't be too good, in my opinion, but I think the EMP effect would definitely have its uses, so not entirely useless. And maybe if you're in zero build, you would pick this up, but in build mode, you probably are not taking this. You'd probably just take a Veiled Precision SMG over this, you know? Also, they would probably be hit scan if they were added today, because, you know, dual micro SMGs were in Chapter 5, so they have bullet drop, but these would be in Chapter 6 and everything's hit scan, except for like DMRs and snipers and stuff, so they'd probably be hit scan, but I still think that would save them from being kind of mediocre, in my opinion. Next, we have the unstable floral repeater rifle. This is an exotic version of the explosive repeater rifle, and when this weapon explodes, it has a chance to create a big bush, similar to the big bush grenade. If you stand in this bush, you will begin to regenerate white health. So this weapon, you know, it's an exotic explosive repeater rifle, so obviously it's going to be as good as the repeater rifle. The bush effect really didn't really change how I felt about this weapon that much, although it being a sniper, it probably would be a little bit worse because you're creating like cover for your opponent with the bush, but then again, it's an explosive, so that doesn't really matter. But I also thought, you know, it should probably have another effect, because just creating a bush is not going to really do anything for you, like at all. So, you know, making the bush heal you like that one augment from Chapter 4 that healed you when you were in a bush, I think would be a good idea. Also, only white health, so you wouldn't get shields from this at all. I think this would be a solid exotic weapon, but, you know, I don't think its exotic effect would be too crazy. Like, it's kind of like the Frostfire shotgun, where it's like, it's a good weapon because the original weapon was already a good weapon, not because the exotic effect enhanced it in any way. You know what I'm saying? So definitely a solid exotic, but I don't think the exotic effect would really help this weapon too much. Next, we have the unstable Rift sniper rifle. This is an exotic version of the Reaper sniper rifle. I know a lot of people would be excited to see this weapon back, and when you hit an opponent with the unstable Rift sniper rifle, you'll be teleported to their location. So basically, think about it like this. You shoot a bullet, you hit your opponent, 100 for the body, you get teleported right in their face, take out your shotgun, bam, they're dead, they can't do anything about it. Or, in another situation, you shoot your sniper, headshot them, they're dead, you're teleported to their body, and you don't have to run across the map to get their loot, because obviously a sniper being long ranged, you know, it would have that effect. I think this would actually be like a really solid weapon. It would also, I think, help with like third party situations. So, like, let's say you're shooting someone and then like you are getting third party. Well, that shot hits, then you're out of that situation immediately, so you don't have to deal with that third party anymore. You know? So I think this weapon would be pretty good, especially for like cleaning up fights. You know, I think definitely a very solid weapon. I definitely think this would be a cool exotic to see in the loot pool. And obviously just having the Reaper sniper rifle back would make a lot of people happy, because I know like the Reaper sniper rifle is like the fan favorite sniper, even though I don't think it's even close like the best sniper. I think there are like a few better snipers in it, but that's just my opinion, okay? Don't gotta yell all up in arms over that. Next, we have the unstable lock-on AR. This is an exotic version of the Enforcer AR, and when firing the unstable lock-on AR, your bullets have a chance to lock onto your target. These bullets, however, do less damage than normal. So basically look at it this way. It's basically just a normal Enforcer AR, you know, slow fire rate, but like the strong damage, you know? And it would also be hit scan. I want to make that very clear. This would be a hit scan weapon because it's Chapter 6, not Chapter 5 anymore, so this would be a hit scan weapon. So, you know, good damage, right? But now you have a chance of basically getting aimbot. So a shot that you might have missed originally now just hits them. However, to make up for this, aimbot basically giving you free shots on your opponent, you would deal less damage. So let's say, for example, I believe like the Enforcer does like 40-ish damage originally, something like that. Right? So let's say you do 40-ish damage with a normal shot. A lock-on shot would only do about like 30 damage. So still decent damage, but definitely less, and you definitely would prefer to have that 40 damage. However, you might have missed that shot and would have hit 0. So now you hit 30 when you would have hit 0. So definitely, I think a solid AR. I don't know how effective it would be because, you know, we have lock-on weapons in the game like this already. Granted, they don't have this exact effect, but the lock-on weapon, or yeah, just weapon, because it's just a pistol, I believe, is not too good. You know, people don't really use it that much. So I don't know. This would have to be added for us to see this actually have its effect be judged properly, but I don't think it would be too crazy. I don't think people would really pick this one up. You know, maybe they would actually pick it up because this would have like the same attachments as the ballistic version of the Enforcer, and that has some pretty good attachments on it. So maybe they would pick it up. Who knows? Who really knows? Next, we have the unstable Vampiric Burst SMG. This is obviously an exotic version of the Burst SMG, and when you hit a shot with the unstable Vampiric Burst SMG, you'll be healed for 5 effective shield or health. Health or shield, I don't know, I swap those. So, obviously, very simple concept of an exotic here. You hit a shot, you heal a little bit. It's basically just like a better version of the Deadpool dual pistols from Chapter 2. So, you know, I don't know if people would really carry this per se, because especially if this was added alongside the Siphon shotgun that we talked about earlier in the video, you would already have a Siphon weapon. However, this would still probably be a decent weapon. You know, Burst SMG is not known for being the best SMG, but I think it's a little bit underrated, and I think it's better than what people say it is. So, you know, I think give this thing a chance. Maybe you would see some play, but I don't know if it would be a top tier SMG. I think people would definitely still take Veiled Precision over it, you know? I just don't think this would be too crazy. Maybe if it was on a better SMG, though, I'd see it happening, but, you know, who knows? Who really knows? Next, we have the Unstable Toxic Assault Rifle. This is an exotic version of the Combat Assault Rifle, and when you hit an opponent with the Unstable Toxic Assault Rifle, your opponent will take poison damage for a few seconds. So basically, you shoot at your opponent, you hit them with a toxic bullet, basically, and they would begin taking tick damage for a few seconds. Kind of similar to the poison dart trap, although I don't think they would take 10 damage because that's a bit insane. As you just spraying down your opponent, and they are also taking 10 tick damage for like a few seconds, so like 30 extra damage on top of that. One bullet would do like 60 damage with that, considering how fast this fire rate is. That would be insane. Like, you'd basically guarantee to kill your opponent. So probably not that much, but maybe like 2 or 3 tick damage, probably, at max. So, you know, it wouldn't be too broken. So just add a few more damage to that, you know, maybe increase it by like 12 maybe total after all the poison damage is done. So yeah, definitely think this would be a solid assault rifle given the combat's already pretty good. So, you know, would be a good, fun exotic in my opinion. I think they should definitely consider adding something like this. Alright, next we have the Unstable Swift Fire Auto Shotgun. This is an exotic version of the Auto Shotgun, and I know that the comment originally says Twin Fire Auto Shotgun, but I already made one of those in the first Unstable exotic video I made, so I switched this to the normal Auto Shotgun. But while moving with the Unstable Swift Fire Auto Shotgun, this weapon will have an increased fire rate and do slightly more damage. So, very simple here. When you're not moving, it's firing just like a normal auto shotgun would, you know, fast shotgun, but nothing crazy. However, when you're moving with this thing, I think this thing would fire more closely to a frenzy auto. It could go boom, 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 instead of boom, 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 you know, kind of that kind of speed. And obviously this slightly more increased damage would be cool to have too, you know, just adds a little bit of spice to this weapon. I think this weapon would actually be surprisingly good considering you're moving most of the time while you're in a fight, so especially with the shotgun. So you basically have that damage and fire rate buff at all times, so I think this would definitely be a solid weapon. I just don't know if people would like to take this over Sentinel Pump. Like, I think it would definitely be contender for the best shotgun in the game, but I don't know, maybe people will still see the Sentinel Pump as a better option. You know, Sentinel Pump is pretty good, but I do think it's a little bit overrated. I just think people will see it as better because everything else around it is way worse. So, you know, I think this would be a contender for the best shotgun in the game, but you know, what do you guys think? What do you guys think? You think this would be a contender with the Sentinel Pump? Because I think it would be. And finally, our last exotic of the video, we have the Unstable Frostbite Sniper Rifle. This is an exotic version of the Heavy Sniper Rifle, and the Unstable Frostbite Sniper Rifle will fire an icicle that deals 100 damage on impact. When hit with the Unstable Frostbite Sniper Rifle, your opponent will take tick damage for a few seconds and gain the Icy Feet effect for a few seconds. So basically, kind of similar to the Toxic Assault Rifle, but it also gives the Icy Feet effect. Now, I do think the tick damage on this will be slightly higher than the Toxic Assault Rifle. I think this will probably probably be closer to 10 because it is a sniper. So you have that 100 damage and then maybe like 5 seconds of 10 tick damage. Add another 50 of that, get 150 body shot damage. And then obviously you'd probably headshot snipe someone with this and instantly kill them. So the effect wouldn't really matter. But body shot, you basically disorient your opponent and get them really low. So it'd be basically an easy kill from there on out. I think this would be a solid weapon. You know, I think the exotic effect actually would help this weapon a lot because it also pressures your opponent. Like, they're constantly taking damage. Like, you say, for example, you shoot them, you hit them, and you immediately push them right after that. They're taking tick damage, they have slippery ice feet, and now you're pushing them, and now they are panicking, and they are disoriented, and you basically get a free kill, you know? I think this would definitely help the weapon a lot. You know, the heavy sniper is already a decent weapon, although after it's been nerfed, I won't even say it's in the top half of sniper rifles, if I'm gonna be honest. Just like, yeah, it does higher body shot damage than most snipers, but it's like not enough to warrant like the very long reload speed. So, you know, if we were talking like prime heavy sniper, top tier sniper, but nowadays, you know, it's just alright. So I think this effect would definitely help it, you know, definitely think it would be pretty good. Alright, first we have the unstable gravity clinger. This is obviously an exotic version of the normal clinger, and when thrown, the unstable gravity clinger will pull all nearby players towards it before exploding. So basically, you can kind of think about it like this. Kind of think about it like the Yoink shotgun's exotic ability, but basically on steroids. Basically, when you throw this at someone, anyone in that area will be pulled towards the clinger. So that means, one, you don't even have to hit the person with the clinger in order for it to deal damage to them. You could throw it in the ground in the vicinity of a bunch of players. It'll pull all those players in that area towards it and it'll explode. And then if you attach it to someone, like you land the clinger on someone, it'll pull all players in their area towards that player and then continue to explode. So basically, this is just a more effective version of the clinger. So, you know, I think it would be a solid exotic. However, given how the bounce grenade is obtained, where you only get one from the Overlord Spire, I don't know how, like, accessible this weapon would be and how useful it actually be, because, yeah, sure, it's a really good exotic, but if you're only getting it once, you're probably not going to be saving a spot for it, because it's like, oh, only one time use. So you're probably not going to want to bother with it. Maybe if they got a way to make it more accessible, you know, maybe, like, have, like, an expertise, like, NPC sell it, like, something like that, maybe it would be better, but you know, I feel like not a lot of people would carry this just because you wouldn't be able to get a lot of them easily, you know? So, who knows? I think it would be good, but I don't know how accessible it would be. Next, we have the unstable Taco Time Boombox. This is an exotic version of the Boombox, obviously, and all players within the area of the unstable Taco Time Boombox will begin doing the Taco Time dance for the duration of the Boombox. Basically, you throw this down, you know, a Boombox will do its thing, it'll destroy all the nearby builds, and then anyone who's in that area where it's like destroying all the builds, Taco Time dance. So basically, they're stuck in a boogie bomb for that duration, essentially, right? Now, this also includes you, so if you are in the vicinity of the boombox, you would also start dancing, so you'd basically make yourself vulnerable. However, if you're outside the range of the boombox, you obviously would not get affected by it, and you can shoot anyone in that range freely without having to worry about them, you know, defending themselves. So you basically just make them defenseless. So basically, this item pairs really well with any weapon that's not a shotgun, or an SMG, I guess, because that's kind of close range too. So basically, AR, you win the fight, essentially. You know, your opponent can't really do anything about it, especially given the breaking builds part. Wouldn't be able to build like anything to defend themselves. You can even in zero build, throw this, no porta bunker. The only thing that I think could really save them is a shield bubble, but I don't think those are in build mode, so, you know, can't really do anything about that. This would probably be a solid exotic, but once again, I don't know how useful it would be considering, you know, you'd only get one, you know, from the Spire. Again, they'd probably have to make it sold by an NPC in order for it to be better, but who knows? Who really knows? I think this would be a solid exotic, but I don't know if it would be like a top tier one, like one that people would carry. Although I think it would be very interesting, you know, used in a fight. Could pick you up a free kill. Who knows? Who really knows? Next, we have the unstable booming base boost. This is obviously an exotic version of the base boost, and when you land on the ground after using the unstable booming base boost, bit of a tongue twister there, you will create a small explosion in the area in which you landed. So this is basically just a normal base boost. However, you know, landing creates a small explosion. So let's say you're pushing someone and you use this to get over there. Well, now you're pushing them and now you land like on their box or whatever, because they built a box. You land on that box, you blow up, destroy their box, and now you are in their face and you can just shotgun them and win the fight. This weapon would probably be fairly effective, and obviously it would be a base boost, so it would be a solid movement item too. I'd imagine it would have the same amount of uses as the mythic version, because there is no legendary version, and that's what the exotics normally pull off of. So this would have 4 uses like the mythic. So I think this would be a very, very good item, but I don't know how useful the explosion effect would be, considering it's more of a movement item and less of a weapon made for combat. You know, very few use cases I could see this happening. happening or being useful in. However, those use cases do exist, and I think it would be good, and obviously it's the equivalent of a mythic base boost, so you're gonna take it, you know? Next, we have the Unstable Storm Visor. This is an exotic version of the tracking visor, and when you mark someone with the Unstable Storm Visor, they will begin taking storm damage for a few seconds, equivalent to the current storm tick damage. So basically, early on in the game, this wouldn't be too useful. Like, sure, you're getting a little bit of chip damage on them, but it's like gonna end up being like 5 total damage, right? However, later in the game, where this is gonna be more useful because it's gonna be easier to mark players because it's gonna be closer to you, and the storm's gonna be ticking for more damage, this weapon, or I should say item, because it's more of an item, would be really useful because 1, you'll know your opponent's location, and 2, you'll be entering the fight with them already weakened, no matter if they were at full health when you marked them in the first place. So that's a really solid item. And it's basically just a tracking visor, but better in literally every way, because yes, the tracking visor is already good, but you know, just knowing their location isn't going to win you the fight. You need to actually know how to fight them. But having your opponent enter the fight weaker than you basically raises your chances at winning the fight a whole lot. So I think this weapon, or item I should say, would be really, really solid, you know? Tracking visor, as I said, it's already very, very powerful, so having a version that does damage to your opponent is going to be good. You know, it's going to be really good. Alright, now we have the Unstable Transform Slurp Juice. Obviously an exotic version of the Slurp Juice, and when you use the Unstable Transform Slurp Juice, you'll be granted a random disguise for the duration you're being healed for. Those disguises can either be invisibility, a bush, a cardboard box, or a henchman disguise. Now this one's a little bit of a little goofy kind of item. You know, the disguises aren't that useful. Like the bush could be useful because you could tank a hit with the bush. The cardboard box probably not going to do you much, and the henchman disguise literally does nothing for you because it's just like a visual change. However, you could use it to like hide with like one of the henchmen like around the map, you know. Maybe if you're fighting like, the spire and like someone wants to come push it, you know, they're not going to be focusing on you, they're going to be focusing on the spire, so you could like probably catch them off guard. Right. And the invisibility, you know, invisibility is not typically good. However, we do have the invisibility medallion in the game right now, which is pretty solid, but it's not because it has invisibility, you know? It's because of the other stuff it gives you, right? So I don't think the effects on this item would be too useful, you know? But I do think it just being Slurp Juice would be pretty good. And obviously this would pull off the legendary version of the Slurp Juice because it is an exotic, and those typically pull off the legendary versions of the items they're based off, right? So I think this would be a solid weapon, you know? And yeah, nothing too much else to say about this item. It would basically be a solid version of the Slurp Juice where the only like one effect that would really like harm you, for I should say, because the cardboard box really ain't doing nothing for you, right? It just makes you restricted to not do anything once you get out of the box, so not too useful. However, the other effects are whatever. Next, we have the Unstable Soak Surf Cube. This is an exotic version of the Surf Cube, and when you traverse over water while using the Unstable Soak Surf Cube, you will begin to heal your health and shield. Very simple effect here. Use this in the water, and you'll heal a little bit. Obviously, you can't go in the water with this, but you know, like when you're surfing over the water, you'll get the health and shield regen. I would imagine it would be fairly quick, so you could actually warrant it being an exotic, you know? And also, maybe it would have extra uses, because the current Surf Cube has 115. I believe the Mythic version, which I am not sure how you get. I know it exists, but I don't know how you get the Mythic version. I believe that has 300 uses. Either that or 200. I don't know which one. But maybe we could throw in like 300 uses on this, so you have double than the normal Surf Cube, right? So I think this would be a solid item. However, the unstable, like, exotic effect wouldn't be the reason that the item's good. But, you know, it's just a nice little benefit. Let's say you just got out of a fight, you know, and you want to rotate. You go in the water, you could heal up all that health and shield that you lost in the fight, and then you're basically safe for your next fight. So, could be good, but the effect isn't really the reason that it's good, you know? Because the Surf Cube's already a good item. So, that's why I think it would be good, not because of the effect. Next, we have the Unstable Mystery Splash. This is obviously an exotic version of the Chug Splash, and when you use the Unstable Mystery Splash, you will be granted a random effect. This effect can either be the Slap effect, the Gold Rush effect, or the Spicy Pepper effect. So basically, we just take all the previous Chug Splash variations that we've had in the past, and just throw those effects into the little effect loot pool, I guess you could say, that you get when you use a splash. Obviously, this would be solid because you could just carry this splash. You get the 20 health as a normal Chug Splash would give, but you also get a, you know, beneficial movement effect. So I think this would be a solid item. You know, I feel like if you find this on the ground, or like fighting the boss, I should say, because you're not finding this on the ground. It's an exotic. You wouldn't find it on the ground. Fighting the boss, you would definitely take this as your heal. I'm pretty sure Chug Splashes are in the game right now. I actually don't remember if they are, but I'm pretty sure they are. So, you know, easy swap in for Chug Splashes there if they are in the game, if I can remember correctly. But yeah, solid item, here, you could say. So yeah, pretty good. Next, we have the Unstable Spire Drop. This is an exotic version of the Dollar Drop, and when you call in a supply drop with the Unstable Spire Drop, that supply drop will contain 3 random unstable exotics. So basically, you just get 3 free exotics with this one. You know, it's very simple exotic here. Obviously, out of the ones in the game right now, if this was added and we only have the other existing exotics, you know, you're probably not taking at least one of them, because, you know, we have 2 shotguns and stuff. However, if we just look at this in the context of adding the rest of the unstable exotics I've added into this series so far, this would be pretty good. You'd probably get a whole loadout of, like, unstable exotics, once you get unlucky and, like, pull, like, 3 shotguns or something, but you probably won't do that, right? Although, you know, throw this in the game right now with the current exotics we have, probably wouldn't be too amazing. Like, sure, you get 3 exotics, but you're probably only taking, like, 1 or 2 of them. It depends on the context you're looking at this in, but looking at this and the current state of the game, you know, probably wouldn't be too useful. However, I think it would still be fun, you know? Basically gives you 3 exotics for the price of 1. So, I think that's cool. I think it's fun. Next, we have the Unstable Banana of the Spire. This is an exotic version of the Banana of the Gods, and when you use the Unstable Banana of the Spire, you'll heal for 50 health, instead of 30 like the normal Banana of the Gods, and become invisible for a short period of time, have increased reload speed, and will create a small explosion when taking damage. So effectively, the invisibility and the reload speed is like 2 of the effects from the current medallions in the loot pool, so just kind of have like that kind of effect on this banana. Sort of like how the original Banana of the Gods gives you the agility effect from the Zeus medallion. So I think that little mirror, like, parallel works well here. And the small explosion is just a little thing to, like, buff it up a little bit, so it's not just like another variant of the Banana of the Gods. It's something a little bit more different, a little bit more useful, you know? Basically makes getting in your opponent's face really valuable, because they basically have to one-shot you if you don't want to die. So I think this exotic would be pretty useful in my personal opinion, and yeah, I think it would be pretty good. And finally, we have the Unstable Rush Jug. This is an exotic version of the Chug Jug, and when using the Unstable Rush Jug, you'll be granted the Goldish effect. Very simple effect here, and this would have 400 uses, just like the Lawless Slap Jug. So basically it's 2 Chug Jugs in one, which would make it really good, right? Because the Chug Jug in its current form is like the top tier healing item. Like, you always want to carry a Chug Jug at all times, and the Slap Jug, if you have that, you are set for the game. You basically don't have to worry about carrying any other healing items. So basically just having that, again, would make it really good. The Goldish effect obviously is a benefit, but you're not going to take it for the Goldish effect. Like, yes, it'll be nice to have the Goldish effect, but here you don't really care about that one taking it. You care about having basically 2 Chug Jugs in one slot, right? So obviously I think this would be a pretty solid exotic, probably a top tier healing item, and yeah, that's about it. So here we obviously have our Chapter 2 Season 2 themed reload map. So obviously you can see we have the classic Chapter 2 Season 2 POIs. We got the agency in the middle, as you would expect. We have the shark in the top left, the yacht in the top right, the rig in the bottom left, and the grotto in the bottom right. So obviously some pretty cool returns, you know, pretty fun to see. But we also have a few new original POIs that would be exclusive to this map. We have Ghost Grove, which, if you remember that one ghost house from the Chapter 2 map, that's kind of what this POI would kind of be like. We have Shadow Shacks, which would kind of be like a shadow kind of like hideout area. Kind of got like that underground area from Pleasant. That would be kind of nice to have. We have Top Secret Tower, which would kind of just be like a big tower POI, you know? And then we have Spies Summit. This would kind of be like a Hunter's Haven kind of POI, but more like Spies themed instead of like Bounty Hunter themed, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of vibe I want to get with that POI. And honestly, I think this map would be pretty fun to play on. A lot of complaints that the Slurp Rush map had when it came out is that it only represented Season 1, and obviously people wanted like a Season 2 representation, because that's like the fan favorite Chapter 2 season. So, you know, this obviously solves that problem, because this is an entire Chapter 2 Season 2 themed map. Like, literally everything about this is Spies themed, you know? So I think this map would be pretty fun to play on, and, you know, if they came out tomorrow and announced, hey, the next real map will be a Chapter 2 Season 2 Spies inspired map, I think that would go over pretty well, because like the most popular season of all time, you know? I think it would go over pretty well. Alright, next we have our Chapter 4 Season 1 themed map, you know, pretty cool. We do have some returning POIs. We have Shattered Slabs up in the top middle, kind of, I guess you could say. We have Anvil Square returning, obviously, kind of like the Tilted Towers of Chapter 4, so gotta throw that in here. We have Slappy Shores. You know, I personally think Slappy Shores is a little bit underrated, you know? I just feel like it's a really good POI, and I wish that more people appreciated it, because I don't think it gets enough appreciation, you know what I'm saying? And then for our final returning POI, we have Faulty Splits. this perfectly represents what Chapter 4 Season 1's map kind of was. You know, it's kind of split between like the modern grasslands and the medieval autumn biome, right? So obviously you had to have faulty splits in here. We do have Loot Lake, not Loot, but Lute, which was actually a landmark name on the Chapter 4 map, but I decided to kind of bring that over as like a fully fledged out POI on this real map, because, you know, I think it would fit. And then we have Fracture Fields, kind of like a reimagined version of Frenzy Fields. I believe it was Frenzy Fields. It could be something else, but I'm pretty sure it was Frenzy Fields. Kind of like that POI, but more reimagined and better fit for reload, right? And then we have the Little Citadel. You know, kind of, sort of like Little Loot Lake from the Venture map, but this time instead of Loot Lake, it's the Citadel. And, you know, I think it fits. You know, having a little mini version of the Citadel, always a nice kind of addition to this map, you know? And then in the middle, we actually have an original POI here. We don't have a returning POI as most real maps have. We have Kinetic Kingdom, obviously based off the Kinetic Core. This would be like a medieval kind of castle POI, obviously. And I think it would be fun. You know, I think this map would be pretty fun. A lot of people probably don't really care for a Chapter 4 real map, but I feel like if we actually got one, people would be pretty fond of it, you know, because Chapter 4 has, although I wouldn't say it's like the best chapter, you know, I'd say it's kind of like the middle of the road when it comes to the Fortnite chapters and like how I would rank them. I think its map is like really good, like aesthetically, you know, even if I think that there was a bit too much yellow, I think the Chapter 4 map was very well done aesthetically, even if I do think it kind of got ugly near the end, but that's besides the point. I think this would be a fun real map, and if it actually came out, I feel like people would appreciate Chapter 4 a bit more than they do, you know? So I think it'd be fun. I think it would be fun to have a map like this. Alright, next we have an alien kind of themed map right here. So the whole idea of this map is as like an alien homeworld, like of the aliens from Chapter 2 Season 7. For returning POIs, we only have two. We have the Convergence, which is the middle POI. Obviously makes sense as the aliens kind of worked for the Cube Queen, and it was like, that was like their whole thing. They're like henchmen for the cubes or whatever. It's kind of like their whole deal. So obviously we had to throw in the Convergence as a center POI. Only made sense, you know? And then we also have Believer Beach. Now it's not like on like the main island, but it would kind of be like a floating island, like they abducted it and brought it back to their home planet. That's like the kind of idea, you know? That's how I would kind of imagine that working. And, you know, I think it'll be fun. It'll kind of twist on Believer Beach, because, you know, I think it would just add a little bit more spice to the POI, you know? Be a bit more fun. We have plenty of new POIs on this map. Probably, I wouldn't say the most actually, because I'm pretty sure that the Oasis map only has one returning POI, and I guess the Squid Games map technically has none, but that's kind of not true, because Phony Crossroads is just Coney Crossroads, but that's besides the point. We have plenty of new POIs here. We have Mothership Massacre in the top middle, which is kind of a new POI, but it's just kind of one of those mothership crash sites from Chapter 2 Season 8, you know, kind of thought it would fit here. We have Saucer Settlement, which would kind of be like a UFO airport, and don't worry, this wouldn't have UFOs on the map, because, in my personal opinion, vehicles would not work very well in Reload, so we can just forget about vehicles working in Reload. So it would just kind of be like aesthetically a UFO kind of airport POI. We have Choppy's Chip Factory. This is named after the one pet from Chapter 2 Season 7's Battle Pass, Choppy. And this would kind of just be like a brain chip factory, because, you know, like his whole thing is like he mind controls. So having a brain chip factory I think would make sense, you know? It's very fitting. We have Zig's Stowaway. Obviously not spelled correctly, you know, that's on purpose. Kind of make it like have alliteration there. Have like the Z, it makes it feel more alien too, so I think it's fun. Kind of just be like a getaway POI, like a vacation kind of vibe, you know what I'm saying? We have Chimera Camp, which should kind of be like a military base, but for the aliens. You know, obviously Chimera is what the species of aliens is called, I'm pretty sure, so Chimera Camp makes sense. And we have Glorbo Getaway. Glorbo is just a random alien sounding term I came up with, and this would be kind of similar to Zig's Stowaway, where it's just kind of like a vacation resort kind of POI for the aliens. And then we have Alien Arrivals, which would kind of be like, I don't know how to describe it, like, I feel like it would kind of give airport vibes, maybe a little bit, but I feel like it would give more like, maybe, okay, Saucer Settlement's more like a hangar, like kind of airport vibe, and this is like kind of like airport where like you go in like you are, it's like where like all the shops are, where the gates are, stuff like that. Saucer Settlement's more of like the hangars and stuff, like where the UFOs are, and the Alien Arrivals is like the, like, where you check in and get your stuff checked out, you know? So I think this is a pretty fun map. Kind of gives summer vibes, you know, because we have like all the like vacation POIs, like the islands out on the edge of the map, and then we have like the airports. You know, I think it's a nice little summer vibe, which fits because it was a summer season. So mixing that with like the original alien theme kind of fits. I think it's pretty fun map right here. All right, next we have a Chapter 3 Season 1 themed reload map. Now this one probably I would say is my favorite out of all the ones we have in this video. Now this one has 2 biomes actually, which I think the Squid Games map has 2 biomes kind of, but they're kind of very samey and they're basically just different colored grass. So this one would be a bit more extreme than the reload map. Or the Squid Games map, I should say. We have the Desert Biome, which has 2 POIs. We have Schlonker Speedway, which is obviously returning from Chapter 3. And then we have Order Outpost, which is like an IO kind of base. So it's kind of a generic IO base. You know, considering how important the IO and the 7 were to the storyline of Chapter 3, I thought it was just fitting to have like an IO POI. We also have some 7 POIs on the grasslands area, which we'll get to in a second. Down in the bottom middle-ish, I guess you could say, we have Windmillville, kind of rolls off the tongue nicely there, I guess you could say. This is kind of based on that one island off the edge of the map that had like the windmills on it, you know? That kind of got removed like halfway through the chapter for no reason. Kind of weird. But that's kind of what that island's based off of. Obviously, it's not exact because it has houses and stuff, so you could actually warrant it being a named POI. So, there's that. We have Small Sanctuary. I just felt Sanctuary is a bit too big to be like a full POI on this map, so I decided to shrink it down a little bit. So now we have Small Sanctuary. Obviously, 7 based POI. Gotta have that. We have the IO on here as well. We have Devourer Dugout. This is kind of based on when they were digging out the Devourer in Chapter 3 somewhat, and they just kind of never finished. I think that was just like the tease, like, oh, the mech's gonna come back, the robot's gonna come back and for the live event, and then they just never did anything about it because this was there for the rest of the chapter and nothing came of it. So I think just fleshing out that kind of loose end, I guess you could say, into like a full POI, I definitely think is fun and interesting. We have Cuddly Campgrounds, which is kind of like a remix version of Camp Cuddle. It would be a bit smaller, so obviously just so we could fit more stuff on this map. But it would kind of have like the same kind of vibes, you know what I'm saying? We have Spillix Station, which is that one gas station that was kind of in the center area-ish of the map that like seemed to like always be really busy no matter what time you got there. Like at all times of the game, that gas station, there was a fight at it. Like guaranteed. It's kind of crazy actually if you think about it. Like there's no reason there should be that many fights at a gas station. Kind of crazy. We have Sleepy Sound making a return. I just thought this would be a good POI to bring back. You know, feel like when I think of Chapter 3, this is one of the first POIs I think of, which might sound weird to basically everyone else, because I feel like when people think of Chapter 3, they think of the Daily Bugle, Sanctuary, you know, stuff like that. But I think of Sleepy Sound, because I used to land there quite a bit. And then the center POI in the map would be Greasy Grove. Now, the other 2 options, I discussed this in my reload map wishlist video. The other options that I had that I thought would work would be Tilted Towers and the Daily Bugle, and obviously 2 very big issues with POIs. Tilted Towers, already the center on the Venture map, right? So, wouldn't really work having it being the center on another reload map, right? Just would feel like wasted potential, right? And then the Daily Bugle is obviously a collab POI, so I don't know if they want to tie a collab POI to one of their original maps, you know? Like, I know Marvel and Fortnite do have a pretty good relationship, right? But, you know, I don't want to have this map leave the game because their contract with Marvel ran out or something, so I can't use the Daily Bugle anymore. So that would be stupid. So I thought, Greasy Grove, a little bit underrated, you know, and it was in Chapter 3, like, it's not originally a Chapter 3 POI, but I feel like it fits Chapter 3 pretty well. You know, so I threw it in there as the middle POI. You know, I think this would be a fun map to see. It'd probably be pretty hyped up, but I don't know if it would be as hyped up as like a Chapter 2 Season 2 or something like that, right? So, you know, who knows? I think it would be fun. I think it would be a fun map to see. And now finally, this one's a little bit of a troll map, but I think it's a fun idea. We have a bird-themed reload map. This is literally all based around the bird POI from Chapter 6 Season 1. That's literally the whole gimmick of this map, right? So we obviously have Big Bird in the center, which is just kind of like a bigger version of the original bird location. We do have the original bird location in the top-ish left. We have Fuel Factory, which would just kind of be like a factory POI where you get like, where they get their gas, because Bird is a gas station after all. So that's the kind of gimmick with that POI. We have Bird Bay, which is a kind of bird remix version of Breakwater Bay from Chapter 4. You know, just fun. You'll see that a lot of these POIs just happen to be bird remixes of old POIs. That's like the whole gimmick I had with this idea. We have Birdie Burbs, kind of a weird name to say. Obviously a play on Salty Suburbs, or why did I say suburbs? Salty Springs, but obviously the name is more of a play on Bony Burbs, which is the primal version of Salty. Well, it wasn't really Salty, it was Salty Towers, but Salty Towers is a version of Salty Springs, so Bony Burbs being a version of Salty Towers, which is a version of Salty Springs, makes it a version of Salty Springs, you know what I'm saying? So, play on Bony Burbs' name. We have Gassy Grub, this kind of be like a Greasy Grove type POI, but obviously bird themed, you know? We have Bird Beach, obviously a Believer Beach Sweaty Sands kind of remake, but obviously bird themed. Then we have Bird Basin, which is kind of like another bird POI. This time it's on an island in the water, so I think it's pretty fun. And then we have Bird Bastion. Obviously a version of Brutal Bastion, but once again, bird themed. This map obviously is kind of more of a troll map, but I do think it'd be like a fun map to add like around like, I don't know, April Fools or something. So, you know, if anyone from Fortnite is watching, which you probably aren't, here is your greatest idea you could ever have. The bird reload map for April Fools. You know, gotta listen to me, Fortnite. Gotta listen to me, Fortnite. This is a great idea. You're missing out if you don't add this next April. I'm telling you. I am telling you. Right, so first we have the Unstable Loaded Sniper Rifle. This is an exotic version of the bolt action sniper rifle, and whenever you hit an opponent with the Unstable Loaded Sniper Rifle, the weapon will instantly reload. So kind of think about it like this. You shoot your shot, you hit them, and instead of having to reload and wait for another shot to go off, you hit them, your gun instantly reloads, and you can just say scope turn on them and hit them again, for example. And then it just makes the gun way more efficient of a sniper rifle. Just being able to get shots off quicker, essentially, you know? This would probably be a pretty solid sniper, all things considered. I don't think it would be like the best sniper ever, because it would still have a little bit of a delay in between shots, because obviously as a sniper it's not going to have a fast fire rate, and it's a bolt action, so it's obviously not going to be fast. But, you know, I could see this thing to be comparable to like the Reaper, for example, or the Hunter Bolt, you know, where it's a sniper where you don't have to worry about reloading it every time you shoot it. I don't think it would be as good as the semi-auto is, which is kind of a crazy thing to say. I feel like a lot of people still don't think the semi-auto is that great, but in OG, like the OG season, it was pretty good. Like the last time it was in the game, where it would like 200 at the head, you know? I don't think it would be as good as that semi-auto sniper, but I think it would probably be like a top 5 sniper if it was added to the game, you know? I think it would be pretty good. Next, we have the Unstable Nitro Pistol. This is an exotic version of the Tactical Pistol, and the Unstable Nitro Pistol will give you infinite nitro while holding the weapon. Very simple effect here, but I think this would be a pretty solid weapon. Obviously, the Tactical Pistol is already a pretty good weapon, so just adding an effect where you basically have infinite stamina, and you can just damage opponents while running into them, I feel like is great. A great effect. In Blitz, if you get like the Nitro Medallion, you are ecstatic, because that medallion is great. That medallion is amazing. So just having a weapon that just gives you that effect infinitely while you're holding it, great weapon, you know? There are other weapons that kind of do this already with like slap and stuff, like the run and gun SMG and the slap shotgun. However, the nitro effect is just way better. Granted, it is on a pistol, so even though the tac pistol is really good, it's not an AR or an SMG, so that is a little bit of a downside. But I think it gets away with it just because, you know, the pistol itself is a really solid pistol and the effect is really good. So I think this weapon would be very, very solid. Next, we have the exotic Spicy Feet, and this is an exotic version of the Icy Feet. The unstable Spicy Feet act just like the normal Icy Feet. However, they grant the user the Spicy Pepper effect and glider redeploy. They also last longer. So this would probably be a decent movement item if it were added to the game today. I don't think it would be too crazy because it's still Icy Feet, and, you know, the Icy Feet effect is kind of like very situational, you know, a mobility item, so I don't know if it would be too crazy. I definitely think, you know, having the additional speed boost and glider redeploy definitely helps, but then again, I just don't see this being too crazy, especially when we have like base boost in the game, you know, or the wing shot grappler. Like those two items like just outclass this in every way, you know? So I think this would be a situational kind of exotic, and you probably wouldn't want to get this from the Spire, but, you know, it could be a little fun exotic, you know? Just be something cool. You know, maybe this would be like a cool Christmas exotic, you know? If this season was happening during Christmas, that would be cool. That could be a good idea, actually. Christmas exotic right here, you know? Could always use a few more Christmas exotics, because we only have 2, so could be fun. Next, we have the Unstable Storm Splash. This is an exotic version of the Slap Splash, and the Unstable Storm Splash will heal for 20 health or shield. Will also grant storm immunity for a short period of time. This storm immunity gets shorter the longer the game goes on. So, kind of think about this item like this. You know, it heals like a normal Chug Splash would, which I know it's not a Chug Splash, but it'll heal 20 because it's an exotic. It should heal for like a bigger amount, right? And you get the 20 health or shield, the storm immunity, so basically you can stay in the storm longer, basically. You won't be taking damage in the storm while this effect is active. And so it would be really good for like if you're deep in the storm and you have to rotate, pop this, like you're good. And the immunity does get shorter the longer the game goes on. So basically, you know, circle 10, you're not going to be getting like 10 seconds of storm immunity while everyone else is like dying in the storm. So you're basically just immune for that long. No, you'd get like maybe a second and then you'd start taking damage again. So it wouldn't be that good like to heal off, you know. So I think that definitely bounces this item. But I think this would be a very solid exotic, you know, just having the ability to not have to worry about, you know, storm or as much, especially in the early game. It can definitely encourage you to like, you know, go on the outer skirts of the map, you know. If, you know, like Aspire's on the outside of the map and you get this, you know, you're gonna be fine because you have this item. You won't be able to take a lot of storm damage. And I just think it would be very solid. You know, I think it would be a solid exotic. Next, we have the Unstable Rush Drum Gun. This is an exotic version of the drum gun, and when you are holding the Unstable Rush Drum Gun, you'll be granted the Gold Rush effect infinitely. Again, a very simple exotic here, and thematically it does make sense because this is an exotic drum gun, which is typically paired with Midas, who is the gold guy, you know? So, makes sense. Also, I want to mention that this would have the same attachments as the Gilded Eye drum gun, so very good. Very good attachments there, you know? I think this would be a really good item. You know, the Gilded Eye drum gun's already good, and this would just give you better mobility while holding it, you know? So I think this would be a very solid exotic, and I think if you got this from the Spire, you'd be happy. You would be very happy with this, you know? Like, there isn't many things better than the Gilded Eye drum gun, you know, in Chapter 6 at least. So I think this would be a very solid exotic, and, you know, I think it'd be fun, you know? Just running across the map with this thing. Very good, you know? It's not as broken as the Nitro Pistol, because while the Nitro effect I would say is better than Gold Rush, the pistol is definitely worse than the drum gun. At least this version of the drum gun. You know, the attack pistol is definitely better than some other versions of the drum gun, like the current drum gun, is not very good. I'd probably take attack pistol over that, but the Gilded Eye drum gun, definitely taking it over attack pistol any day. So I think it kind of balances out, you know? I think it's fun. Next, we have the Unstable Splash Cannon. This is an exotic version of the Bandage Bazooka or the Chug Cannon or whatever. They're the same thing, just different rarities, you know what I'm saying? But when you fire the Unstable Splash Cannon, it will fire a random splash item between the Chug Splash, Slap Splash, Chili Chug Splash, and Nitro Splash. I know the Nitro Splash isn't really a splash item in the same sense that the other three are, it's not like a drink or anything, but it's so splash technically, so I thought I'd throw it in here. Or, well, it was in the comment. You know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. It fits well enough. So this would probably be a very solid item. If this was added, it would probably have durability, but for the sake of this video, I'm going to say it doesn't have durability because this is my video, so I could say whatever I want about it. The Unstable Splash Cannon would probably be really good because, you know, Chug Splash, you know, you're just healing, but it's a good effect anyway, so it's nothing crazy, but you're still getting a good effect. The Slap Splash obviously gives you slap and is still a good effect. You know, the Chili Chug Splash, same as the Chug Splash, just gives you the pepper effect, so you go faster. And the Nitro Splash is basically the best of everything, you know? So, I think this would be a solid item. You'd obviously probably want to get the Nitro Splash, but the other three effects aren't bad. So, having this just constantly heal you, give you, special good effects, very good. If you got this, you'd be set for the whole game. You know, it would take up 2 slots, but, you know, I think that's a worthy trade-off, in my personal opinion. You know what I'm saying? I think it would be a very solid exotic. Next, we have the Unstable Blitz Shotgun. This is an exotic version of the Drum Shotgun, and when you reload the Unstable Blitz Shotgun, you'll get either the Pepper effect, the Slap effect, or the Nitro effect for a short period of time. Obviously, it would be very beneficial, kind of like the Blink exotics where they give you the 0-point dash, but this time with 3 different other effects. Definitely be very good exotic because, you know, the drum shotgun is already a very powerful weapon, and, you know, having the exotic effects I don't think makes or breaks the weapon. I think the exotic effects are just kind of like a bonus, kind of like the Frostfire shotgun, because the Frostfire shotgun doesn't really benefit from its exotic effect, but it also doesn't hurt it either. It's just kind of there. I think the same thing would happen for this too. You know, the effect is definitely nice to have, these effects are good, don't get me wrong, but it's a drum shotgun. You're taking it because it's a drum shotgun, and it's gonna probably win you a fight. So I think it would be a very good exotic. I don't know how many people would really take this over the Sentinel Pump because people like the Sentinel Pump better. But if you're not as good, let's just say, you'd probably take this over that. You know, just better than the Twin Fire in every way. Better for non-skilled players over the Sentinel Pump because, you know, drum shotgun is basically made for non-skilled players. So having this weapon definitely be good. Just the only caveat being that you'd have to go to defeat the Spire or buy it off of someone. Probably. So there is that, but I think this would be a very solid exotic. Next, we have the Unstable Void Assault Rifle. This is an exotic version of the normal assault rifle, and the last shot in the mag of the Unstable Void Assault Rifle would teleport you like the Void Oni mask. I do want to mention that the comment originally said the Fury AR, but I already made an exotic Fury AR in the first video in the Unstable Exotic series, so I changed it to the normal assault rifle. Please don't get mad at me. But yeah, this would probably be really good, because let's say you're shooting at someone, you empty the clip, and then you teleport right on their face, pump out, shoot them, they're dead, you win the fight. Easy. Very, very solid exotic in my opinion. I think it would be very good, although I could see the effect getting a little bit annoying. For example, let's say you're like shooting an AI or something, and you don't really want to go over there. Maybe it's like at a bad spot, right? You're shooting the AI, but you don't want to go over there, so you empty the clip on the AI, and then you teleport to where they are, and now you're in a bad position. Could be bad, but that's very situational. I think most of the times this effect would be beneficial for the user, so I think it would be very good. I think it would be a very, very solid exotic, And if this was in the game, I think it would overall be a fun weapon. I don't think many people would complain about it. I think it would be good, It would be very, very solid. Alright, next, we have the Unstable Charge Sniper Rifle. This is an exotic version of the semi-auto sniper rifle, and when you go to fire the Unstable Charge Sniper Rifle, you'll have to charge the weapon. You'll have to charge the shot. The longer you charge the weapon, the more damage it will do. The more damage the charge will do. The more damage the shot will do. So basically, charge shotgun, but a sniper rifle. So, obviously being a semi-auto sniper rifle, it has 10 shots, so you can kind of get away with firing this fast, although you won't be able to automatically fire it, because if you have to charge the shots. So, you hold down the trigger, it charges the shot instead of fires it off. So, some might see that as a detriment to the weapon, some might see it as like a benefit so you can line up the shots better. I think this would probably be worse than the OG semi-auto, or the current semi-auto, I guess I'd say. Whatever version of the semi-auto does, 200 to the head. Right? I think it would probably be worse, but that being said, these 200 damage headshot sniper, or semi-auto sniper, is like insanely busted, like insanely broken. Like, so, it being a little bit worse isn't really a detriment. It's kind of like the Zapatron now that I think about it. This is basically a Zapatron. That's something. Zapatron's good. This probably would be a little bit of a nerfed version of the Zapatron if I'm being honest, but it would still be good. I still think it would be good. I just don't think it would be anything crazy. It would be an alright weapon. Alright, I believe this is the last weapon. Next, we have the Unstable Recon Grenade Launcher. This is an exotic proximity grenade launcher, and when the Unstable Recon Grenade Launcher explodes, it will mark all nearby enemies and chests. Basically, this is just a version of the Recon Scanner with like an offensive part to it. The Recon Scanner is already a very good it's not exotic, I don't know why I said exotic. The Recon Scanner is already a very good item, utility item, but it doesn't have any offensive capabilities, although it technically does. The little grenade that it shoots does 5 damage if it directly hits someone, but you're never directly hitting someone with a Recon Scanner, right? So, it has no offensive capabilities. But the Recon Scanner is a very good utility item for just revealing where people are in a nearby area. And I think having an item that does that also does damage to the players in that area, I think would be very, very solid. Proximity Grenade Launcher is a alright explosive item. I don't say it's the best, but I definitely don't think it's bad, You don't even have to shoot in the general area. It'll just explode as long as it's near a player. So I think that's very good. It could be very good in squads modes, I think, because the explosive effect obviously does splash damage. But if their team is not in the direct area of where their teammate is, then you can mark their teammate while also shooting at them, and you can learn where their teammates are, basically, right? So I think this exotic would be very, very good. That being said, I don't know if many people would want to take it for the proximity grenade launcher part more than they just want to take it for the Recon Scanner part. But, that being said, the option's always there, I think it'd be very good, and that's about it. Alright, first we have the Unstable Storm Flip Sniper Rifle. This is an exotic version of the Storm Scout Sniper Rifle, and when you hit an opponent with the Unstable Storm Flip Sniper Rifle, a mini Storm Flip will be created at your opponent's location. So this kind of just takes the theme of the original Storm Scout and just kind of drives it up a little bit, you know what I'm saying? The original Storm Scout tells you where the storm locations will be. This Storm Scout creates a storm, you know what I'm saying? This effect, I don't think would be too game-changing, in my personal opinion. I feel like it would be kind of similar to the Lawless Stink Rifle from Chapter 6 Season 2, where it would not be good because of its exotic effect, but it would be good because of the base weapon, The original Storm Scout is a solid weapon. Don't get me wrong, it's not anything crazy, but it's very solid, the one-shot headshot with the 6 shots in the clip, very good for a sniper. Although it doesn't do 100 to the body, still very good. So I think this would be one of those exotics where the exotic exotic effect is just a little bonus, you know? Like, if you see the exotic and you have the normal version, you're gonna take the exotic, but it's not a game changer if you don't have it, you know what I'm saying? Kind of similar to the Frostfire in that kind of way. Next up, we have the Unstable Overclocked 6-shooter. This is an exotic version of the 6-shooter. Obviously, it's kind of in the name. And the Unstable Overclocked 6-shooter has an increased magazine size. And every time you hit an opponent with this weapon, fire rate will significantly increase. So, obviously, you get the kind of idea this weapon's getting at, right? Just a 6-shooter with an insanely fast fire rate that you have to earn. This weapon, I feel like, would be a very skill-heavy kind of weapon, considering you'd have to earn the exotic effect. But I think it would be an alright exotic, you know? I don't think it would be anything crazy because, you know, the 6-shooter is still a 6-shooter. It's still garbage. But if you could get this thing off the ground, I think you'd have a good time with this weapon. Again, nothing crazy, but I think that extra magazine size, you know, kind of removing the point of calling it a 6-shooter, but that's besides the point. It having that effect kind of, you know, reward skilled players. I think this would be a solid exotic, you know? It'd be fun. But I don't think it would be anything crazy. I think it would just be an alright exotic. You'd see it, maybe pick it up once or twice, be like, oh, fun, this is cool, then never talk about it again. Kind of like the Marksman 6-shooter, if you think about it. Sort of like that. Next, we have the Unstable Roulette Sniper Rifle. This is an exotic version of the Hunter Bolt Action Sniper Rifle, and the Unstable Roulette Sniper Rifle will cycle between a fire effect, an icy effect, or frost effect, I guess you'd say, and a poison effect on every shot. So basically, kind of think about it like the Frostfire, where first you get the fire effect, which could be sort of like maybe it lights builds on fire and like gives you like the pepper effect, you know, and then maybe the second shot in the clip gives the icy feat to your opponent if you hit them, or the frost effect where it slows them down, you know, kind of like that idea, like what the Frostfire has. So right now it's kind of basically like a Frostfire sniper. The third shot adds a poison effect that you could get, kind of like how the poison dart trap gives off a poison effect where it would take off 10 damage. I don't think it would be that much because this is a sniper, so you kind of have to balance it a little bit, so maybe like 5 damage every tick. You know, I think that'd be a little bit more balanced for a sniper because, you know, the poison dart trap is a trap, not a sniper where it's already dealing out good base damage. So I think that balances out the weapon a little bit, and I think this would be a solid exotic. You know, I don't think it would be anything crazy, but it definitely gives off something that they would do, considering they basically did this with the Frostfire, you know? So I think this would be a solid exotic, but I don't think it would be anything crazy. I feel like people would take it just because they want a sniper, not because the exotic effect is there. Kind of gives me like the same kind of vibe as the Frostfire. People take the Frostfire because it's a gold sentinel pump, not because of the exotic effect, you know what I'm saying? Most people couldn't care less about that effect. So I feel like I'm going to be saying that a lot about the exotics in this video. The exotic effects are just like a little bonus, not really a defining feature of the weapon, you know? Next, we have the Unstable Gravity Rocket Launcher. This is obviously an exotic version of the rocket launcher, and while holding the Unstable Gravity Rocket Launcher, you will be given the low gravity effect indefinitely. After exploding, the Unstable Gravity Rocket Launcher will leave behind a cloud that would give anyone who walks in it the low gravity effect. So this seems like a pretty fun exotic. Again, nothing too crazy, but I just think it's fun. I do think it would be a little bit of a downgrade of the last exotic RPG we got, being the Shockwave Launcher, or Shockwave Rocket Launcher, I should say. You know, that's just like a top 10 exotic of all time, maybe even top 5, I would say. But, you know, I still think this would be a fun weapon, you know? Kind of gives off kind of like if you've played Minecraft and you know the lingering potions, like that's kind of what the cloud that it leaves behind would kind of give. So let's say you explode someone, you go in to get their loot because you killed them with the explosion. Now you have low gravity. Now you can like shockwave way farther after killing someone, so in case you get third partied, you know, you don't have to worry about it as much. So I definitely think this exotic would be pretty decent, especially in a meta where there isn't a lot of mobility. Like, definitely think this would be a solid exotic. Definitely think it would be pretty fun to have. And also just having low gravity at all times would be pretty good. You know, another thing about it, you don't need the, well, I guess you do, because you only have it while holding. If you couldn't tell, I'm very tired recording this video. It is like 12 in the morning, but that's besides the point. Good exotic idea. Next up, we have the Unstable Slapatron. This is an exotic version of the Zapatron, and while holding the Unstable Slapatron, you'll be granted the slap effect indefinitely. When you eliminate an opponent with the Unstable Slapatron, you'll be granted a speed boost for a short period of time. So this is a very simple exotic, but I think this will be a very fun exotic to play around with. Obviously, the slap effect is very good, so just having an item that gives you it indefinitely is always a benefit. It's always a plus. You would always take it, you know? It's just good for mobility, right? And the bonus like speed boost you get on a kill would also be very nice, because then you could just immediately rush to their loot, given that this is a sniper, and it would just basically help you rush loot, make sure that you can actually get it, quickly, so you don't have to worry about like third parties or whatever. And also, if you do happen to use this very close range, you could also use this to get out of a third party situation. So I think this would be a very solid exotic. It's not the craziest exotic in the world, but it's fun. And also having an exotic Zapatron is just a cool idea in and of itself. So I think this would be very fun. Very, very fun. Next, we have the Unstable Collector Pistol. This is an exotic version of the sidearm pistol, and after reloading the Unstable Collector Pistol, you'll be granted an effect from a random medallion for a short period of time. So, kind of think about it like this. You shoot the clip, you reload, and now you get a random medallion effect. This would basically take from all the medallions we've had in the game, although I don't think I would really include like some of the collab medallions. I don't know if I'd really want to do that, or the Chapter 5 Season 1 medallions, considering we have the Machinist medallion that basically just does that effect, right? So basically just exclude the collab medallions and the Chapter 5 Season 1 medallions, and yeah, you get that for a short period of time. I also think it would probably exclude, I believe it does say in the comment to exclude like any medallions you're currently holding, which to be fair wouldn't be most of them, because you usually only like 2 or 3 in the game at all times in modern day, so only have like 2 or 3 that wouldn't be added to the loot pool. It's only if you do have them. If you don't have them, then you're good to go. You get all the effects you can get, and it's like a little random chance thing, right? So it could be cool. Also, it has the ability to be updated in the future. Any new medallions they add can get added straight to this pistol. Reload, add. It's like a Chapter 6 or a Chapter 8 Season 3 medallion, if those are still around in Chapter 8. Who knows, maybe this game just like falls off a cliff somehow in like Chapter 7 somehow. Probably not, but you never know. You never know. Next, we have the Unstable Power Down Hand Cannon. This is an exotic version of specifically the Conductor's Hand Cannon from Chapter 5 Season 3, just because it would have the attachments that that hand cannon has, and when the bullet from the Unstable Power Down Hand Cannon lands on something, it will create an EMP explosion. Now, this is a very simple exotic effect. Shoot it, EMP. Easy. Very good for disabling vehicles. I don't know how useful this would be against players. Maybe if it's like the shield breaker EMP, where the EMP does damage to only your opponent's shields, maybe it would be good. But doing 70 damage on a splash damage shot with a pistol would be kind of insane, so it would probably be a little bit weaker than that. So probably do only like 30 damage maybe, considering this is a slow firing pistol and you're only getting splash damage. Obviously, if you get a direct hit, it would be way more than that. So you could probably crack someone's shield if you hit a direct hit with this pistol. That would probably be very good, right? But yeah, very simple exotic, and I think it would be pretty good. Again, I don't know if you would really be carrying this for the exotic effect, but who knows, maybe you will. Maybe if we have another very vehicle heavy season, you could always bring this into the game and just be like, here is your vehicle counter for the season. That could always work. So I think that'd be cool. Next, we have the Unstable Twin Mag Shotgun. Every other reload done with the Unstable Twin Mag Shotgun will be drastically faster. This is obviously an exotic version of the Oni shotgun, and very simple effect here. It's barely even an exotic effect, if I'm going to be honest. I feel like this weapon would be better as a new, original weapon instead of a exotic version of an existing shotgun, especially the Oni shotgun, since that's kind of an underwhelming shotgun in my personal opinion. But yeah, every other reload done with the Unstable Twin Mag Shotgun would be drastically faster. It's just very simple. I definitely think that would be a buff, but it's nothing crazy. It's a very simple exotic weapon in my personal opinion. Alright, next we have the Unstable Band Hammer Assault Rifle. This is obviously an exotic version of the Hammer Assault Rifle, as you could tell by the pun in the name, and every shot you hit with the Unstable Band Hammer Assault Rifle has a small chance to disable the weapon your opponent is currently holding. So think about it like this. Your opponent starts spraying at you, and you start spraying at them back with this weapon. Now you hit a few shots, and you just happen to get lucky and their weapon gets disabled. They no longer can shoot you with that weapon for a short period of time. So you get a few more free shots while they have to force switch it to a new weapon. And who knows, they might disable that weapon too. So you might just get really lucky and this weapon just basically cripples your opponent for the rest of the fight. And you are just in a great position and you win the fight like that. I feel like this weapon would be a very, very, very broken exotic, in my opinion. The hammer is already a very good assault rifle, and just basically making it so your opponent can't fight back is a bit broken, in my personal opinion. And I think it'd be fun, but I don't see this lasting along the game, especially in competitive. This is a no-go in competitive whatsoever. And then finally, this should be the last weapon of the video. We have the Unstable Breacher Revolver. This is an exotic version of the revolver, and every shot fired with the Unstable Breacher Revolver has a good chance to deal drastically increased structure damage. Now, I know the original comments said to do a mammoth pistol, but one, I've already done an exotic unstable mammoth pistol in this series in a prior video, and two, the weapon description just kind of made it seem more revolver-ish, so I changed it to a revolver. Now, this probably would not be very good just because the breacher effect isn't guaranteed. You have to get lucky with it, unlike every other breacher kind of weapon where you have to just hit the structure you're trying to break. So I don't think this would be actually a very good exotic. I think if you get lucky, you can definitely pack a punch with it, but if you get lucky, you can definitely pack a punch with it, but you have to get lucky, that's the problem. So I think, it probably wouldn't be that good. And again, the revolver in the first place is not a very good weapon, it's been outclassed, let's just say that, by a bunch of other weapons. So I don't think this would be a very good weapon. I don't think it would be very strong. I do think the breacher effect is good, but when you don't get it every time, it's definitely not as strong. So that's just my opinion on it. You know what I'm saying? Alright, so first we have the Eradicator Blaster Assault Rifle. This is an exotic version of the Hammer Assault Rifle, and when damage is dealt with the Eradicator Blaster Assault Rifle, it will charge up. The last shot in the clip of this weapon will create an explosion, with damage being based on how much damage you dealt with the rest of the clip. So to kind of put this in a kind of like TLDR, kind of short form, basically as you shoot this weapon, it will charge up a little bit, and on the last shot, an explosion will be created. And that explosion is based on how much damage you dealt with the rest of the clip. So you have 20 shots basically to charge up your damage, and that last shot, you just get a big explosion. Much like if you hit every shot, you'd basically just kill them, right? Although, if you hit every shot, you probably wouldn't need the last explosion. Kind of think about it like, you hit a few shots, but you didn't kill them, but this last shot, would have a little bit of an explosion, and that would finish them off, right? That's kind of how I think this weapon would work. It could also be nice for, destroying builds a bit. Now, you shoot that last shot, you break the wall, and then you create the explosion, and then they're dead, right? Kind of a fun little idea. You could also, just do a bunch of damage, and then have the last shot just ready, and then once you run into someone, bam, hit that shot, they're dead, Work like that, I think. And I think this weapon would actually be pretty solid. Obviously, it being a hammer assault rifle, it already mean it was pretty good, but I just think that the explosion effect just adds a nice little buff to this weapon, Not that it really needs one, but I think it's nice. Next, we have the Eradicator Swiftness SMG. This is an exotic version of the Stinger SMG, and after shooting the Eradicator Swiftness SMG, you will gain the sliding movement buff from the Surge Medallion for a short period of time. If you don't remember the Surge Medallion, it was the one that you got at the Hive, that gave you the really slippery slide kind of effect. Really good for movement, and I just think this would be a good way to reintroduce that effect, right? In my opinion, if they wanted to balance the medallions more, they should have just made an item or something like that that gave you the effect of the medallion for a short period of time, and have just the medallion give you it while you have the medallion in your inventory, so that everyone could experience the effect, but the medallion would still be good, right? And you'd still want to go after it. They obviously didn't do that, and they just removed it a month into the season, which in my opinion was really stupid, but what can you do? I think this weapon would be pretty good, and I think it'd be really good, W key kind of weapon. You could really easily push your opponents, because, you shoot this weapon, then you just, slide right towards them, and then you can finish them off, right? I think this would be a very solid SMG. Next, we have the Eradicator Breach and Sneak Shotgun. This is an exotic version of the Sweeper Shotgun, and the Eradicator Breach and Sneak Shotgun has drastically increased structure damage. Every time you break a structure with the Eradicator Breach and Sneak Shotgun, all nearby enemies will be marked. So, you shoot this at a wall, you break the wall instantly, because the whole thing is that it's a breacher shotgun, right? So you shoot the wall, break it immediately. And now that you broke that wall, every opponent in the nearby radius will be marked, and you know where every single one of them is. So let's say there's a bunch of people, you would know where everyone is, you would know if they are coming to third party, your fight. It would just make you a lot more aware, and it would still help you in the fight that you're currently in too, right? So I think this would be a very solid shotgun. The only thing holding it back, in my opinion, is that it's a sweeper shotgun, and that weapon is not known for being a very good shotgun, right? So it's kind of like a pick your poison kind of situation, right? Although you could always just pair this with the Wrecker revolver. I think it'd be a pretty solid exotic, but I don't think people would be using it for their shotgun, in my opinion. Kind of like how they do with the increase your shotgun already. Next, we have the Eradicator Power Burst Pistol. This is an exotic version of the Hyper Burst Pistol, and each shot in a single burst from the Eradicator Power Burst Pistol does a drastic increase of damage from the previous shot, and then this damage is of course reset on each burst fired. So I believe the burst pistol shoots in bursts of 3, so think about it like this. The first shot in that burst would do the normal amount of damage that the Hyper Burst does, right? The second shot, let's say, would do an additional 10 damage, and then that third shot would do an additional 10 damage on top of that, right? So now instead of doing like, well, I think in Legendary it does like 19, so instead of doing like 54 in one burst, right, you're doing closer to like 84, right? Which is a crazy buff for this weapon. Probably be very good for getting into someone's structure, and if you hit like all 3 shots in a burst, they are at a significant disadvantage, right? I think this weapon would be very solid. Obviously the Hyper Burst is already a pretty solid pistol as it is, so just adding more damage into the mix would obviously make it way better, right? Would be a solid exotic, definitely better than the other exotic Hyper Burst. The Voltage pistol would be way better than that in my opinion, you know? I think it would be very good. Next, we have the Eradicator Thermal Heat DMR. This is an exotic version of the Deadeye DMR, and the Eradicator Thermal Heat DMR has a thermal scope. Probably could have picked that up by reading the name, right? Each shot from this weapon also has a chance to set structures it hits on fire. So it's not guaranteed that if you hit something, it'll set it on fire. You only have a chance to do it, but that chance, you know, is definitely a very nice addition to have. Having a thermal scope isn't really enough to make this weapon good, but I think the fire definitely has a chance to make this weapon definitely have a use. I don't think this weapon would be like very favored, right? Because the Deadeye DMR is just not a very good weapon in the first place, but I think adding this to make it more like a structured damage kind of based weapon, I think would be a very nice addition. Also, the thermal scope would definitely make it easier to see your opponents, you know, so could help with that too. Overall, do I think this exotic would be very good? Probably not, but I do think it would see some like niche use, right? I think it would have its fans, right? Next, we have the Eradicator Seeker Storm Strike. This is obviously an exotic version of the Swarm Strike, and when you shoot the Eradicator Seeker Swarm Strike, the rockets will automatically follow your opponent in exchange for reduced damage. The reload speed on this weapon is also significantly faster. The normal Storm Strike, you know, you can't have them seek, right? So like, you shoot it normally, they just kind of go where you shoot them, and then if you ADS, it'll have like the laser, and it'll follow your laser where you follow it. This weapon would just like seek onto your opponent, it would lock onto them, and it would go towards your opponent instead, right? And now in exchange for this, instead of doing like 200 damage, right? Because like that's what the Swarm Strike already does, it can one-shot someone. Instead of doing that much damage, I'd say probably keep it down more like to 100, you know? And, you know, the reload speed definitely helps with making this weapon not like fall behind its normal counterpart, right? I do think this would have competition with the normal Swarm Strike. I don't think it's definitively better, right? Just due to the damage nerf. I think it would be a good weapon. I don't know if it would be better than the Swarm Strike, but I definitely think there's a discussion to have about, you know, the viability between the two weapons, you know? At the end of the day, this is a seeking rocket launcher. It's gonna be good. It's just, would it be better than the other one? Right? I think it would be good. I just don't know if it would be the meta. Next, we have the Eradicator Storm Spitter 3000. This is an exotic version of the Lead Spitter 3000, and when you hit an opponent with the Eradicator Storm Spitter 3000, they will begin taking damage as if they were in the current storm. The duration of the storm damage shrinks the higher the current storm damage is. So, you know, think about this. You hit them with this weapon, first storm, circle, right? You do 1 extra damage per tick, and like it ticks for like about 3 seconds, right? But then once you get to the final circle, you're doing like an extra 10 damage, right? But that tick damage only lasts for like 1 tick, right? So you're still doing more damage overall, but you're not getting like 30 damage. Otherwise, that would be like incredibly busted, right? That would be insane. And this weapon will probably already be very good, right? Because you're doing extra damage with the Lead Spitter, right? So I think it would be a very solid weapon already, but I don't think that it would be as OP, right? Because like the legendary version of the Lead Spitter only does like 5 damage, I think. So, you know, think about it like this. First storm circle, you're only getting like 8 damage on it. But in the last storm circle, if you decide to carry it that long, you're going to be doing like somewhere up to like 15, right? 15 per shot is nothing to scoff at, right? That is very good, especially with a weapon like this. It's definitely a weapon that's like, you kind of need to be patient with it, but, you know, if you're patient with it, you know, it'll pay off. It'll pay off, right? I think it would be a good weapon. It would probably be very good for late game. Like, I think a lot of people would carry this weapon if they have the chance. Next, we have the Eradicator Shockwave Shotgun. This is an exotic version of the Havoc Pump Shotgun, and when you hit an opponent with the Eradicator Shockwave Shotgun, you will be launched up into the air as if you had just used a shockwave grenade. So, I feel like this would be a very niche weapon, and the inspiration for this weapon was actually the wind charges from Minecraft, right? Where like you use those, you launch it up. I think a better comparison actually would be to the wind burst enchantment for the mace, where you hit someone with it and then you launch yourself up in the air. Now obviously that works better for the mace because the mace does more damage the longer you fall, right? But for Fortnite, the shotgun, I think you know, you hit someone with it. I think this one would be very niche, but I think it could like see some utility. Not really utility, I guess, because like, I don't know, trick shotting is not really a utility, but I think it'd be used for some really cool trick shots. I know that's not really like a big thing nowadays, but you know, it could be cool. Could be very cool. Then again, maybe you could also use this just to get high ground. You know, you hit them, start building up immediately. Could be good. Get immediate high ground. Then again, I think having this as your sole shotgun would definitely be risky. So I feel like people would have to pair it with the Wrecker revolver, right? It would be situational, in my opinion. Very situational. Next, we have the Eradicator Final Mark Assault Rifle. This is an exotic version of the assault rifle, obviously. And when you hit an opponent with the Eradicator Final Mark Assault Rifle, your opponent will be marked. When you hit a marked opponent with this weapon, they will take increased damage. So this is very similar to the the Lawless Final Mark Rifle that one sniper from Chapter 6 Season 2, where you hit them, it would mark them, and now that they're marked, they would take extra damage. This is basically the same effect. So think about it like this. You hit your opponent first, you're doing normal scar damage, right? But now that they're marked, your damage will be increased. Be closer to like 40 damage per shot, which is an incredible amount of damage to be doing, right? So like you go from like 35, I'd probably say keep this on the lower side for like assault rifle damage, so maybe even do like 33, right? But now that you're hitting a marked opponent, 40 damage, increase it, make it insane, right? So I think this weapon would be very solid, although, you know, the normal assault rifle is kind of outdated, you know, especially in a meta right now where we have like the Hollow Twister and the MK7, right? I think this weapon wouldn't be as good as those weapons, but I definitely think you could see some use out of it. I think it would be a very good pressure kind of base weapon. Kind of like how the Eradicator OXR is, where like you hit them more and they do more damage. This is kind of like a similar gimmick, you know? You hit them and then you deal more damage instead of being like every consecutive shot deals more damage, right? This is kind of similar to that, but I don't know if it would be as good because I feel like the OXR is kind of a bit better than the Scar, but I still think this weapon would be very good. I think it would be very solid. Now, finally, you know, it's kind of a tradition at this point. If we do an exotic series, we gotta do a suppressed pistol, and we have a suppressed pistol here. We have the Eradicator EMP pistol, obviously an exotic version of the suppressed pistol, and the first and last shot in the clip of the Eradicator EMP pistol will create a mini shield breaker EMP explosion. Very simple effect, you know, very similar to the voltage burst pistol, but instead of a shockwave, it's an EMP. It wouldn't do as much damage as an EMP grenade, like I'd say only like maybe 20 damage. You know, instead of like 70. But, you know, you obviously have the EMP effect, you know, kind of like stop cars. Definitely think it would be very nice, especially in metas when we have very heavy car kind of focus, right? Whereas like the main kind of mobility item, in Zero Blue especially. I won't say item, it's like a vehicle, but you know what I'm trying to say. It's a very important mobility kind of vehicle. I don't know why I keep saying item, it's a vehicle. And it's also very important for Zero Blue because you get like a bunch of shield, like, or a bunch of like shelter, right? So, just being able to disable that, I definitely think would be good. I think this would be a very solid exotic. I don't think it would be anything too crazy, but it would be good, nonetheless. Alright, so first we have the Eradicator Shadow Sniper Rifle. This is an exotic version of the Reaper Sniper Rifle, and when you hit an opponent with the Eradicator Shadow Sniper Rifle, you will gain the Shadow Bomb effect. Very simple weapon here. You hit them with the bullet from the sniper, and you just get the Shadow Bomb effect. So, I think it would be a very solid weapon. I don't think the exotic effect would really do too much for this weapon. You know, the Reaper Sniper Rifle is the Reaper Sniper Rifle, right? It's one of the like best snipers in the game, right? So I think if they were to add this weapon, you know, I think it would be good, but I don't think it would be good because it's an exotic. I think it would be good because it's a Reaper Sniper Rifle. I do think, however, the exotic effect would definitely make like pushing a lot easier. Like, let's say you hit someone with this weapon, right? You don't want headshot them, so you only do like 100-ish damage. But now you have the Shadow Bomb effect, so now you can just like really fast get to their location. And you won't even have to worry about them seeing you, right? Because you'll have the Shadow Bomb effect. Right, so I think this is a very solid exotic. The exotic effect, again, not like a game changer, but I think it will definitely help in some scenarios, right? So I think this would be a solid exotic. Next, we have the Eradicator Lifesteal Shotgun. This is an exotic version of the Gatekeeper Shotgun, and when you damage an opponent with the Eradicator Lifesteal Shotgun, you will gain a good bit of health back. Basically, you hit someone with this weapon, you get like very, very simple exotic here. And, you know, I think this would be a very, very good exotic. You know, the Gatekeeper is already like one of the most dominant shotguns in this game's like history, right? Like if you go back to like all of Chapter 5, this was like the dominant shotgun for like every season. The only season it wasn't dominant in was the one season it wasn't in. So that's all you really have to know about the Gatekeeper. This weapon is insane, and giving it basically a siphon effect will just make this weapon even better. So I think if this was in the game, I think it would be like a top contender for a weapon you'd want to go for. Like you'd want to try and get this every game. Although with the other like exotic shotguns in the game this season, or that were in the game this season, I definitely think there were better options, or there could be better better options depending on how you want to play. Because like the Double Trouble, pretty good. And I'm pretty sure those also give a little bit of Siphon too. So, you know, who knows? Who really knows? But I think this would be a good shotgun nonetheless. Next, we have the Eradicator Kill Switch Assault Rifle. This is an exotic version of the Suppressed Assault Rifle, and when you aim in with the Eradicator Kill Switch Assault Rifle, you'll gain the slow-mo effect of the Kill Switch revolvers. Now, I think this would be a very solid weapon, and that's mainly because the Kill Switch revolvers were very good. Like, they were a meta weapon in Chapter 6, Season 3. So just having an assault rifle, a weapon that does better at longer ranges than pistols, right? Have that slow-mo effect with like the first shot accuracy and everything like that, I think would make this weapon like very, very good. And especially with like a faster fire rate, because assault rifles faster fire rate than the dual revolvers, right? So I think this weapon would be very solid. I don't know if it would be better than like the Eradicator OXR, for example, because that weapon is very, very good. But I definitely think this would be a solid exotic. I think it would be good, and I don't think anyone would bat an eye at you for taking this over something else, right? I think this would be a very solid weapon, in my personal opinion, right? Next, we have the Eradicator Trinity Assault Rifle. This is an exotic version of the MK7 Assault Rifle, and the Eradicator Trinity Assault Rifle shoots bullets like a shotgun at a much slower fire rate, similar to the Lawless Trinity Assault Rifle. So basically, this is just the Lawless Trinity Assault Rifle if it had a scope, which would probably make that weapon like 10 times better, if we're being real. So I think this weapon would be like very, very good. So unbelievably good. Like, you're doing 90 damage per shot if you were able to land all the pellets, and it has a scope. Like, it's so over if you have this weapon. It is so over. Like, you can't like make an argument for that. Like, this weapon has so much potential if it were actually real. This would definitely be a meta pick, in my opinion. I think it might even be better than the OXR, like the Eradicator OXR, because this could do more damage per shot than even like an Eradicator OXR at like its full like damage potential. Like, this could do like 90-ish damage, and the OXR does like 55 at max damage, right? So I think this would honestly be better than the OXR. That's kind of how I think about it. I think this weapon would be very solid just because its base damage is way more than the fully powered up OXR, which then again would probably make this weapon very broken. But I mean, you are like taking up 4 shots, like 4 ammo per shot, so you know, who knows? Who really knows? But I think this weapon would be very solid. Next, we have the Eradicator Boom Hollow Twister Assault Rifle. This is obviously an exotic version of the Hollow Twister Assault Rifle, and the Eradicator Boom Hollow Twister Assault Rifle shoots projectile bullets that create a small explosion on impact. This weapon also has a slower fire rate. So basically, this is just the Lawless whatever the exotic Red Eye Assault Rifle is, the Heisted Explosive Assault Rifle. This is basically just that weapon, but it looks like a Hollow Twister instead. Very simple premise here. We've seen weapons like this in the game before, and were they good? Yeah, but were they better than their original weapon? It's debatable. Like, the Red Eye is a very good weapon, and the Heisted Explosive Assault Rifle is also a very good weapon, but debating on which one is better is kind of like dependent on how you want to play that day, right? So I think this weapon would definitely give the normal Hollow Twister a run for its money, but I don't know if it would like definitively be a better choice. I mean, we saw with the like Lawless Hollow Twister, the Accelerant one, that weapon, yeah, it's good, but it's also not definitively better than the normal one, right? Because that weapon has very low base damage. Like, it's like the same base damage as like a gray Hollow Twister. It's like there's things that like balance it out from being like a definitively better choice. Makes it like be like, ooh, do I want to have this exotic version, or I don't want to just use the normal version and be safe, you know? So I think definitely has potential, but I definitely think it's a depending on how you want to play that day kind of weapon. Next, we have the Eradicator Stormlink Assault Rifle. This is an exotic version of the Heavy Assault Rifle, and the Eradicator Stormlink Assault Rifle will do more damage based on how much damage the current storm is taking for. Think about it like this. You get this off spawn, even though it's an exotic, so you probably won't be able to get it off spawn, but ignoring that fact, you get it off spawn. Storm is taking for 1 damage. This probably just does a little less actually than a normal Heavy Assault Rifle. It's doing less than a normal Heavy Assault Rifle. Then the next time it goes up to a damage per storm tick, you know, you got like normal Heavy Assault Rifle damage now. Now next, I believe it's like 4 or 5 tick, right? Now you're doing like in the 50s for body shots with this thing, right? Then you go like to like, I believe it goes up to like 7, doing like 55-ish, right? Kind of that kind of damage. Then you get to 10 tick, you're doing like 60 damage per shot. So like this gun is definitely rewarding if you decide to carry it for like the entire game. Yeah, you stuck with this weapon. Now you have like a very broken weapon, although in the beginning it's probably not that strong. I definitely think this weapon would be great for late game, and I feel like people would definitely hold it just to have it for late game. But then again, you're also going to be running with like a weaker assault rifle for half the game, right? You know, it's like a pick your poison kind of thing, you know? Yes, you'll have this like, really strong assault rifle at the end of the game, but you're going to have to deal with a really weak assault rifle in the beginning. It is what it is. I think this weapon would definitely be solid, and it probably would see a lot of use in like competitive, especially because like the end circles for those are like really, really, really tight. So I think this would definitely be good for like competitive, but in casual modes, probably not like everyone's top choice. I definitely think people would definitely prefer to take a different weapon over this, right? It's good, but I don't know if it would see a use in casual modes, right? All right, next we have the Eradicator Carnage Shotgun. This is an exotic version of the Heavy Shotgun, and the Eradicator Carnage Shotgun will create a cluster explosion upon the bullets landing. This weapon only has 2 shots per magazine. kind of little balancing thing right there. So basically, this is just a heavy shotgun that shoots cluster clingers. That's what this is. Probably wouldn't do as much damage as a cluster clinger. Probably wouldn't do 90 damage per explosion, because you also have to count in the body shots for the normal shotgun damage. So, you know, probably more closer to like around like 30 or 40 damage per cluster clinger. Makes the total damage like 100-ish, like a little over 100. So definitely be good, you know. 2 shots per magazine definitely balances this thing out, because if it had 7, ooh, this thing would be broken. This thing would be overpowered, I tell you. This would be the definitive best shotgun, I think, in the meta if this thing had like 7 shots. But, you know, forcing you to reload every 2 shots definitely think balances that a little bit. I still think it'll be very good. I just think the 2 shots really like nerfs it a bit. This weapon probably be very good, honestly. I think the magazine size definitely holds this weapon back a little bit, but I think it needs it. I think it needs to be held back a little bit, in my personal opinion. Next, we have the Eradicator Boogie Goo Gun. This is an exotic version of the explosive goo gun, and the Eradicator Boogie Goo Gun will do very little damage when it explodes. However, it will cause your opponent to dance. This effect doesn't go away when your opponent takes damage. So basically, this is just a boogie bomb launcher, and that boogie bomb launcher makes it so that they dance even when taking damage. So it's basically just better boogie bombs, right? This thing I think would be so broken, because yeah, you're not dealing a lot of damage with it, but now you could just like spray them down after you boogie them. Like normally for the boogie bomb, you try to take out your SMG, you hit them once, and now they can just shoot you back. They might like one pump you or something if they have like a good shotgun, right? But with this, they can't do that. They can't fight back. So you hit them with this, and then you can just spray them down. You don't have to have really good aim with your shotgun or anything. You just like, now they're dead because you spray them down when they were dancing. So I think this weapon would actually be very, very, very broken. Might even be better than the original goo gun, despite the fact that it's like basically an entirely different niche. This weapon seems a little strong in my opinion. It's not real, so we can do whatever we want with it, you know? But I think if this was in the game, it would definitely get nerfed like immediately, or just like be removed from competitive entirely. I think this weapon would like cause a lot of like discourse about like it being too broken. Honestly, like people would complain about this weapon for sure. Next, we have the Eradicator Stealthy Sniper Rifle. This is an exotic version of the Suppressed Sniper Rifle, and when you hit an opponent with the Eradicator Stealthy Sniper Rifle, you will gain increased movement speed and no footstep audio for a short period of time. So basically, this is just a sniper that enhances the stealth part of the sniper. When you hit your opponent with this, right, you can very easily sneak up on them, or sneak on a third-party situation, right, with this thing. So you hit them, now you have better movement speed, so you're able to get there faster. You won't be able to appear on visual audio until you like shoot. This will be a very good weapon, I think. Obviously it being a sniper, it's gonna be good, and especially the suppressed sniper, you know, in its current state, the suppressed sniper, very, very good. 200 headshot, 100 body shot. It's a good weapon. It's a good exotic, or just like weapon in general, I should say, because this isn't a real exotic. I do think this exotic effect would definitely have a benefit, but I don't know if it would be like a definitive reason for taking it, because you would have to hit your opponent first. That's a little bit of a, you know, it's a good weapon, but I don't really want to take it. I'd rather get something else. But I think the exotic effect isn't too bad. I think it's not too shabby if you do ask me. Yeah, you know, I think it would be good. I think it would be good. Finally, probably the most complex weapon in this video, we have the exotic Eradicator Mimic Burst SMG. This is obviously an exotic version of the Thunderburst SMG, and the damage dealt with the Eradicator Mimic Burst SMG will copy the damage of the highest damaging weapon in your inventory, excluding shotguns, marksman rifles, and sniper rifles, because those do way too much damage to be anywhere near balanced. We're just not going to include them. If you have no other weapons in your inventory, this weapon does the same amount of damage as a legendary Thunderburst SMG. So let's say you get this off spawn, it's basically just a gold Thunderburst SMG, which is very good, right? But now let's say, you know, you got like your OXR rifle, your gold OXR rifle later in the game. Now you have an SMG that's doing upwards of like 38-ish damage per shot, which is very, very good for an SMG, right? Let's say like you get like, I don't know, I'm trying to think of what other weapons are in the loot pool right now, but I can't think of anything that really does more damage than an OXR. I'm gonna be real. Just say the OXR, like 38 damage per shot, right? That's crazy. That is crazy for an SMG. And I think this would be a very solid exotic, considering it's very just like, this weapon is very dependent on what else is in the game at the same time, right? Let's say like there's a bunch of like fast firing assault rifles. This probably isn't going to be very good, because yeah, fast firing assault rifles are good, but they also don't do very much damage. Like their body shot damage is a lot lower. Like the MK7 only does like 20 damage or something like that, I think, and it's like highest rarity. Definitely aren't going to be seeing a lot of damage output from this weapon. I think the burst SMG actually does more damage than most fast firing assault rifles, I think. But if you have something like the OXR in the loot pool, then you're going to have a weapon that does a lot more damage. So I think this would be very dependent on what's actually in the loot pool at the time. You know, I think it would be good, but I don't think it would be like game defining, at least in the right meta, you know. But that is just what I think about it. First up, we have the Eradicator Gilded Missile. This is an exotic version of the guided missile, and the more gold you have, the bigger the blast radius on the explosion from the Eradicator Gilded Missile will be. When you fly the missile near your teammates, they will gain the gold rush effect. So this is a very simple exotic, right? You know, more gold, bigger explosion, you know, kind of fits with the whole gilded kind of theme. And as well, it gives your teammates the gold rush effect when the rocket is flown near them. So not only is this a very good offensive weapon, it's a very good support item as well. So I think this exotic would be fairly solid. You know, I think it would be pretty good. Although, you know, the guided missile in build modes isn't too good, you know, nowadays. But I definitely think this weapon would be very, very solid in no builds. Might even be a little bit broken, I'm not gonna lie. Especially if you have like max gold, you know? Next, we have the Eradicator Gravity Ray Gun. And this is an exotic version of the Chimera Ray Gun. And while holding the Eradicator Gravity Ray Gun, you'll be granted the low gravity effect. While in the air, you will not have to recharge the Eradicator Gravity Ray Gun. So basically, while you're in the air, you could just shoot it indefinitely, no worries. But as soon as you land, you're gonna have to cool down again, right? So, you know, kind of encourages you to like use the exotic effect quite a bit. So I think this would be a solid exotic effect. Although it being a ray gun, I don't know how good it would actually be, because the ray gun's just not really known for being a very solid weapon, you know? So, who knows, maybe this weapon would be really good, but I just think it would be like a fun little gimmick weapon to use like once in a while and be like, okay, that was fun. I'm gonna go back to like actually trying to win the game now. So, you know, I don't think this exotic would be the best thing in the world, but you know, it could be fun every once in a while. You know, nothing crazy. Next, we have the Eradicator Sprite Launcher. This is an exotic version of the Proximity Grenade Launcher, and when you fire the Eradicator Sprite Launcher, a random active sprite will be launched, not including the Superman sprite, of course. You will be able to pick up these sprites again. So basically, you shoot this thing, a random sprite will shoot from the launcher, right? Either a water sprite, an air sprite, or a dash sprite, because those are the only 3 sprites, not including the Superman sprite, right? So one of those 3 will shoot, and their effects will become active immediately. The dash sprite will have the little like dash effects that you can go into. The wind sprite will automatically launch in the air once you're near it, and the water sprite will heal you, so you don't have to pick them up and throw them down to use them, right? And you can also pick them up again, although I will mention here that they will already be down 1 use, so you can't just pick it up and be like, oh, I have 3 uses of the sprite now. You only have 2, because shooting it already used up one of the uses, right? This is kind of a fun little gimmicky weapon, you know? Not too crazy. Would they ever add something like this? Probably not. I don't know how they would figure out how to add a gun that shoots wildlife. I don't know how they would do that, but you know, if they could, you know, they could add this. But I don't think they'd ever add something like this, especially since, you know, I don't think we're going to really see sprites in the future, you know, considering Chapter 6 is, like, literally going to be over in a month, and that last one's not even going to be on the Chapter 6 map, so, you know, what can you really do? What can you really do about it? But, you know, I think this would be a fun exotic. Alright, next we have the Eradicator Flowberry Shotgun. This is an exotic version of the Frenzy Auto Shotgun, and when you fire the Eradicator Flowberry Shotgun, you'll be granted the low gravity effect for a short period of time. Very simple exotic effect here, you know, it's just a low gravity shotgun. What else could you really want from this? Obviously for movement, this is probably very good, but outside of that, you know, it's a frenzy auto, so obviously people are going to use it. But, you know, the exotic effect isn't going to be really carrying this thing, right? I do think it would be good, but I don't think it would be like a guaranteed pickup. Like, if you saw it on the ground, yeah, you're going to pick it up, but there are better options, at least for exotics in that case. Alright, next we have the Eradicator Firebomb Sniper Rifle. This is an exotic version of the Hunter Bolt Action Sniper Rifle, and when you fire the Eradicator Firebomb Sniper Rifle, the bullet will create a small explosion on impact that will also set structures on fire. This weapon, I would say, is very similar to the Dragon's Breath Sniper Rifle, but just add a little explosion onto that shot as well. So instead of just setting things on fire, it also explodes. So, you know, I think this would actually be like a very, very good weapon. Might even be a little bit too powerful in my opinion, because the Dragon's Breath Sniper Rifle could be really annoying for third party. When you have an explosive effect on that weapon as well, it is not going to end well for your opponent. I'm just going to say that, especially since you have 3 shots before you have to reload with this thing, because it's a Hunter Bolt. Like, it is so over for your opponent if you run into them with this. This thing is very strong in my opinion, and I think this would probably be like one of the best exotics in the game, like period. Like, I'm being so serious about that. This exotic is really strong in my personal opinion. Alright, next we have the Eradicator Berserk and Bash. This is an exotic version of the Pump and Dump, and after dealing a solid amount of damage with the Eradicator Berserk and Bash, you'll be given the Enraged effect, which would be a new effect, and it would give you an increased movement speed and damage. So basically, you shoot this thing for a little bit, and you know, you hit a few shots, right? Well, now you got an effect that just gives you better movement speed and better damage, so you can like more effectively like win the fight, right? You know, I think this would be a nice little buff to the Pump and Dump, although it kind of requires you to use a base Pump and Dump first. So, you know, there's a little bit of a little catch to it. But once you get this thing going, I think it would be very strong. This could be a good weapon, but, you know, I think it really just depends on who's using it, right? Eradicator, Berserk, and Bash, you know? Interesting idea. Interesting idea. Alright, next we have the Eradicator Bounce Rocket Ram. This is an exotic version of the Rocket Ram, and when you damage an opponent with the Eradicator Bounce Rocket Ram, you'll be bounced up in the air as if you had never hit the ground. This continues until you stop dealing damage. So basically, kind of think about it like this. You launch up in the sky with the Rocket Ram, start coming down, you land, you hit someone with it, so you deal some damage, and then you go bounce right back up, and then you can land on them again and deal damage again. So basically, you just can keep landing on the same person over and over again until you just like stop dealing damage to them. In zero builds, I think this weapon would be very good. In builds, I still think it would be good, but it would just gotta be good because it's a rocket ram, not because it has the exotic effect. Like short in builds, the effect can come in use like sometimes, but it's not gonna be very often because obviously people are gonna build and they're not gonna be able to damage them. But in zero build, very good. I think this would be very good. And obviously, it's a movement item, so it's always gonna be in the meta some way, right? It's always gonna be a very strong item, in my opinion. Yeah, fun exotic here. Alright, next we have the Eradicator Deadeye Mammoth Pistol. This is an exotic version of the Mammoth Pistol, of course, and when you fire the Eradicator Deadeye Mammoth Pistol, this weapon will gain permanent first shot accuracy for a short period of time, even when you're moving and not aiming in. So basically, think about it like this. You shoot this weapon, and now you just have first shot accuracy the whole time. Right, you know, kind of broken a little bit. Let's just make this like an even more powerful, accurate kind of weapon, right? So I think this would be like very good because it's just a Mammoth Pistol, but with better accuracy. At the end of the day, like that's what this is. In the right hands, this thing would probably be like overpowered, like really strong. You know, it's a Mammoth Pistol. It's got to be strong. You know, that's kind of like the whole point of this weapon. But you know, it is what it is. I think this weapon would be strong, but yeah. Alright, next we have the Eradicator Slap Rifle. This is an exotic version of the Red Eye Assault Rifle, and it's about as simple as it sounds. While holding the Eradicator Slap Rifle, you'll gain the slap effect indefinitely. So, we've had a few of these exotics before. We've had the High-State Running Gun SMG and the Lawless Slap Shotgun. So, we've seen weapons like this before. They're always good, but, you know, they're more dependent on how good the actual weapon is. The Slap Shotgun is an exotic twin fire, so you know it didn't really see a lot of use, but that slap effect was definitely nice. So if you found it on the ground, you're like, I might as well try it out, right? And then the High-State Running Gun SMG was a P90, so obviously it was very good. And this being a Red Eye Assault Rifle, I think would make it very good too. You know, that slap effect is kind of a nice bonus on top of the good weapon, because to be honest, if this didn't have the exotic effect, not much would change about it. Right? I think it would be good, but I don't think it would be good because of the exotic effect. I think it's good because the base weapon's good, you know? It's one of those weapons. But yeah, solid, strong weapon here, in my opinion. Alright, last but definitely not least, we have the Eradicator Quick Switch Revolvers. These are exotic versions of the Kill Switch Revolvers, as you could probably tell, and when you switch away from the Eradicator Quick Switch Revolvers, after zooming in with them, the weapon you swap to will have an increased pullout time and increased ADS time for a short period of time. Saying a lot of time there. Like, kind of crazy. I don't know why I didn't change that a little bit, but whatever. Too late now. So basically, you shoot with this thing for a little bit, you know, you're ADSing because it's a Kill Switch Revolver, you kind of have to, and then you switch to a different weapon. That weapon will come out way faster, and its ADS time will be greatly increased. So like, let's say, for example, you have a pulse rifle, a weapon notorious for having a slow ADS time. You use this thing, you switch out of it, not only are you getting that increased pullout speed, but now you can ADS way quicker with it. Like ADS at the time of like a normal assault rifle, right? I think that would be good. Definitely very good for like aggro kind of fights where you kind of need that quicker pullout time. Like if you have a quicker pullout time, you're gonna win the fight. Like let's say you have these, you ADS with them, and now you have to switch to your shotgun, and whoever switches to the shotgun first is the winner. Well, you have these revolvers, so you have the ability to switch to the shotgun, right? So now you get your shotgun out first, you shoot them, and bam, you win the fight. So I think this exotic would be very solid, and I feel like it's one that people would be like, that's all this weapon does, but you know, don't sleep on it until you tried it, bro. This weapon would be very strong in my opinion. Alright, if you guys enjoyed that video, consider leaving a like and subscribing and using code WATSOG in the Fortnite item shop, and yeah, see you in the next one. Later. Alright, so here is just an overview of everything that's going to be inside the Battle Pass for this Minecraft season, and yeah, I think it has some pretty good rewards in it, if I do say so myself. So getting started, we can see page 1, tier 1 of the Battle Pass. We got the Villager outfit, the first set, I would say. And yeah, let's see what we got on the first page. On the first page, we get the Villager outfit, of course. We get the Emerald emoticon, the Emerald block back bling, the Villager banner, the Poppy pickaxe, and the Drowning in Emerald wrap. Obviously, very Emerald inspired set here. Obviously got the Poppy there. there is like a reference to like the little iron golem interaction they have, you know, and just a basic generic villager banner. Nothing too crazy. I am a fan of how this first page did come out though. Page 2, still on the villager stuff. Got some pretty cool stuff themed on the Wandering Trader this time. So page 2, we have the Wandering Trader edit style for the villager outfit. We got the Emerald Sprite. We got the Ruby Black back bling edit style. Obviously reference to rubies and how they, well, aren't in the game, but like they were planned to. Like they were originally going to be emeralds, you know what I'm saying? The Emerald Drop Contrail and the Trader Llama Glider. Some pretty cool stuff on this page. I do really like how the Wandering Trader came out. I think it looks really cool, in my personal opinion. Page 3, we have the Skeleton set. Got some pretty cool stuff here too, if I do say so myself. So page 3, we got the Skeleton outfit, of course. We got the Quiver back bling. Obviously another unused item, but I think it would be fitting to have for this set. And you know, it's just a nice little reference to something like that. And I'm pretty sure the Quiver texture is still in the game, in the Minecraft files to this day, which is kind of crazy to think about. We got the Spider Glider, obviously a Spider Jockey reference, and a Bone Pickaxe. Very simple here, but I think it fits pretty well, in my opinion. Alright, page 4, we have a Wither Skeleton themed set here. Looks pretty cool. First, for page 4, we have the Wither Skeleton outfit edit style. Very cool style in my opinion. We have the Wither Quiver edit style, just a variant of the Quiver back bling. I know that the Wither Skeleton doesn't use a bow, and even if you do use a bow, or like make it have a bow with like commands or whatever, it shoots like fire arrows, not wither arrows. I gave it wither arrows. I don't even know if you can get those in survival, but I just gave it to him anyways, so it feels fitting. Then we have the Wither Painting Spray, the Wither Bone Pickaxe edit style. I know that there's not really like different types of bones, but I wanted the pickaxe to have matching styles with the rest of the set, so I just made new bones. That simple, you know? And then the Wither Skull emoticon. Very simple stuff here, but I think it's very nice, in my opinion. Alright, now we have page 5, we have the Iron Golem set. Again, some pretty cool stuff. This might actually be my favorite skin in the Battle Pass, if I will say so myself. First, we have the Iron Golem outfit. Looks very nice there. I'm very proud of how it came out. We have the Golem Vines Contrail, obviously the vines that you can see on the golem right there. We have the Golem Construct spray. Very simple spray right there. The Pumpkin back bling and the Iron Golem banner. Very simple stuff here, but I'm very proud of how it turned out. Alright, page 2, we got some Minecraft movie kind of inspired stuff with the Iron Golem here. Some pretty cool references in my opinion. Page 6, we got the Swiftness Golem edit style. Obviously, if you've seen the Minecraft movie, you know this is a reference to. The Golem Arms built-in pickaxe. These would be built-in pickaxes just for the Iron Golem, where he, instead of using a pickaxe, he just swings his arms. That's why it's built in. Obviously, you can't just swing your arms as an Iron Golem with skins that aren't Iron Golem, so it kind of has to be built in. That's just how it is. We have the Lava Chicken Jam track. This would be the version of the song that's a music disc in Minecraft. So not the movie version, the music disc from the game version. So that's what would be the jam track. Then we have the Jack-o'-lantern backbling edit style. And we have the Boots of Swiftness kicks. They've started to put kicks more availably around recently, so you know, it just feels fitting to put like a pair of kicks in here, especially when it's like pretty obvious what they could be, in my opinion. Alright, next we have the Piglin set. This set looks pretty cool in my opinion, and yeah, let's get into it. Page 7, we have the Piglin outfit. We got the Gold Ingot emoticon, the Gold Block back bling, the Piglin Dance emote, that would be an emote, and that would actually play Pig Step when you're doing that emote. Little fun thing there. Got the Gold Pile spray, and then we have the Lava Source wrap. Once again, some fun stuff. Obviously, more Nether themed kind of items. Although I guess gold is not really a Nether thing, but it's like kind of a Nether thing at the same time. You know what I'm saying? It's Nethery enough. Page 8, we got the Piglin Brute cosmetics. Now this is some Nethery themed cosmetics here, if I do say so myself. First, for page 8, we have the Piglin Brute outfit edit style. We have the Netherite Ingot emoticon, the Netherite Block backbling style, the Pig Step jam track. Of course, had to be a jam track. How you make a Minecraft season, have a Nether themed set, and don't make a Pig Step jam track? That's just not something you do. Like, if they ever do a Minecraft collab, Pig Step has to be a jam track. I'm sorry, it just cannot be a jam track. And then finally for this set, we have the Netherite recipe spray. Obviously, just a Netherite block recipe, you know, nothing too crazy, but I think it's fun. Alright, next we have the zombie set. Now, this is pretty simple stuff, but nothing too crazy. So yeah, let's get straight into it. Page 9, we have the zombie outfit, the creeper plush backbling and pickaxe. It would be both, so it's just represented there once. Then we have the zombie emoticon, obviously just a very simple emoticon, and the gravel backbling. Some pretty simple stuff, and yeah, I do think this next page for the zombie set is better though. So well, let's look at it. We have the drowned set here. Now this is some cool stuff here, if I do say so myself. Page 10, we have the drowned edit style. We have the ocean rune spray, pretty cool looking spray there. We have the trident pickaxe, that is a pickaxe. I don't know why it says backbling. That is a pickaxe. Sand is a backbling edit style, and then the dolphin glider. I will say that I started working on this video long before the Mounts of Mayhem update came out, so that's why some stuff that would make more sense, like the zombie Nautilus, is not here, because I did not have time to go back and fix it. So that's why it's a dolphin glider. But yeah, that's besides the point. All right, next we have the Warden outfit. Now this is really cool. I like how this one turned out a lot. Page 11, the Warden outfit, obviously very cool, looking right there. The Skulk Soul emoticon, the Echo Shard pickaxe, the Skulk back bling, and the Soul Circle spray. Some cool little cosmetics here, nothing too crazy, but I do think it's fun, you know? Now this is a unique edit style, and it's a little reference to like some concept art, the Shade edit style. So page 12, we have the Shade outfit edit style, you know, obviously a reference to some old concept art. We have the Other Side jam track, another pretty good music disc, in my opinion. The Shady concept spray, some concept art there, just, that's all it really is, some concept art of like an old Warden design. And then we have the Warden banner. Obviously gotta throw another banner, why not? All right, page 13, we finally get into some end-themed cosmetics here. Page 13, we have the Enderman outfit, the Eye of Ender emoticon, the Endstone back bling, the Block Hold emote, and then the End Pillar pickaxe. Obviously some pretty nice end-themed cosmetics. It all turned out pretty cool. I really like how these turned out. All right, now we have page 14, I believe this is. Got some more pretty cool end-themed cosmetics here. Page 14, yep. We have the Ender Dragon glider. Obviously had to throw an Ender Dragon glider. Like, how could you not do that with like an end theme set? We have the Eye Travel spray. We have the Purple Block back bling style. We have the End Gateway wrap and the Enderman banner. Some more pretty cool end themed cosmetics. I think this might be like my overall favorite set in general in this entire video. Now finally, this would be our tier 100 set for the battle pass. We have Steve. Obviously it had to be Steve for the tier 100, like how could it not be? Page 15, we have the Steve outfit. We have the Dirt back bling, the Overworld wrap, the Lil Minecart emote, and the Grass Block backbling itself. Pretty cool stuff here, especially that wrap. That wrap looks pretty cool. In the final page, obviously we have Alex, and we also have some pretty interesting stuff down there, which we'll get to in just a second. Page 16, obviously we have an Alex edit style, and yeah, some pretty cool stuff here. We have the Player's Hoe, Player's Shovel, Player's Axe, Player's Pickaxe, and Player's Sword, all as different pickaxes. Now, as we get further on into the bonus rewards, we'll see why these are not just called wooden tools. But yeah, let's actually get into the bonus rewards right now. So here we have the first page of bonus rewards. Pretty cool stuff here, and obviously this pretty cool first reward here that I do say so myself. I think it looks pretty good. Bonus page 1, we have the Red Dragon glider edit style, obviously for the Ender Dragon, and obviously a reference to another unused Minecraft mob, the Red Dragon. Obviously to throw it in there. Then we have a Minecraft banner, the End Dust Contrail, the Jukebox Jam emote. This emote just play a random like music disc from Minecraft. Yeah, that's kind of all there is to that one. We have the Steve emoticon, and then we have the Stone Tools pickaxe edit styles. So these would be edit styles for the player tool set, and yeah. And as I said earlier, I forgot to mention this when I first went over the player tool set, but there's no spears because, as I said, I made this way before Mouse of Mayhem was being released, so didn't really make a spear. Plus, it wouldn't really even fit on the graphic anyways, so just stick with the original 5 for now. I know, unfortunate, but you know, it looks nice. I think they all came out really nice. Second bonus page here, got some more pretty cool stuff here. Bonus page 2, we have the Zombified Piglin outfit edit style. We have the Zombie Pigman outfit edit style. Same kind of vibe here, just like one's the Zombified Piglin, one's got the Zombie Pigman head. You know, that's really the only difference there. We have the Nether Waste wrap. Pretty cool looking wrap there. The Zombie Pigman emoticon. And then we have 2 more edit styles for the player's tool sets. We have the gold tools and the copper tools. Pretty cool stuff here. Pretty cool stuff. Now we have the third or fourth, I think this is third, a third set of bonus rewards. Bonus page 3, we have the Bogged outfit edit style with the Bogged Quiver and Bogged Bone edit styles as well for those cosmetics. And we also have the Stray outfit edit style and the Stray Quiver and Bone edit styles as well. Obviously some cool skeleton edit styles here, you know, can never go wrong. And as I said earlier, I made this before the Mounts of Mayhem stuff came out, so no parched. Unfortunately, no parched, so sorry about that. Now, page 4 of the bonus rewards, some more cool stuff. Bonus page 4, we have the Husk outfit edit style, the Diamond emoticon, the Creeper banner, the Cave Spider glider edit style, the Diamond Spray, and the Iron Tools pickaxe edit styles. Obviously, just another upgrade, you know, and I think it looks pretty cool. Now we have the final page of bonus awards. Got some pretty cool stuff here. Bonus page 5, we have the Furnace Golem outfit edit style, the Brown Trader Llama glider style, the Brown Spider glider style, which is a reference to the old, like very old spider design that was like a thing when it like first came out. Very old. We have the Zombie Villager outfit edit style, and we have the final 2 edit styles for the player's tool sets, the Diamond Tools and the Netherite Tools. Very cool stuff here. Alright, now we have some cool stuff for the villager. These are the villager quests. And now these quests, I didn't really come up with quests because I wanted to get this video out in a timely fashion, but these quests would allow you to get edit styles for not only each biome variant for the villager, but also each of their professions as well. So obviously here we have the biome variants here, and then these are the zombie variants for those biome variants. And now we're going to go through each career. All of these are very small changes, like here's a farmer, right? They're all just very small changes to the original designs. We have fishermen, we have, I believe, believe this is the Butcher. I don't really remember at this current moment. This is a Fletcher. You know, obviously some pretty cool stuff. We got the Librarians. We got the Cartographers, Clerics, I think this is the Armorer. I'm pretty sure. Generally forgot what this one's called. This is a Blacksmith. This one might be the Butcher. I'm pretty sure actually. Then I think this is like a Mason. I think that's what these ones are called. And then we have the Nitwits, obviously. So we have edit styles for literally every single villager like variant in the game. Essentially, there's literally not a single villager being missed out here. I'm pretty sure. I guess we don't have illagers, but those are kind of different. Those are a different thing. And now we have even more edit styles. We have the armor quests. So these quests would allow you to unlock armor edit styles for every single skin that would be compatible with armor in the actual game. So we have armor edit styles for the skeleton, zombie, Steve, and Piglin outfits. So obviously here you have the leather edit styles. Got the chainmail edit styles. This one took way longer than I wish it did, if you could tell. We got the gold edit styles. Very cool here. I like this one a lot. Copper here. Alright styles here. Iron, kind of boring, but you know, it's there. Got diamond, again, another very cool looking edit style. And then the netherite set. Again, very, very cool looking. Alright, now with the battle pass completely done, we can go over the map. So this would have an original map, not adding any PYs onto the existing map. This would be a fully original Minecraft map, sort of like the Simpsons season. So obviously we have a ton of different biomes on this map. We have the Woodland Mansion biome and the Dark Forest biome. We have a Pale Garden POI. Now this would be a Pale Garden biome. It's called a Pale Garden, but it would have like original like player built structures in there, like player built Minecraft structures in there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's kind of what the vibe of that POI would be. We have a desert biome with the Desert Temple POI and the Desert Village. You're gonna see a theme with this, that there's a lot of villages in this. We have a Pillager Outpost. This is supposed to be more like a Savannah biome. I know Pillager Outpost can spawn anywhere, but I kind of want to have a Savannah biome, right? So Pillager Outpost in a Savannah biome. We have a Nether biome with the Nether Fortress and the Bastion Remnants. We have the Taiga Village in a Taiga biome, of course. We have a Snow Village in a Snowy Village, in a Snowy biome, of course. I don't know why I said Snowy Village. And we have a Plains Village in a Plains biome. And in the Plains biome, we have our center POI, which would be Steve's base. This would be a completely original player-built, like, Minecraft structure, instead of, like, a generated, like, randomly generated structure in Minecraft, right? So this would be a completely original creation for the season, right? And I think it would be pretty cool. I think this would be a very fun map to play on. And, yeah. Pretty cool. Now, this would be the loot pool for the Minecraft season. Obviously not completely Minecraft loot, but, you know, couldn't really get away with doing that, you know. There's not enough stuff to warrant a Minecraft season exclusive loot pool. So we pull the Simpsons on this one. For the ARs, we have the Heavy AR, the Fury AR, and the Tactical AR. Now, this would be the current version of the TAC AR that's currently in Chapter 7. So the mods that are on that one are what's on this TAC AR. For shotguns, we have the Havoc Pump, the Auto Shotgun, and the Combat Shotgun. This would also be the modular version, and it would not be moddable because obviously this is not Chapter 5, but I would imagine this would only really have like a speed mag on it. I really don't see anything else being warranted to be put on it. For SMGs, we have the Harbinger SMG and the Dual Micro SMGs. Harbinger SMG, probably again just a speed mag and maybe a laser. That's about it though. For the pistols, we only got one, being the Hyperburst pistol. This pistol is so insanely underrated. I love this thing so much. It should be in like every season in my opinion. I love it so much. Now for miscellaneous weapons, we have the semi-auto sniper, the Huntress DMR, which would have a sniper scope on it, as well as maybe like an extended mag. I think that'd be cool. And then we have our first Minecraft items. We have the firework crossbow there, the normal bow, and the mace. And then for consumables, we have the enchantment table, which is a new trap. We have the elytra, we have fireworks, we have fire charges, we have the ender pearl, we have medkits, bandages, minis, big pots, slurp juices, and chug jugs. That is your consumable loot pool. So yeah, let's get into the depths of these new Minecraft items. So first, we have the firework crossbow. When you fire the firework crossbow, an explosive firework rocket will launch from the crossbow. This explosive does a moderate amount of damage to players and structures. Each explosion from the fireworks will feature a unique design based on Minecraft fireworks. So obviously, you get unique fireworks. That's just kind of like a visual thing. And then this would be just kind of solid, like spammy kind of ish explosive weapon. Kind of think about it like the boom bolt, but it explodes instantly as soon as it makes contact instead of just having to wait a little bit. I think this would be a fairly solid item, but I don't know if it'd be too crazy because the damage wouldn't be anything insane, right? Maybe like 40 damage at most in like its highest rarity. I think this would be a good weapon, but I don't know if it would be like meta dominating, right? But I think it would be solid. The mace next. The mace is a melee weapon that does more damage after falling for a period of time. The mace has a fairly slow swing rate, and fall damage is prevented if you start an attack midair. So this is essentially just how the mace works in normal Minecraft. The longer you're falling for, the more damage it'll do once you actually hit someone. That's how this works here, and this will seem kind of hard to use in Fortnite, you know, but we have an item that will help us later on that I mentioned earlier for getting this weapon to be useful. Next, we have the bow. The bow acts just like a regular bow, and it serves as a role similar to the hunting rifle in the season and does 200 damage to the head. It's just a bow. Like, that's all it really is. It's just a bow. Just a basic bow. Nothing too crazy. Next, we have the elytra and fireworks. I'm putting these two together for a certain reason. The elytra will allow you to fly around the island in a way similar to the wingsuit. Fireworks acts as the grenade of the season, and when you carry both items at the same time, they will merge into the elytra and firework kit, which gives the elytra more durability as well as an in-air boost effect at the expense of taking 2 inventory slots. So basically, the elytra on its own is basically just a reskin of the wingsuit, my bad, and fireworks are sort of like a grenade. Kind of. Nothing too crazy. And when you get them together, they kind of merge together, sort of like the Ascended Mist from Chapter 6, Season 3. Kind of like that, where it will merge into one item that takes up 2 inventory slots, and when you have the elytra and firework kit, the elytra can last for longer because it has more durability, and it will have an in-air boost effect so you can stay in the air for longer and travel further distances. So I think this would be a very solid movement item. I feel like you couldn't really get away with using the elytra on its own as like a movement item. Think about how the wingsuit's being used now. It's not really too crazy as a movement item. Like, you can get out of fights maybe with it, but it's not too crazy. But I think getting them together would be like a very good movement item with the boost effect. I think it would be really good, in my opinion. Next, we have fire charges. Fire charges work similarly to the fire Oni mask, but have a faster projectile speed, decreased damage, and only have 1 charge before a cooldown begins. They have a max stack size of 6. So you can carry 6 of these at once, so not very many, but they do deal fire damage, you know. They have less damage on the fire mask, but they kind of work exactly like it with a faster projectile speed, so they can hit faster and get there faster to the target, right? And I'd say the damage probably only be right like 35. But it's like a homing projectile, so you can't really get away with like 100 damage, right? So gotta keep the damage low. But I think this would be a fairly solid item. Nothing too crazy, in my opinion, but I think it would be good. Ender Pearls, another movement item. The Ender Pearls work similarly to the Void Oni mask, but only have 1 charge before having to wait for its cooldown. And you instantly teleport when it touches the ground. They have a max stack size of 6. Again, very limited on the stack size, so maybe that would have to be buffed at some point during the season. But I do think that this would be a very solid movement item because the Oni mask, the Void Oni mask I should say, in Chapter 6 Season 1 was very solid. So just another kind of version of that I think would be good. Now finally, the last thing in this video, the enchantment table. The enchantment table is a new trap that when placed has a single use that allows you to enchant your weapons. Enchantments that are available depend on the type of weapon being enchanted. Fortnite original weapons get the same enchantments as the bow. So basically, each kind of weapon has its own kind of enchantments. For example, the firework crossbow, multi-shot, obviously quick draw, those are like the kind of enchantments you'd get. The bow, and as well as the Fortnite original weapons, like the assault rifles and stuff, you'd have punch, you'd have power, you'd have flame, like those kind of enchantments. The mace would be able to get wind burst, which is how I was talking about how it would be useful earlier. That would basically allow you to, when you hit someone, you get launched in the air, and you can go hit them again and do more damage. And that would just keep happening, right? I think that would be very good for the mace. Mace on its own, not that good. Mace with the wind burst enchantment, good. So yeah, I think this would be a very solid trap. Obviously, you'll only be able to use it once, so you can't really get too much out of it, but, you know, I think it would be good. And yeah, that's the last thing in this video. If you guys enjoyed this video, consider leaving a like and subscribing and using code WATSOG in the Fortnite item shop. And yeah, I'll see you in the next one. Later.